Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the October 20th, 2020 meeting of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. Before we begin the meeting, I'd like to invite you to join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Then I will go now to CEO Nielsen. Good morning, CEO Nielsen. Any modifications to the agenda?
Good morning, Chair Fennell. We have one correction to agenda item C31, which is the home away collection agreement. In the alternatives for staff recommendation, the agenda item states Airbnb, and those references to Airbnb should be replaced with home.
That makes sense. And that's all we have, is that correction?
That is all.
Great. Thank you very much. So that will bring us to the consent calendar. Any discussion on the consent calendar?
I make a motion we approve the consent calendar.
I second that. I second that with the correction.
Thank you, Supervisors Bass and Wilson. Let's go to the public for any comment there might be on our consent agenda. Ryan?
I don't public comment, but I would just remind the public that they would need to push *9 on their keypad to raise their hand, and then we can call on them.
And that again is for comments on the consent calendar. Okay, doesn't look like we have any.
With that, I would conclude the comment.
Thank you, Ryan. Bring it back to the board and ask you to do a roll call vote of the board, please.
Yes, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Thank you. Pass this 5-0.
Thank you, Ryan. So as our agenda indicates, we have a number of time set items today, and we begin with an update from Dr. Frankovich, Sheriff Hansel, and Director Stevens on the situation here in Humboldt County regarding the COVID pandemic. Thank you very much, and welcome, Dr. Frankovich, Director Stevens, and Sheriff Hansel.
Good morning, Chair Fennell. Just a few things to update the board on. It's been a little bit since we spoke. We have currently, people are probably aware, in the country overall, we're seeing some increases in a lot of the central areas of the country. California actually is doing better than we were several weeks ago in terms of cases. We have 900,000 cases in California total, with 17,000 deaths. In Humboldt, we currently yesterday reported 554 cases, 9 deaths, 21 individuals in isolation, and we actually have 88 people in quarantine right now. We have we still remain in the yellow tier. Our case rate would actually have us in orange, but because we are meeting that social equity measure that the state put in place, we remain in the yellow tier, and hope to do that for ongoing. Our positivity right now looks like about 0.5% and a case rate of about 1. I expect our case rate next week. Remember, this is data that's with a week lag. So it's reporting on the week ending on the 10th. So our case rate may increase a little bit from there in the coming week. We never know until we get there, because additional labs that come into our system from the commercial reporting change those numbers ongoing until the last day that it's collected. Our doubling time for the virus now in our community is about 100 days, and that's been gradually improving. The mean age of our case is about 36 years old. So Dr. Ennis and I do have a few concerns about, in our recent weeks, we've seen more hospitalizations than we had been previously. And so, we are looking at, we want to make sure that we're getting a broad segment of the community tested, that we pick up any underlying community transmission that's occurring. We've been doing well at people populating the Optum site, but sometimes, I wonder if a lot of the same people are getting tested. We don't get data really on that per se. And so we do want to make sure that the community, a broad range of our community goes in and gets tested. So we are still encouraging people to do that for surveillance testing. And then just a few things I wanted to update the board on with testing. We have, again, our internal lab, which is, pretty easily now able to run at least a couple hundred specimens a day if we have those on site. We also have our Optum lab, which has been extended, as we understand it, by the state through November and may end up being sort of an ongoing contract with the new state lab that's going up. We also have the North Coast Testing Partnership that we've been talking a bit about, partnership between Del Norte County, Humboldt County, and UIHS. And what we're doing with that is taking advantage of that free equipment, PerkinElmer equipment, the same equipment the state will be using for their large lab in Southern California. We're operationalizing that here. And what that actually does for us is it allows us to design our own local collection efforts so we can go to all parts of the county. And we also will be able to run the specimen locally so we don't have delays by shipping. So our hope is that we will have a 24 to 72 hour turnaround time, just like our internal lab, and our total capacity in our county for running specimens will be in that range of 600 to 700 specimens a day if we need it. So it's we're really excited about that and are planning. We're entering the testing phase of it right now, trying the systems out. So we're hoping to see that live in November, sometime in November. We're still working and building on our contact investigations. The testing and contact, I think, has been a cornerstone of our success here. And we'll soon be linking with CalConnect, which is the state's contact tracing system. One big advantage of that is it will allow us to bring on additional contact tracers, state assets, if we need them. And so we want to get on board with that as well. And then the other probably biggest thing in terms of COVID is vaccine, which has been sort of lingering out there on the horizon. The state is actually having us do some preparatory work about what COVID vaccination could look like in Humboldt County. So we do have a team working on that, and we're talking to our community partners about it, including hospitals and outpatient, about how this would work. People may have read that there are multiple vaccines in development. A couple that are at the front in terms of being available sooner are a vaccine by Pfizer and one by Madrone. The problem with the Pfizer vaccine is it requires deep freeze for stability, and that makes the logistics of managing shipping and handling vaccine challenging, and storage of vaccines. So we're working again to see what that'll look like. The primary target groups would probably be healthcare workers and vulnerable populations. And vaccine would likely be fairly limited at the outset in terms of number of doses and would grow over time. I don't know projected start date yet, certainly not before November. I'd frankly be surprised if it's before the end of the year, just because of all the steps in between, but we shall see how that goes. But interestingly, and I think importantly, California has set up its own review team to look at vaccine safety and efficacy and review that before we embark on vaccine. So I think that will be really helpful in terms of instilling public confidence in vaccination and will help us a lot moving forward. The last thing I just wanted to mention is flu, because we are embarking on the flu season here. And we have been watching the Southern Hemisphere Hemisphere, which did very well in this last flu season and gives hope that this may be a decent flu season for us. A couple things to bear in mind. One is a lot of the places that did very well this winter or over the summer in the Southern Hemisphere with flu really had intensive vaccine campaigns. And then, of course, we're hoping also benefited from the prevention things that we have in place for COVID already, the facial coverings and distancing and all of that, hand sanitizer. Hopefully we'll benefit in the same fashion, but really want to encourage people to get vaccinated. It's going to be particularly important again. COVID and flu and coming into the doctor's office, you know, can be virtually indistinguishable. And so it's going to mean testing people for both, which is, you know, a lift. And it's also just going to possibly complicate our hospital EDs situations, all of that, just because of the potential numbers of people if we're having issues with increasing COVID at the same time we're dealing with flu. So we're really encouraging people to get vaccinated. I understand some board members are getting vaccinated and today, and that's great. Humboldt County, we're actually this year, rather than focusing on one-on-one vaccination in the clinic, we're working collaboratively with some community partners to do community-based vaccination. So we've been I think this month we'll have 5 different school sites where we're able to vaccinate as sort of in a community flu clinic at the schools. We have our large county employee vaccination. We're working with Open Door and a couple sites, and then we'll have some community flu clinics planned once a month for the next few months so that we can get some broad coverage in the community as well. And I think that's all I was going to mention.
Thank you, Dr. Frankovich. Any questions? Supervisor Bohn and then Supervisor Bass.
In years past, we always all used to get immunized, and I think the importance of, I don't think we can understate in this time of COVID, so we don't overwork our medical offices and everything. Thanks to Connie Beck and Michelle Stevens, we're going retro, and I'm getting a flu shot. And because I'm that 66-year-old vulnerable population that shouldn't be catching anything except hell, which I get a lot. So we're going to do a flu shot. I know it was offered to everybody, and I think they probably have already maybe got theirs and stuff. So I've got Melinda from the public health office, and she's doesn't hurt at all. So she giggles. So.
So relax this.
All right.
Actually relax. There you go. Actually relax it. Go down.
Just be happy it's going in my arm, folks. You done?
Yeah.
I didn't even feel it.
It's good.
It's that easy, folks. And we just, we used to have somebody on the board that was kind of weak-minded, and he would have to get a nasal shot, but he's not here anymore. So I won't mention Brian by name, but anyway, I want to thank Melinda. I want to thank the Department of Health for coming over, and I think they're actually going to run by and stab Amy too and get her out of the way. So I appreciate Connie and Michelle and everybody and Dr. Frankovich for doing this, because this is important that we do get a flu shot. So thanks.
Thanks to Melinda.
Good.
Thanks to Melinda for doing that. She's a public health nurse, and she's also a nurse in the Nurse Family Partnership Program. So she's doing contact investigations as well as managing a caseload. So thank you for doing that. And I'm
a very nice person.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. A great lesson there, Supervisor Bohn. Everybody should do this. It will help enormously. And we will be having those clinics coming up. Supervisor Bass.
Yes, thank you. I do have some questions for Dr. Frankovich, but I will say I did get snagged to do my flu shot earlier. Very aggressive campaigns by some of the pharmacies that hopefully took a lot of people, quickly. And I know I could barely say no. How do you say no to that offer? But it didn't hurt. And I'm encouraging everybody to get their flu shot, of course. But in regards to COVID, I just had a couple of questions for the doctor. One with the, you mentioned 88 people that are currently in quarantine. to me, that sounds like a lot. Can you tell us if any of that is related to a specific event that might have happened, or, when I see numbers that big, doesn't mean they have it, I know, but we're telling them to stay somewhere away from others. So I'm just curious if that came from a large event.
Well, we have a few things going on. We do have one cluster of cases that was related to a place of worship. And so we have some of those. Supervisor Bass, we've had close to 200 people in quarantine at any given time. So 88's not too bad, comparatively. It does take a lot of follow-up to do that, but it really just goes to the point of, again, if some of our cases, we have individuals who realize they were exposed, they're home, and there are really few additional contacts during the infectious period. Other individuals who are not symptomatic or have very mild symptoms have a broad range of contacts. And certainly if there's a gathering of any kind, that number increases.
Okay, so just two others. I've been getting calls from folks who are starting to want to travel again. Not me. I'm not signing up to go flying across the ocean anywhere anytime soon. But their concern was, they have to have a negative COVID test within 48 hours of arrival somewhere. And for people who live here, that almost seems like an impossible task. What do we do for someone like that if they really have to be somewhere? Is there anything that can be done to give them a quicker test? Or are there any of those that will give the, maybe not as accurate, but a quicker.
Yeah, the rapid kind of test.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we have, one of the problems we have is that the rapid tests, I think those are going to become an increasing player for sure as we move through the pandemic, because the technology is going to get better and better. Right now, most of the rapid tests aren't very good for picking up people who have infection, people who don't have symptoms. And so they're really pretty good for people with symptoms, a lot of them. So they're really, what's happening is that sometimes these are getting used for just what you're saying, for like pre-travel purposes and things like that. And the hope is that even if they're missing an infection, the person's viral load is relatively small if they're getting missed, and so maybe they're not highly infectious. So right now, we don't have a lot of those good options in the community. Again, with our test sites, a lot of the times we probably will have returns within 24 to 48 hours, 72 at the longest when we have that operational. But you're right, it's a challenge here for sure. Most provider offices don't have a rapid test on site, and most of them who do, because the supplies are fairly limited, are using them primarily for diagnosing infection. So I don't have a lot of good suggestions locally, other than when we are up and running, hopefully in November, it'll be some potential for that.
Okay, and then and this is kind of I'm not sure how to ask this question, but I've talked with some others in the community and some supervisors elsewhere about, it's always sad when there's a death that's listed, no matter the age. But I think the question that's come up is, when a death is listed as COVID, is that, sometimes from what I've heard from people who have been closer to a situation, someone may actually have died of an X cause, let's say a heart attack, but it gets chalked up as a COVID death. So is there like a protocol that the state says, like, if this happens, then it is a COVID death, even if you don't know at the time they died, but it's found out later?
Well,
I don't know if that makes sense. It seems to confuse a lot of people.
Yeah, and I know it is. It's problematic, and there's a lot of discussion around this. Like, how do we appropriately do this? For instance, if someone is in a motor vehicle accident and happens to be positive for COVID, how does that go? Right now, all we're able to really do, for instance, on the local level, is if somebody's positive at the time of their death, we report that they're positive at the time of their death. And the death certificate may or may not list that as either the immediate or a contributing cause. It's hard to know. And quite frankly, sometimes based on people's underlying health conditions, it's sometimes difficult to know if it actually did contribute, even if it wasn't the immediate cause. So there's a lot of work going on to parse out how to look at this data. And ultimately, it's going to take, I think, some review of death certificate data and things like that to really try and, look at what the numbers are. But I agree, it's a little murky. And again, because we can't really reveal people's personal medical information, we can't go into discussions about why it may or may not be relevant in that particular individual. So we simply report that they were positive, and that's it.
Okay, well, so that means that at least makes a little more sense that if they're positive, one way or the other, they still go on listed as positive. It does not necessarily mean that that was what did contribute to their death.
Right, it's not necessarily listed as their cause of death, right?
Okay, all right, thank you. I think that covers my question.
Sure.
Supervisor Bohn? Your mic. Your mic.
We're 7 months into this and we're working on it, and 230 some odd thousand deaths. I think what Supervisor Bass is looking for, because I know you and I have had a conversation on email, because I think the circumstances of yesterday's tragic death was brought this up. We can't say that it does not seem to be COVID related. I mean, like the car accident is a perfect case. They didn't, I guess we couldn't say they didn't have symptoms, but this one has caused probably more phone calls than the other 8 combined for me, from a lot of young individuals. And it just, and I know that we can use that to remind those kids that they have to be careful. But I think I think you said it was being politicized, and I don't think it's a political aspect. I think it's just, it's fair to our young folk to tell them that this death, even though they tested positive, and I don't know if HIPAA says when you can say you test them, post-mortem or not, but the case is, it does not seem to be COVID related. I mean, I think that I think that's not a HIPAA rule to rule something out. So I see the sheriff's hands up. I'm just saying for that younger group, and I know you said 6,000 out of the 230 or so are the 25 to 44, which is a huge population. I just some clarity so we can, I guess the transparency to the people reporting to actually get it, because this has caused quite an uproar, even in school systems. Some of the teachers are now worried about going back to school because now they're going to use, and I think as much knowledge as we can get and still protect the sanctity of HIPAA and the rights of the family would be so much, so helpful.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Any other questions for Dr. Frankovich or Director Stevens? I'm going to open it up for public comment and then bring it back to the board. We have another time certain at 9:30.
I think Sheriff Hunsel's had his hand up.
Oh, hey, good morning, Sheriff. Yes. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. And I just want to echo what Dr. Frankovich said as far as reporting. As far as public health is concerned, they get the data and they're supposed to report it out as a COVID death. We did have a 38-year-old male who did pass away last week. Autopsy was done this week. And since it's a coroner's case, I can release a little bit more information. And so he did have underlying conditions. However, he was a fairly healthy individual. And the case is still under investigation. The cause and manner of death has not been decided yet. But at the autopsy, he was tested for COVID and he did come back positive. So at the time of his death, he was positive for COVID. But at this time, we do not have enough information to share whether or not he died of that or not. But he was asymptomatic. He was hanging out with friends and family the night before, day before. And so it is one of those things that it is still under investigation, but we will push out as much information as we possibly can by still protecting people and people's rights. So I do want to just kind of relay that information.
Thank you, Sheriff Hansel. Appreciate that. Dr. Frankovich.
Yeah, and I did just want, I think Supervisor Bohn made a good point, which is that this age group, the younger adults, is one of our largest age groups for cases. And so it is, and regardless of an individual case and what it's attributed to, people in this age group do die of COVID, just as in all other age groups. Luckily at a smaller percentage for sure, but I think it's really important for people of all ages to understand that there's risk of this infection, both from death, which is not the common outcome, but also we're seeing more and more long-term health impacts of COVID infection, even people who were not severely ill. We don't really understand the full implication of this virus yet. So I just think it behooves everybody to be careful. That's what we've been asking for all along. Good prevention measures.
Thank you, Dr. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. I just got my flu shot, putting my shirt back on here. So I just wanted to, also point out that, there is concern across the nation that, infection with COVID can and may become a pre-existing condition. And I think that we really have to, these could have long-term impacts to people in terms of especially going into a time when we're really uncertain with relationship to our, healthcare system in general and insurance issues nationwide. That, this is something we need to be really concerned about in terms of, even if you get infected and you have a positive test, this could follow you for the rest of your life, even if in ways that it may not impact your health directly, although there are certainly a lot of studies showing that we're learning more and more about that. It could help, it could impact your insurance rates and other things like that, which are impacts, right, to us as citizens of this country. So I really advise that we don't take even asymptomatic infections lightly in terms of our long-term trajectory as a community. Thanks.
Yeah, and we absolutely must not forget that a lot of the precautions we're taking, like wearing masks, etc., are actually to help protect others. And when people have that feeling of invulnerability, they're not thinking like that. But that is why everybody is asked to consider the social distance and wear the mask. So I had a question. You said, Dr. Frankovich, it's been a while since you've been on. That's correct. And I wanted to hear an update, if you would, for people who might be interested on the new rules for social gathering, those kinds of things. I don't think we discussed that in this venue.
Yeah, no, the state finally released some guidance on this. We've been asking for a long time. So basically the guidance is that basically it's trying to maximize safety. So the idea is ideally gatherings are outdoors, and gatherings must be limited to no more than 3 households, individuals from 3 households. So they didn't put a limit, they didn't use a number limit in terms of the number of participants, but no mixing of no more than 3 households. And the intent of that is really to try and, by doing that, really there is sort of a ceiling on how many people that's likely to be. And it also tries to put a limit on the number of households mixing, which is, as we know, one of the biggest risks for exposure is bringing together people from multiple households. So it gives people somewhere to go with gathering. And I think if you're able to craft a sort of stable group of 3 families that you interact with primarily, 3 households that you interact with primarily, and that's your social venue that you can use, and your social support network that you actually get to see, I think that's going to help people in the long haul through COVID. But again, gathering outdoors is much safer. Doing it at distance is much safer. And that's what we're recommending. That gets more challenging as we head into the colder months, I know. And so it is one of the concerns we have about increasing circulation of COVID in the winter is that people are indoors and it's easier to spread. So I would argue, as a former Michigander, that the temperatures here in the winter are still relatively mild, and we can manage some outdoor things. Around a bonfire would be nice, perhaps, if you're not in the fire area. So I think there are solutions for this, but that's the goal for this as we go forward. And
Thank you
I
very
just want
much.
to echo Supervisor Estelle, the masks and such. I look at the counties around us. I look at how we're doing. And I think, you know, again, I credit the fact that people in this community, to a large extent, are using facial coverings. They just are. And that, I think, is helping us in a huge way. That cannot be said across the board in other counties. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Let's see if there's anyone in the public that would like to address this issue. Public comment on this current issue? Again, I don't see any hands up. Do you see that, Ryan?
Correct, Chair Fennell. I don't see any hands up either, and I would just remind people again, if they would like to comment, to push *9 on their keypad, and that will raise their hand, and we will call on them.
Okay. If you've got any questions or comments on this item, now's the time. Yes, absolutely, yeah. Sheriff.
If we do have time, we do have our OES manager, Ryan Derby, here, and he can give just an overview of where we are at the EOC and the JIC and talk about, you know, transitioning, you know, as we continue along with this emergency and those kind of things, because I know there's been questions about that and what we're doing and how we're operating. So he is available if there are some board members that do have questions about that, if you have time.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I don't see any public comments, so I will bring it back to the board and bring Ryan on, please. Thank you very much, Sheriff. That's great. Welcome, Ryan.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for having us today. So I just want to kind of do a quick highlight of what OES's role in this incident is and some of the changes that we're looking towards in our response efforts. So COVID-19 has been unique for us because it's the longest single incident that Humboldt County has had, at least in recent memory. So typically, you know, we respond and 2-3 weeks later, we transition into recovery. And OES's role really is to stabilize the incident and then transition back into recovery and kind of normalize things back within county departments. And recognizing that this is likely going to, you know, extend well into 2021. We're looking at ways of transitioning some things back to county departments now. So that's going to be, you know, transitioning business plan reviews back to economic development and trying to find a way to sustain this long term without having, you know, a footprint of a large EOC. Back in May, we had roughly 70 people working between the EOC and the Joint Information Center. And as of this morning, we're down to 24 between those two. So we have been making some efforts or making some strides in our efforts to reduce staffing and transition services back towards county departments. And our big push, you know, in the coming days, weeks, is to do more of that. So tomorrow we're going to be meeting with some DHHS, public health leadership, sheriff's office leadership to discuss those changes, look at staffing, and find ways that we can sustain this longer term within kind of that county continuity of government type scenario. So again, you know, this isn't to say that COVID's going away, because it isn't, but we as a county have to find a way to sustain this long term. So we're going to try and normalize some of the functions that we've been carrying out in the EOC back into routine county work. And hopefully that'll provide some of the sustained services long term that we're looking for. That's really all I have for my report out on COVID today. I am happy to say that on the fire front, we released our last evacuation warning zones yesterday. So big kudos to Southeastern Humboldt residents, EOC, and cooperators that were involved in that. And that's all I have for today, unless there are questions.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that. Supervisor Bohn.
Hey, Ryan, as we downsize a little bit more, as we seem to control, and I do need to apologize to Melinda from Public Health and to the viewers. I'm trying to lead a good example. I had my mask all ready to put on and then had to gear up for the shot. Forgot to slip my mask up. So I apologize for that. And I'm sure somebody's going to complain, and sorry about that to you too. But I want to, Melinda was masked up, and so I will actually plan on being tested either today or tomorrow just to make sure to set her at ease. So with that being said, the facility out at Redwood Acres, I know that's costing us $30,000 a month. Is that going to be downsized, or are we going to keep that online, or are we going to, some of these things, I know we've got refrigerated trailers and some of this, are we going to downsize some of this stuff along the lines, or is that going to stay open also?
So for now, we're interested in keeping that site locally, at least through flu season, not knowing what the potential surge in cases would be locally. A lot of the equipment that's in that facility was essentially donated by the state. So right now we're picking up the bill for the cost of the facility, the utilities there. But I think right now, not knowing what flu season is going to look like, we'll hold on to it through flu season and then reassess. And then the testing component out there at Redwood Acres, that's at zero cost to the county, other than checking in on them and supporting with logistics as needed. But that's a state project that, as long as they're willing to let us use that, then we'll be using that as well.
Thanks.
Any further questions for Ryan?
And good job, by the way, especially on the fires.
Thank you very much. I want to echo that, Ryan and Sheriff Hansel and everybody involved with the EOC and the Joint Information Center. I don't think that many people understand the complexity of what you had to put in place in such short notice and how robust the system has been. I mean, Emergency Operations Center has been preparing for years for all different kinds of emergencies, and this one was so different. And also a really big thank you to the people over at the lab, and the very fact that we have a lab has made us be a much safer county than others. So kudos to everybody involved, and let's keep our fingers crossed that this is a good sign that we're downsizing and you don't have to ramp up anytime soon. So we all have to keep doing our part to make sure that doesn't happen. But thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And thank you to everybody involved, Director Stevens, Dr. Frankovich, Ryan, Sheriff. And good. Let's hope for some more good news. And so now thank you, everybody. We move on now to our next item on the agenda, set for 9:30. We're a little late, but I think that's okay. And this will be a presentation from Jill Duffy from the Humboldt Waste Management Authority on the services they provide. And I know we're all very interested to understand what's going to happen with the CRV issue. So welcome, Jill.
Thank you, and good morning. So I'm going to begin with a short presentation, and let me just pull that up real quick so I can share it with all of you. And everybody can see that okay?
Yes, that's
okay,
perfect.
Excellent, excellent. So good morning. I really appreciate the opportunity to present to the Board of Supervisors as well as the general public an overview of the services that are provided by HWMA and to describe the state of CRV redemption services in Humboldt. We have approximately 36.5 employees that staff the Hawthorne Street Transfer Station, the Eureka Recycling Center, the Hazardous Waste Facility, and the Cummings Road Landfill. HWMA secures and long-term solid waste disposal and is responsible for closure and post-closure for 30 years management of the Cummings Road Landfill, as well as planning for HWMA programs and diversion services. The transfer station and the Eureka Recycling Center are open 7 days a week, and the household hazardous waste facility is open 6 days a week. We handle approximately 75,000 tons annually of garbage, which is generated by member agency residents. And this material is loaded, transported, and then disposed at the Dry Creek landfill, which is located in White City, Oregon. And we send out approximately 12 semi-trucks a day, which makes that 260-mile trip on a daily basis. We have a number of diversion programs that have been developed and implemented in concert with our member agencies, and we secure grants and or fund collection for these programs on the solid waste fee in order to serve our community needs. Some examples include used appliance recycling, carpet, electronic waste, green waste, hazardous waste, mattresses, tires, medical sharps, televisions, and computer screens for recycling. HWMA is also provides for the collection and funding of community locations to enable collection of sharps, as well as pharmaceutical and used oil collection. Our disposal fees have remained unchanged for about 5 years as we are continuing to work on identifying internal efficiencies and competitively manage our contracts. And this year we have further reduced some of our costs related to carpet disposal, electronic waste, and asbestos disposal costs for our customers. The Eureka Recycling Center, which is located adjacent to our transfer station, provides drop-off services for dishwashers and the appliances such as dishwashers, refrigerators, stoves, air conditioning units, dehumidifiers, as well as electronic waste, flat screens, and televisions. And then we also have our recyclable drop-off bins for cardboard and glass, metal, and plastic containers. HWMA processes and markets over 4,000 tons annually of recyclable material, and this includes 3,000 tons of recyclable materials and 1,000 tons of CRV beverage containers and 250 tons annually of electronic waste. The original intent, as obviously the topic of conversation is CRV buyback, and the original legislation was called the California Beverage Container and Litter Act of 1986. And the original intent of the state CRV redemption program was to incentivize recycling by establishing a fee for beverage containers. Beverage manufacturers pay CalRecycle the 5 or 10 cents per container, and they then pass the fee on to consumers at the point of sale. Collected CRV payments to the store do not go to local recycling centers. These monies are instead support CalRecycle's programs. Initially, consumers who were purchasing these beverages could then conveniently redeem the empty container at the store when they next visited. And that is how the program functioned for a lot of years. But as commodity values increased, independent recycling redemption centers also increased. And obligated retailers welcomed the redemption centers because they relieved the store of the responsibility to redeem, staff, bail, and ship those used containers to market. Board members will recall, I do have a few folks who work for me who don't know this, but the primary beverage material types in the mid-1980s were aluminum and glass. And with the exception of Perrier and Pellegrino water, people didn't buy water off the shelf. And water in 16-ounce water bottles didn't exist. And here locally, CalRecycle has exempted over 78% of the convenience zone obligated retailers from having to provide CRV buyback services, nor do they have to pay the $100 a day fine for not providing those redemption services. The remaining zones have been served by HWMA, Recology at their Fortuna and Redway locations, as well as Humboldt Sanitation's recycling redemption centers. To recoup the cost of our CRV payout to the customer, labor, equipment, overhead, and freight to market costs, the recyclers then market that material, the collected material, to brokers. Recycling centers may receive a portion of payment through a processing payment fee based on material type to augment the lower valued materials such as glass and plastic. And by and well, that arrangement has worked really well when the commodity market was strong. One moment, please. When the pandemic and the statewide shelter-in-place order, HWMA, Humboldt Sanitation, and Recology each took steps in order to prioritize and ensure the resiliency and continuity of our solid waste operations, to ensure that garbage was being collected from the curb, materials were being handled at our transfer stations, and loading and transportation to the landfill continued uninterrupted. While commercial generation of trash significantly decreased, there was a corresponding increase of self-hauled residential activity at HWMA's transfer station, with traffic frequently backing up onto Hawthorne Street as Humboldt residents were cleaning their closets and the garages and storage units from, March until late August. HWMA expressed concern about reopening the Eureka Recycling Center and CRV Buyback and the additional increase related to traffic and material volume. And as a certified redemption center, we are required to operate consistent with CalRecycle regulations or be subject to violations. We have very little operational latitude or flexibility. So we made inquiries last spring with CalRecycle to discuss whether we could, one, host a temporary pop-up off-site collection operation underneath our existing certification in an effort to manage traffic volume, or if we could secure another operator to perform off-site CRV services under our certification, or if we could temporarily accept customers on an appointment basis. The answers to the temporary pop-up and the appointment was no. For an off-site operation, we would be required to go through the full certification process. Meanwhile, along with many other businesses and governmental entities, we were developing a reopening plan that would align with the governor's roadmap to recovery. We made site modifications, and employees and customer protection measures were implemented to ensure social distancing and to minimize direct contact with customers or their material. The Eureka Recycling Center resumed operations on August 11th with the CRV activities remaining suspended. The governor's executive order specific to CRV, which allowed redemption sites to be closed, expired on August 21st. CalRecycle contacted each certified redemption center with an ultimatum that we either immediately reopen, submit notice of decertification, or face fines for non-compliance. Recology, Fortuna, and Redway submitted their notice of decertification on August 28th, and they were followed shortly thereafter by Humboldt Sanitation in McKinleyville. HWMA resumed CRV Buyback on September 1st for a period of 3 days before having to shut down due to overwhelming traffic congestion, which was impacting local roadways, Highway 101, and area businesses, and impeding safety and emergency response access. This traffic congestion also impacted the ability of the franchise haulers and our regular customers who are dropping off trash, green waste, and other materials from accessing our facilities. So these customers were also forced to wait in line as the same line as the CRV redemption customers, although our staff did work very closely to help identify and reroute those customers around the waiting lines. In consultation with the Eureka Public Works Department, we ended up having to resuspend CRV buyback activities due to the safety concerns, and we immediately scheduled a meeting with city and county staff to discuss how to mitigate the impacts and identify other potential options. And I know that I have shared this with the board of the board of directors for HWMA as well as the city of Eureka. The customers were absolutely amazing. Everybody was wearing their face mask. Everybody stayed in their cars. And I will tell you, most people were waiting in their cars a minimum of 2 to 3 hours. The folks that were here on Felt Street were probably closer to 4 to 5 hours by the time they make it to our gate. With the decertification of the 3 other CRV redemption centers, the Eureka Recycling Center facility does not have the physical or staff capacity to manage CRV buyback for the entire county. With the reopening experience in hand, HWMA again requested CalRecycle to allow CRV by appointment in an effort to temporarily manage inbound customers and material. At the September HWMA meeting, the board of directors discussed and directed that if CalRecycle did not permit appointments, that HWMA was to submit a notice of decertification so that we were not issued violations. CalRecycle informed HWMA that appointments are not permissible and we reluctantly submitted our notice of decertification. I want to emphasize that we initially requested appointments when the other CRV centers were active. With their closures, appointments serve very little benefit to actually serve Humboldt County residents, as the Eureka Recycling Center simply doesn't have the capacity to serve as a singular redemption site for the whole county. HWMA has continued working with the state and other representatives to identify potential long-term remedies on this matter. And the issue, frankly, is a lot bigger than Humboldt, and it's the responsibility of CalRecycle to proactively address the consumer's abilities to redeem their containers. With the obligated retailers opting out of CRV redemption services and over 50% of the recycling centers having closed statewide over the last 5 years because they are operating at a loss, CalRecycle's failure to proactively act has left consumers with fewer and fewer CRV redemption options. So the question is, why are CRV centers closing? Mm-hmm. Closure of CRV redemption centers is a result of an economic collapse as a result of a continued and steep decline of the commodity scrap value over the last 5 years. And it's even more so with following China's national sword policy. And the impact locally is best described this way. In 2010, there were over 10 redemption centers in Humboldt. By early 2020, there were 5 remaining. And at least at the beginning of 2020. And many recyclers have tried to hang on, hoping that the recycling scrap values would rebound, but prices have continued to decline, and today they are at the lowest that they have been. Excuse me. In conversations with the remaining out-of-county CRV centers, many are also approaching the edge of closure. They have been able to stave off closing in part because they have lower overhead than centers that are co-located with transfer stations, or they are located closer to the commodities market, so they are able to avoid the high freight to market costs that we incur here in Humboldt County. Additional factors include the reduction in state payments to processors, the depressed scrap value of aluminum and plastics, and a rise in operational costs resulting from state requirements such as the minimum wage increases. And the recycling community has tried for years to have CalRecycle address this ongoing crisis. But even with last summer's closure of California's largest chain of almost 300 recycling centers owned by Replanet, CalRecycle has remained unresponsive. So there's an economic component that needs to be understood to further an understanding and guide future decisions related to redemption centers. As previously noted, redemption centers depend upon the sale of the commodity material to recoup our costs. With the exception of that small processing payment for glass and plastic, there's no additional funding that is provided by CalRecycle to support HWMA's program. So using as an example, when a customer comes in to HWMA and they're going to redeem a pound of aluminum containers, they receive $1.65 in CRV payout. That is what HWMA pays the customer. HWMA is able to sell the aluminum material to a commodity broker for the scrap value of 40 cents a pound. This payment does not cover the cost of staffing, equipment, or shipping the material to market. So to make up the difference, HWMA has subsidized the Eureka Recycling Center to the amount of $673,000 annually from a $9.64 fee, which is placed on our solid waste tip fee. To use another example, because that is the high valued material, when a customer brings us 1 pound of peat plastic or 22.8 containers, HWMA is paying the customer $1.28 a pound. The scrap value that HWMA receives for that lower value is 8 cents a pound. As touched on a bit ago, beverage manufacturers are increasingly shifting to this lower valued material, which further compounds the cost as well as the loss. This table illustrates basically the net loss, the net or loss per ton for aluminum, glass, peat, and HDPE plastics. Humboldt Sanitation, Recology, and HWMA all incur higher freight to market costs due to our remote location as compared to centers near Sacramento, San Francisco, or Los Angeles. But even between us, we have individual operations and staffing, equipment, and our overhead costs differ. So I want to make it clear, this is specific to HWMA's facility. It does not reflect Humboldt Sanitation or Recology's facilities. One example is salary and compensation. Recology's is their Fortuna and Redway sites are union. HWMA and Humboldt Sanitation are non-union. These lower tech operations that are being operated up in Del Norte County, which is essentially a portable carport cover with a cargo container and operating in a parking lot with no rent, has far lower overhead than a CRV redemption center, which is co-located at a transfer station like HWMA, Humboldt Sanitation, or Recology. And of course, some facilities are eligible for CalRecycle subsidy of handling fees to offset the loss. HWMA and Recology do not receive that particular funding. And so part of the question that the public and local elected officials need to ponder is, what is the willingness and the threshold to charge trash customers in order to fund CRV buyback activities and to continue to prop up the state CRV program? The state of CRV redemption is adversely affecting California residents and businesses. CalRecycle collects over $1.6 billion annually of consumer monies, and CalRecycle uses the collected monies to operate their programs. While recycling centers are paying the consumers for their CRV containers, and then we recover the operational cost from the sale of the materials. We are encouraging the Board of Supervisors to consider submitting a letter to our state representatives, the governor, CSAC, California League of Cities, and RCRC and Governor Newsom to express the need for comprehensive legislative intervention and reform. It is the combination of the state CRV program design and the recycling market's slow economic collapse for the reason of where we are today. Allowing retailers to opt out to reduce the processing and handling fees to recyclers and the collapse of the commodities market has exposed all of the CRV program vulnerabilities. Responding to the pandemic, the labor shortages that we've experienced, and the fires that have cut off transportation to our disposal sites has only aggravated some of the challenges that have been faced by the waste haulers and transfer stations over the past several months. At this juncture, it's been an unsustainable program that is just inherently unfair to California residents who deserve to collect their deposits fees. And unless customers are able to redeem the containers, the deposit fee essentially becomes a tax. And it's an economic hardship to those who can least afford it. And this is sincerely a program which is in desperate need of reform. So the state responded late last year in approving a pilot project, which is requiring that local jurisdictions and recycling center operators work closely together in order to provide more redemption opportunities for consumers. The jurisdictions need to meet a certain eligibility requirement and then apply for the pilot project. And each jurisdiction itself must have an approved pilot project recycler. A combination of jurisdictions may complete and attach supporting information into a singular application. Supervisor Bohn was on a call with me yesterday with Senator McGuire and his staff and Assemblymember Woods' staff, and we did talk about this pilot project opportunity and the jurisdiction requirement to apply. If CalRecycle approves the pilot project proposal, development of a budget and work plan would then be required for review and approval. Approved projects are eligible to receive up to $1 million in funding in order to offset eligible costs that are incurred through July of 2022, which is about 20 months from now. After the grant timeline terminates, the pilot project funding and the allowances such as appointments or modified operating hours, processing and handling fees will revert to the current state that we have today. It is important that we develop a proposal which addresses operational, logistical, staffing, and fiscal considerations. HWMA, Humboldt Sanitation, and Recology have always had a really positive work relationship, and we are willing to work together. HWMA has been investigating a multi-pronged approach to enable multiple redemption locations by encouraging Humboldt Sanitation and Recology and other potential recyclers to reconsider entering the CRV operations, ideally by appointment, and the possibility of securing automated reverse vending machines that could be placed at either various grocery stores or at city and county locations on these publicly owned properties. We're still in the preliminary stage of information gathering. HWMA is aware that CalRecycle has sent notices to grocers of their obligation to redeem these containers. And in the last month, we have met with 3 other entities, actually a little bit more than a month, a couple of months now. We've met with 3 other entities potentially interested in establishing redemption centers here in Humboldt, but their interest has waned after identifying a lack of a return to investment. The strength of the pilot project concept is that it supports establishing collection sites. Its weakness is that it is a program which ends in a little over a year and doesn't address the failing commodities market. And a proposal that is not well thought out may not be deemed competitive or innovative like CalRecycle is looking for. And if it's approved, it may still be forced to close if we don't see the rebounding of the state commodities market. And, you know, in the interest of principle and transparency, the answer for local CRV services shouldn't be, you know, borne by shifting costs further on to trash customers. So the first step for being able to move forward will be for jurisdictions to submit a pilot project application and to work with recyclers. We are requesting that the board direct the CAO's office to assist in the coordination and preparation of the pilot project jurisdiction application for the unincorporated portions of Humboldt County, and that would include McKinleyville and Redway. HWMA will need to work with the city of Eureka for them to sponsor, as we are within their jurisdiction. And it would be the same for Fortuna, potentially working with Recology, Eel River, because they are, again, in their jurisdiction. HWMA's board of directors would then consider putting together a recycler's pilot project proposal with the development of an operations plan and complete the training voucher in order to submit the application to CalRecycle. I do want to note that that pretty much concludes my presentation, but I want to note that Linda Wise, General Manager with Recology, is viewing the presentation. I believe that Tasha Eisner of Humboldt Sanitation was there. She had another meeting she was trying to juggle between. And we also have Joe Perez with Tamora. They are the reverse vending machine manufacturer. He is also available and they may want to address the board. I do want to note that Joe previously worked for Replanet, which was the state's largest recycling chain of recyclers that had gone out of business. As a result of the current status. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Jill. I really appreciate it. Back on here. Thank you. Really appreciate it. To the board, do you want to talk with Jill now or hear from Linda and Joe? I personally would like to hear, yes, Supervisor Bohn.
Well, I've been on numerous phone calls with our state officials, and the pilot program was, and just so we know, just the board did vote to decertify. I dissented on that because I thought we could do better or try to do better, and I was, guess not. I think what I'd like to do, you know, and I appreciate Tasha and Linda and the vending machine guy for being here. But I think what we need to do is, at the end of the day here, to be upfront, is we need to tell the people of Humboldt County, we are not going to have CRV buyback in Humboldt County for at least 180 days. I think would be fair, because I mean, we were offered we were offered the pilot program. We talk about when the pilot program ends, because a pilot program, if it's successful, doesn't end. It now becomes a program that becomes sustainable through funding, through Cal Recycle and anything else. So to say it's got a drop dead date, I'm and maybe I misunderstood Senator McGuire when he said this the other day, because he's been both him and Assemblyman Woodstaff has been bending over backwards for our 100 and, you know, because our small county, to try to find something. And I know everybody's getting these phone calls, and I know I'm frustrating the hell out of Jill, but I apologize for that. But we tried it for 3 days. It didn't work. I appreciate Tom Matson for stepping up and said he would do traffic control. We could stage people, do it like the old gas days, do it like, you know, probably, I don't know who's old enough to remember that, but where we went by alphabetical. And, you know, because there is there's such a big volume out there. So we keep hearing there's such a huge volume, we can't handle it. And it's just kind of, I use the same analogy I always use it. You eat an elephant one bite at a time. And if we're going to get to it, we're going to have to. It's like a big road slide. If we don't start digging out the first shovelful, we're never going to get the road open. And I would like, but I think we need to be honest with with the people that we're not going to have it for 180 days, which could be good. Maybe people will change their buying habits, so we don't have all these cans and plastic bottles along those lines. So I don't know, but if I get an answer on that, because I don't see the machine manufacturer being able to put in machines, and I in Oregon they work pretty well, as Supervisor Madrone has brought up, and we've all seen, but they also get 10 cents a can up. So they get twice as much for their money and for their cans, and they're not the complete answer. But maybe it's something we can do in conjunction with a pilot program. But pilot programs, if they're successful, don't just stop. They are continued on because they seem to work. I know we were offered the pilot program before we decertified back this summer, and now we're still just talking about it when there was a rural chance for us to get $1 million. I mean, San Francisco's getting by doing it with $1 million pilot program. So I just hope we can either do something for all these people or be really honest with them and tell them there is no way we are going to be able to allow it. And that's, I think that's just being fair to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jill, for being on. And I think this is the first time I've actually used the little button that's recording Zoom, because as many people as call us and want information or send us emails, this is going to be incredibly helpful. It still doesn't make us feel a whole lot better, I don't think, but the emails about where's the county putting that money, you know, you're spending our money. It's like, no, it's not us. So my main question at the moment is, who does Cal Recycle report to? Because to me, they don't seem to be very much of a team player, and it's very frustrating just to have to go through some strange process just to try to do something that seems to, you know, they're seeming to be an impediment. So I don't know who people can complain to regarding Cal Recycle, but I've had several people ask, and I know that I've used their name often in what's totally wrong with this picture. So I'd be curious of Jill's thoughts on or comments on that. And also I would like to hear from the vending, Joe
Yes.
the vending guy.
Joe Perez, yeah.
There you go. So I am interested in hearing more about that as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. I agree with you. I would like to hear from Joe and Linda and Tasha as well. But I do want to echo what you said about Cal Recycle. And I want to know what they're doing with all that money that comes to them from all of the brewers and the bottlers and everybody else. So how do we know that? And who do they report to, Joe?
They are a California state agency, and they respond to the California state legislature. And there have been numerous bills that have been proposed and, unfortunately defeated over the last couple of years, trying to, address this particular issue. The lobbying interest is pretty intense, with our state officials, but Cal Recycle is responsive to our state legislature. I do want to note that one of the key differences between Oregon and California's redemption value program is that Oregon built in the fact that it's essentially an extended producer's responsibility. So the beverage manufacturers have actual skin in the game, whereas they were exempted from the process. And it's one of the underlying structural reasons why this program hasn't worked very well. So with respect to the pilot program won't go away, it actually does go away. And basically the provisions that we would be allowed to operate will expire. That's actually written into the legislature, into the legislation, and that's part of what we've had conversations with. I do want to give Amy just a quick apology, because it was a result of the conversation yesterday, actually in preparing for that conversation yesterday, that we realized that we didn't get provided the entire application packet. And so it's been pretty frantic trying to figure out. We got handed a piece, and it's actually a two-part application packet. We've had numerous conversations with Cal Recycle, and I suspect that they thought that HWMA was a jurisdiction, and we're not actually a jurisdiction. We're a joint powers authority. And I know I've made several corrections in different conversations that I've had with them, and I thought that maybe they finally got it, but they believe that we are the county providing trash services. And I know that folks who serve on JPAs understand that that does happen. I would encourage the chair to request Joe Perez and Linda, if she's available still.
Thank you very much, Linda, Jill. So yes, please, Joe, if you're joining us by phone, I guess I don't see you in the attendees.
In the public.
In the public, okay, great. Joe Perez, this might be you? Yeah, there. Welcome, Joe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, better yet, can you see me?
We can see you now too. Excellent.
Awesome. Hello, welcome. Thank you for bringing me on this morning. I'm just here to answer any questions. So we operate recycling technology throughout the country, throughout the world, quite frankly. So we provide reverse vending technology, primarily to grocers, but we do partner with operators throughout the country. As Jill mentioned, OBRC is one of our customers and partners. We provide all the reverse vending solutions for them. So really just here to answer any questions and provide any information.
Okay, well, can you just give a quick rundown of what those automated machines do?
So the reverse vending machines can be placed within a retail center, and they capture all the CRV commodity. So plastic, aluminum, glass can be recycled into the machines. And then the store at that point can have them recycled at a redemption center or partner with a processor to take on all the empties.
And so would it be would the proposed system require the stores to have those, or would it be up to the stores as whether or not they were going to have them?
So the way it works in other states, not necessarily here in California, but in other states, there's a return to retail model where we partner directly with the retailer. The retailer has the obligation to place machines, and that's the way they operate. Here in California, it's a little different, but we could look at a pilot where we could partner with grocers within the certain unserved zones to see if we could put a program together to start collecting those CRV bottles and cans. We could also look at partnering with operators. So somebody that's operating a brick and mortar type solution that would like to introduce automation to collect the bottles and cans, we could look at those options as well.
So for the layperson who's got a pile of plastic bottles or aluminum cans, they go to the store and they throw these in a bin and they get their money?
You walk right in, it looks like a glorified Coke machine. There's a nice hole there, receptacle, and you just place your bottles one at a time. It takes them, recycles them, and then it gives you a nice voucher that you take over to the register to get your nickels and dimes back.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Joe. Any questions from anyone else on the board regarding this? Okay. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. Maybe you can hang by in case the questions do come up later. Let's hear from Linda. Linda, are you there? Linda Wise?
She's also on the public line.
Okay. Ryan will bring her in.
Do we know the last four of Linda's phone number? There's several public callers.
She's 2375.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jill.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Good.
I'm unmuted. Here I am.
There you are, Linda. Good morning.
Good morning. And I appreciate you taking the time to have this presentation today to garner a greater understanding of what the issues are with CRV buyback. I've attended some of these reverse vending machine seminars, and I see them as a really good possibility for where the state may be going in the future. I think it's really important that whatever we do as far as the grant program, which Recology would help the entire community, and HWMA and Humboldt Sanitation too, to try to support to make sure this happens. Whatever we do, it should be something that is easily understood and that can be sustainable. The one thing that concerns me the most is that the fact that the CRV system, its failure, has left people with the impression that recycling isn't worth it, and it still is, and that the materials that they're paying CRV buyback on is completely lost. There still are collections at the transfer stations to take that material to be processed and sent to market, as well as in their blue cans. I know that those of you that sat on the Waste Authority and RECs have seen that what we do is if we do receive any CRV buyback funds, we put it straight towards the recycling processing fees. So it's not completely lost. It's another aspect that I think should be explained to the public in conjunction with what's happening in the next 180 days. One of the things that really disappoints me is that I wish Cal Recycle would talk about what their plans are in the future with CRV buyback and what kind of input that they want from the community to make the program better. And if there's some way for someone other than myself to make that, or Recology to make that recommendation, I think that would be something that would make this all go better. I'll let you know that at the Fortuna transfer station last year, before COVID, we took in 416 tons of material. And I've kind of run some rough calculations of what the cost of doing that is after the money that we bring in. We're talking $218 a ton for us to be able to process that material. And that does get passed off to the garbage through the garbage fees. So there is a large cost for this. And we'd like to have a more transparent way of explaining it to the public so that people understand that it's a costly system.
So let me just do a little clarification here. Right now, we're talking about the buyback program, but if people have a whole bunch of plastic bottles or aluminum cans, they can still bring them to be recycled. They just don't get paid for the CRV value.
That's correct.
That's right.
They can stay out of the waste stream. They can. I mean, to be frank, I know that there are quite a number of people who make extra money by picking up what people leave aside, go through garbage cans and find these because the money part is important to them. But if you can't afford it, and if you don't want them sitting around, you can still recycle them. You just can't get paid back.
Exactly. And whatever we account for those revenues quite transparently through our annual recycling processing fees.
Great. Okay. So that's where you get that little bit of extra, is for people who didn't actually ask for reimbursement.
Right.
Well, thank you, Linda. So you mentioned, and this is for all three of you, or at least both you and Jill, mentioned 180 days. That is the amount of time it would take to get certified for this pilot program. Is that it?
Theoretically. Theoretically.
Okay.
Yeah. That's not a guarantee because pilot project would be reviewed, and then Cal Recycle would have to decide whether or not they're going to approve it. They have 5 slots. But even though I'm aware of one proposer that was granted earlier in the year, and after going through all the process, they've reevaluated, and basically they are pulling back from participation in the pilot project because the return on investment simply isn't there. So, frankly, the pilot project helps to enable the development of more collection sites. It's not fundamentally addressing the problem of the commodities market and the fact that there's an ongoing loss. And so while I think it was something that was, necessary, when they started putting it together about 1.5 years ago, but the commodities market has continued to decline. The other piece that is there, and we're going to be working with McGuire's office on this, is that the requirement to submit the application from the recyclers is that we have to be pre-certified. We have to have a voucher. And Cal Recycle currently has all of their trainings on hold because of COVID and the shelter in place. So it would be really nice to say, 180 days, we're there, we're ready to rock and roll. But there's just a number of things. And I know Rex is like, you're throwing obstacles up, and they're not obstacles. We're trying to figure out how to navigate these things. So we sent a copy of the letter that was approved by our chair and the board excuse me, I'm losing my earpiece here, to the CAO and to Director Mattson. And we are still asking that the board consider sending a letter to the state representatives, as well as CSAC and California League of Cities and RCRC. And I know that all of them are really wrestling with this. They've got a number of work groups that are trying to address the lack of adequate CRV redemption opportunities for California residents. So I don't want that to get lost. I would strongly encourage the board to consider that, in addition to deciding whether the county would like to assist in putting together an application for the unincorporated areas.
Thank you very much, Jill. Supervisor Bohn, you had your hand up, and Supervisor Madrone.
And I was just going to say, I think pilot programs, I know they have an end date, but I think I'm surely not going to say Cal Recycle's doing this for the benefit of us. And I keep hearing if Cal Recycle gives us a whole bunch of money, we can make it happen. But we're 135,000 people in a state of 40 million. So I can't imagine the pilot program's up to 1 million, and I'm hearing it won't be enough. And I think what pilot programs do is what they're trying to do. And when they started this year and a half ago, I think what they're trying to do is get a pilot program so we could look at 5, maybe they'll expand it now that, but 5, and then that gives, one of them really works well, convenient, easy. Maybe we work with the homeless population to do it, and give them jobs. We do this with, the city has their uplift. We've got our back to work program at the county. So maybe we could do something like this. But what this does, it allows the legislature to look at this and go, instead of just saying, hey, let's try this and see if it works. Hey, this has been tested and done, and this does work, and it works in little Humboldt County, and it may work in a lot of other rural counties, and it may ramp up for bigger counties. So I think that's what pilot programs do, is I think it's kind of like a testing ground. So I still think, and the 180 days, I am just wanting people to know through the winter, do not save your cans, because and I didn't say we'll have it in 100 days. It's going to be at least 180 days. And as Executive Director Duffy says, that is no guarantee at all. And I don't see it in 180 days. But I think the phone calls we get, everything we get, I think we need to be fair to our public, because I know I get 6 or 8 to 10 phone calls a day, text, emails, what's going on. And then you have to call them back, explain it. And it's very, very involved. And it's the easy answer is to blame it on Cal Recycle, but I don't know if that's the easy way out, but I think we have to work out how can we do it. And you're right, the people have, I think there's 196 cans a year pay for the extra garbage that the fee we put on to do recycling, which also includes mattresses and some of the other stuff. So I think all in all, Humboldt Waste Management does a great job. Recology, where they do it drives me nuts every time I have to pick up a mattress and run it down there, considering that's a free drop off, folks. You can't believe how many mattresses I pick up, but people throw them on the side of the road. It's a free drop off. And then same thing within Eureka, when you pick up an appliance, when you get 1 or 2 bulky items a year, you just put it at the curb and they come pick them up in certain areas. So I think HWMA does a great job. I think Executive Director Duffy does a great job, but I don't think we're being fully transparent. We need to let people know it ain't going to happen if it's not going to happen, because maybe they can pack up and take it at Christmas time when they go visit their kids in Oregon or wherever they go or whatever they do. But I think we should let them plan for it.
Okay, so we have Supervisor Madrone. And then Jill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So first of all, Jill, thank you for that excellent presentation. Really covered a lot of depth and breadth of the issue, and I learned a lot, and I very, very much appreciate that. And I'm sure others watching, listening, not only today, but people go to this archive, hundreds of people go to the archive, and we'll learn from that. So thank you for putting that together. Basically, we're going to have to figure something out for the next 180 days, no matter what future changes happen. I certainly support the idea of the pilot project proposal. So for the next 180 days, how is it that Crescent City is able to do that pop-up? I heard that you had asked and were told, no, you can't do pop-ups, but yet they're doing it. So I'd like to learn a little more about how that works. It may be that they're simply closer to Highway 5, and so their shipping cost is not quite so much, but it's still about the same amount of time as going over 299. So clarification there would be great. And ultimately, it seems to me it is going to take some public pressure to get this significant changes to happen at the state level with Cal Recycle. It was pointed out that Oregon, their process, as Supervisor Bohn mentioned, it's not only 10 cents per can or whatever, but it's also, as you said, the producers are forced to take on responsibility for the products they produce. Now that's just That is so common sense. I mean, okay. So how do we get that? Well, that's public pressure. So, I'm imagining this scenario where CSAC and RCRC and our Board of Supervisors put out the call, and we all take not our glass, that's breakable, but our cans and our plastic, and we go to Sacramento and we drop them all off on the front door of Cal Recycle and the governor's office and our assemblyman's office and our senator's office, and just take them and drop them off. Here you go. Where's the program? What does it take to create enough public pressure to ultimately get those changes? I'm ready to do that. Now, I appreciate what was pointed out, that yes, we can at least get this stuff recycled. We don't get the money back, but either stop collecting the money or something. There's some short-term things that I think could happen, and that's probably going to take a lot of public pressure to make that happen. But in the meanwhile, maybe also doing some pilots with reverse vending, which is very successful in Oregon as well. Maybe we can work with grocers in Humboldt County, put the call out and say, hey, if you're a grocer, Eureka Natural Foods or the Co-op or Murphy's or whoever, we would like to work with you. Would you and this manufacturer who's on the call today be willing to do a pilot reverse vending program in Humboldt County? Can we do that, right? We've got the people on the call here to make that happen probably. So those are the short-term things. But I would also like to make a motion. We have the ability to take an action here today with the way this agenda item was designed. And I would move that we authorize moving forward with the pilot project regional proposal, working with all our recyclers so that we make sure that Recology and Humboldt Sanitation and everybody are getting their input into how to make this work. Linda pointed out some concerns, and I'm sure Tasha also probably has some. I'm sure we can figure that out. So I would very much like to see that happen. So I'd move that we do that. And I move that we, that the CIO put a letter together to Cal Recycle, the governor, the senator, or assemblyman, to change the laws like Oregon's laws in moving towards producer responsibility. So those are the things I would put forward. Thank you.
I'll second the motion if it's all right, then at some point I can speak to that.
Thank you. Did you want to speak to that? Did you say, Supervisor Wilson, or you wanted? Yeah. Go ahead,
I'm good with these actions. I would ask that, as part of this, we really, I think Supervisor Bohn really was the only point at which he was mentioned reduction versus recycle. And I just have to say, we're talking about single-use containers, which in essence, in our society, for the most part, and well, there are applications, are luxury and convenience items, right? And we're talking about some, and from an efficiency perspective of delivery of liquid, which is all these things do, is, causing, takes a lot of energy and has huge carbon footprint, not just with the recycling part, but just in general. I just want to point out that we, and Jill mentioned, our transition to this growth of this industry, which is just kind of it's just sort of happened, right? And it's become overwhelming. And I do think we do need a component where we really talk about reduction, and that people are consuming these things and then they're piling up. But is that really the best way for people to spend money or to really sort of organize how they consume liquids in their day, and what are they consuming, to be quite honest? That's a whole nother discussion, and we have a debate once a year over the soda tax and sort of the impacts of what's being consumed in this system that we're talking about, and sort of its impacts not just on the environment but people's health. and we've had big discussions about water and delivery of water and what's in these containers. And so I think, we're kind of having a bit of outrage about this situation about returning and recycling containers, and not enough discussion about how we produce and have less containers, I think is part of that. And I just want to make sure that that's in there. I support the motion, I support that direction, but I want to just make sure we don't miss like the root of that. And part of that too, I want to ask this question about in terms of numbers, and Jill might have this, in terms of percent of the county, what percent of households are already have mandated pickup for recycling that we don't pay? I mean, we don't get money back from that. And does that subsidize in some way the part of the county that doesn't have that's not required to have pickup? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm kind of wondering, and should we be really looking more and more at expanding our required pickup? Because again, it's like, the efficiency of gathering those materials, in places where we have higher density, is that then, and we're not getting any money back necessarily. Is that part of that? Are we then subsidizing then those buyback programs in terms of? And I was just kind of wondering, is that how it works, or am I wrong on that, or not wrong? I'm not even assuming. I just want to ask the question.
If it's
well, thank you, Super. Okay, so absolutely, Director Duffy as well as Linda wanted to respond to that. So
so I'm gonna try to hit on a few things. One is that Rex identified the mattress recycling program. And what I just want to note was that is a program that was designed correctly. We don't actually subsidize the mattress recycling program because it is born on the extended producer responsibility program. So when you, as a consumer, buy a mattress, you pay your $11 a unit, and then part of the process is that when you bring it to a certified mattress recycler like us, we are already receiving a portion of that payment to offset our operational cost. We're not subsidizing, kind of, but not even tires. Tires was older also. These older programs still had a vulnerability, if you will. And I think that Cal Recycle has learned, they've been trying to deal with that with respect to carpets as well as the mattresses, but I think mattresses are the ones that are actually getting it right. So I do want to note that they are actually an example of a program that was designed correctly for that. I don't want to lose the fact that, the underlying issue as far as the viability of CRV centers is because of the commodities market. If we were looking at 75 cents a pound that we were getting in scrap value, we would still be low, but we would be doing a lot better than what we are right now. So to speak to Supervisor Fennell's question about, well, why is it different up in Crescent City? They are operating in a parking lot with a portable car port, and they are a certified redemption center. Their employees make minimum wage. There's no benefits, and their overall overhead is considerably less than what we have with all of our equipment, our overhead, and the fact that we pay our employees higher than minimum wage because that's what we've had to do in order to retain our employees. We have huge turnover in the recycling center with our entry-level positions, as well as we're a governmental entity, so they're PERS. So we have additional costs to operate our facility that they simply don't experience up at the Hambro site. And I will tell you that Dave Slagle and Randy Scott from Hambro have been really amazing. We've had lots of conversations trying to figure out maybe there's a way to fold them in here. They took a look at the numbers. It's simply not economically feasible for them for the amount of investment that they would have to make to come into to do things. To speak to the point that Mike just brought up, well, twofold, is one of the things that we found while we started doing some analyses. our transaction levels with the closures of all of the local recycling centers, our transactional levels have gone up. That's to be expected. Our CRV payout has gone up, but our material weight, when we look at the same time period, has gone down. Why is the material weight going down? And what we've seen over the years is, this sort of thing where material starts dropping because the beverage manufacturers are shifting to plastic. So that higher valued material like aluminum is being phased out. And so that is a really important component when we talk about zero waste strategies and the importance of manufacturers. To go back to Mike's question, it's actually twofold. First and foremost, the $9.64 a ton that is collected on trash. So if you bring your material down to HWMA, or if you have pickup service at the curb, you're paying $9.64 a ton in trash. So it comes out to like 15 cents a container. We also have the curbside recyclable collection program. And so it's mandatory in Eureka, and then you have Arcata services. Some places in the county are voluntary. Those customers are paying the equivalent of, I think it's $74.64 a ton for that material. That does not support the CRV program. The CRV program is being supported on the trash line item. And your material that you're putting out at the can, in the blue can, gray if you're in McKinleyville, is specific to the processing cost for the curbside collected recyclables. The agreement that HWMA has with Recology for the processing services that they perform at the Samoa Recovery Center is that once a year we take a look at the overall cost and revenue, and that's how we will negotiate any sort of adjustments in cost. If higher valued materials are coming in, then that ends up being a credit and we see an overall reduction. And so, there's the benefit. That was never envisioned when Cal Recycle was putting together the beverage container program, because at that juncture, you didn't have curbside collection in communities. And so as communities have been shifting to mandatory curbside collection of recyclable materials, CRV still kind of falls into this no man's land. People are paying a nickel. They expect to get that nickel back, but then they're still paying for recyclable materials at the curb. So we've created two tiers of material, one with perceived value of 5 cents a container, and the other one that you're paying to have hauled away. It's still getting processed, and it's the same material. It's still aluminum, it's still plastic, it's still glass and cardboard. It's nobody would intentionally design a program like this. It's kind of a hodgepodge.
I got to tell you, Jill, we have to reflect on what is actually happening with all this material. Why is it that it's lost its value? And what pressure does that put on the planet in general in terms of recycling? What's happening to all this material? Some of it is really, in the long run, winding up as trash. It's not really recyclable because it can't be used for hardly anything. So that's a whole other thing. Then did you want to weigh in on that question regarding the costs and et cetera?
Well, yeah, again, I think that Jill's explanation about, what happens to the CRV if it does come in through the blue can and where that goes. I did want to mention the thing about getting to zero waste is such an important concept that should be running hand in hand with this. Recycling is of CRV beverage containers is just a very small proportion of the waste stream. And you're exactly right. And there were some legislation that got introduced this last year that barely failed. They were called circular economy bills that went through the Senate and the Assembly and the state level to start addressing the problems of plastics, and us being able to take care of our own commodities here domestically and processing them here. One of the measures failed by only 4 votes. And this was just this last legislative term on the 31st of August. There is a bill, there is an initiative that's going to be put on the 2022 ballot that has to do with reducing plastic and plastic responsibility. It is just rampant, the plastic and the issues that we have with that. This is the only way that we're going to be able to get a hold of it and be able to handle it properly and responsibly, not just in California, but all over. So there are measures there. There's some hope there to look forward to. So if we could plug that, that would be really wonderful. So maybe we could get back to doing these refillable containers, you know, that we hear about a lot.
Thank you, Linda. Supervisor Bass, you've been waiting quite a while there.
It's all right. I think it was pretty much answered by one of the other speakers. It's like, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Supervisor Bohn.
Well, and I think, and I'm going to tell everybody when this COVID thing is when and if we ever get a handle on it, Recology has recycling days. They have their efforts. I've been out to breakfast there a couple times, lunch, and they show the line. They show how they go through everything to take as much out of the waste stream if they can.
Right.
And they get 80, 90, 100 people show up. And it's, I mean, I've got toothpaste tablets now. I'm almost out of wooden spoons that you get through eating and you eat the spoon, so you're not having a plastic spoon. But Linda has been in the forefront of, Mike, what you're looking for, what we're all looking for, but what you mentioned, Recology, which you wouldn't think the garbage company would want to do this, but they have been so forefront, and Linda's been a champion in this. And she just said this, she would love to get rid of the plastic. She would, I mean, that's not part of things they put. And I think everybody has to realize when we put it in that little container out front and it gets hauled away, it gets reused. Because in 1986, we can all say in 1986, this was the worst program. I remember when this happened, and I'm just young enough. My dad owned a corner grocery store, and for 4 hours every Saturday, I would unload anywhere between 8 to 14 carts of bottles in the distributors area. So 7-Up would have here, Pepsi would have theirs, Coca-Cola would have theirs, and then they could come and get them. I remember it like tomorrow, like yesterday. So I think as we move this forward, in 86, this was a life-changing program. 35 years later, we can tell them how stupid they were. And that's, you know, but I don't think. And so we have to adjust this program. And as Mike said, send the letters, do what we can. But I think we have to realize both with the help of HWMA and Recology, they have been in the forefront of what you're asking for, Mike, what we are all asking for. I mean, this is Humboldt County. Of course, we've been trying to get this stuff. So I just think that should be recognized. And I don't know how many of you have been to the Smollett facility, but it's pretty cool. And when she goes out there, she asks people, it's amazing what they recycle and what they do. It's quite a deal. So thanks.
Thank you. Jill?
I just want to express my appreciation. Linda and I talk pretty frequently, as does Tasha as well. But Linda and I recognize that these are pretty painful conversations that we're having to have. And certainly the current state of the recycling commodities market is driving a lot of really, really difficult conversations. So it's not just CRV, it's also the responsibility of, how we are managing our curbside collected materials. And so it's great that we've got these curbside collection materials, but I do not want to let this opportunity be lost to tell people that people are putting literal garbage into their recycling containers. So when Linda is performing their regular audits, up to 23-25% of material that are in these carts is actually trash, and that then contaminates the other recyclable materials. And so we're taking that on the back end, and we're having to, pay even more to, get rid of it, because now it's gone through a processor and we still have to dispose of it. So the discussions around material management are boring for most people. Nobody wants to talk about their trash. It's kind of like water and wastewater. It's, one of the reasons why I found this particular field very intriguing. We all expect that we can just drop it off at our curb, or we can, take it over to a transfer station and it magically disappears. But I will tell you, there are so many different, programs and responsibility that the jurisdictions that are being required to comply with. And so it's, there's a lot that's out there, and we really appreciate the opportunity to have the conversation with the board to explain why CRV is in the state that it is in, and also the importance of making sure that people are recycling smart and not throwing garbage or wishful items into their containers.
Thank you, Jill. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I just want to offer a friendly amendment to the motion that we also ask staff to review our current legislative agenda, and if based on this conversation today there are any updates required, that they get those into our legislative agenda. That's my addition.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to public for any public comment on this item. Ryan, if you will take a look at that and also put out the instructions again, please.
Yes, Chair Fennell. I don't see any hands up in the public queue, but again, I would remind people they just need to push *9 on their keypad. That will raise their hand, and then we can call on them.
Thank you.
There we are.
We do have one caller would like to speak on this item. So you have number 3285. Welcome.
Hi, this is Tasha Eisner with Humboldt Sanitation. I just wanted to let the board know that I'm here. So I apologize, I missed some of Jill's presentation. I was on another meeting, but just wanted to put out there that Humboldt Sanitation has been working closely with HWMA and Recology, and we would like to, continue to move forward with CRV and be helpful in any way that we can, as long as it makes sense. And I do think this pilot program is something that we should look into and move forward with, and we're happy to be a part of. I do think that we need to consider the overall strategy for recycling and not just CRV. So I do think the focus needs to be on, when this pilot program ends, that we still make sure we have a sustainable program in place to move forward with, and that may not be the existing structure that we currently have for CRV. And then just say that if there's any questions that anyone has for me, I'm here to answer those as well.
Thank you so much. Glad to know you're here, Tasha. Any other public comments on this item?
Chair Fennell, I would say that concludes public comment. We did just have one other person come in, so I'd give them a second to raise their hand. And again, you just push *9 on the keypad.
And this is for comments on the CRV and HWMA presentation. Okay, I think we don't have any further public comment. So we'll bring it back to the board. Did anybody have any questions for Tasha, since she's still here? Supervisor Bohn?
On this motion, are we going to let the people, we still need to let the people know not to expect any CRV redemption in Humboldt County for at least, and probably more, 180 days. And I think we have to put it out here so media picks it up. You're going to see it on the blogs and all the different sources they get it from. I just think people need to know so we can tell people, to be honest with them. I mean, telling them we're working on it is just as honest, but I mean, we need to put some sort of time frame on this so these people aren't piling this up next to their houses.
Yeah, Supervisor Bohn, you raise a huge question. I will say that a lot of the people that I've talked with about this issue do have stores of CRV materials waiting for when they're going to hand them in, and those stores are building. And it's important to them in terms of their income for some people. So how do we handle that? People are actually counting on the money that they would get for that CRV. And it's a sad state of affairs that we have to say we can't honor that state program right now. And you know, it occurred to me while we were talking, is there any way that we could determine how much money it would cost to actually give back those 5 cents? How much do we guess might be there for 180 days with the accumulation from COVID? And could we identify, I don't know, some environmental group or somebody who might be willing to chip in? Is that something we could do? I don't know. Is there a potential that we could get it underwritten while the state gets its situation in order, or is it all the process?
So I'm going to try to take a stab at that, and it's actually a really difficult one. We don't have a way to track the number of containers that are being sold in Humboldt County because it's the beverage manufacturers that are reporting the data to Cal Recycle. What I can tell you is that HWMA pays out approximately $1.5 million a year for CRV payments. That's just HWMA. That doesn't include what Humboldt Sanitation or what Recology in Fortuna and Redway are doing. The way the legislation is written is that if you are basically taking somebody's material and you're paying them, you are required to be a certified Cal Recycle recycler. So it's not as simple
everybody's
as
just certified now.
right. And you know, and you know, I've gotten a few phone calls from people saying, you know, I was approached by somebody about maybe I can pay them $10 and do this, and I said, you know, I'm just going to tell you what the regulations say. You actually have to be a certified, you know, recycler, and you know, just know that that's, you know, part of that process. I understand people are trying to find workarounds. You know, I can't tell you different as far as that, you know, but we don't really have a sense, and there is a lot of material that is now a backlog. I do want to clarify that, you know, kind of this multi-pronged approach that we've been talking conceptually, you know, would be having people with their, you know, let's say 50 cans, right? That they would be able to use those smaller reverse vending machine sites. Then the recycling centers like HWMA and HumSan and whatnot, that we would be able to take in those larger volumes. That allows us to have multiple redemption sites in a way that none of us are getting overwhelmed. And that's a really important you know, component to having both the accessibility in addition to being able to manage the volume of material. One of our challenges at HWMA, and I presume is probably the case with the other two, is storage. We can't store this stuff outside because it violates stormwater regulations. So, you know, we're trying to figure out how to kind of, you know, work. And that's why when we learned of the presentation by Tomra at the State Recycling Commission, I reached out and we were able to get a meeting very quickly. Joe and Ernie and a few of the other people that we spoke with, as well as Jules Bailey from the Oregon Beverage Container Recycling, they were amazing, very insightful. And, you know, it's like there's some innovation there. And that's why we're wanting to work on that. So I thank you again.
Thank you, Jill. Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I think Jill just mentioned innovation. And I think if we do let people know it's going to be at least 180 days, as Supervisor Bohn has suggested, I think you're going to see people, okay, let's hope they don't drive up individually, but there are a lot of people who actually work in Del Norte and drive to Del Norte on a regular business from Humboldt County. I can think of probably at least 5 offhand. I wouldn't be surprised if people start looking to folks that are making that trip to actually kind of move some of the product out of their garages. The Humboldt's just, we do that, we innovate. And if there's someone's going that way and you want to send it because you still want to get the CRV, I think people, are going to start being creative, but I think we do need to let them know it's not coming back anytime soon, because like all of you, I get the emails, the phone calls, and there's no good answer to tell them. And it would just, the easiest is, we're working on it, but don't expect to see anything for, 6 months. I'm sorry. And I think some people will find ways to eliminate it. We have our blue recycling bins. I use them frequently. And our green waste, and I really appreciate having those available. And I think some people may just also decide it's not worth cluttering up their garages anymore. But it is interesting that, this didn't start out as a tax, but that's effectively what it has become. And if they had just called it a tax in the first place, we wouldn't be going through this. So I see a lot of things that could have happened and how it could have been designed better. And I appreciate hearing more of the history today. It doesn't make me feel a whole lot better, but at least I understand it more. So thank you, Jill, and everyone else for providing some clarification today.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone, and then Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, well, looking at the hour, we've got 11 o'clock time certain, so I'm just going to wrap up my thoughts quickly. I just wanted to say thank you to Tasha and Linda. I'm not sure how much the community realizes how much both those businesses take in free garbage during our trash bashes and our community cleanups and a whole lot of other kinds of things. And I appreciate Tasha at the end there and others talking about, it's not just a CRV. We've got a whole recycling situation, a solid waste situation, changing of habits that we all need to be working on. There's a lot at play here, including moving towards better laws that have producer responsibility connected to things like the mattress program, as Jill pointed out. So I'll just close it out at that and thank our providers and say we probably ought to call the question, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bohn?
I think I would feel much more comfortable. I know it's not in the motion, but before we go on record of saying, hey, take her up to Del Norte to Hambro, I think Jill should probably contact them, because I think they will end up cutting theirs down to zip codes if we do that, because I can't imagine they have the storage. I don't imagine being closer to I-5 by that little bit, and it's going to Portland, is going to save them any amount of money compared to us. So I don't imagine that they're doing any better than we are by a few dollars an hour in labor and everything. So I would feel much more comfortable before we give that suggestion. We should probably ask them, hey, do you want this extra business? I know there are people going up there on a daily basis already, because they remind me every time they do it. But I would feel more comfortable that you at least ask our neighboring counties instead of just shipping them there, because I don't think they want ours either. But maybe they do. I haven't seen the ads in the paper anyway.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, and I just want to say, addressing Supervisor Bohn's suggestion, I think it was a suggestion about some sort of public service announcement or some sort of messaging about the situation. I would ask that HWMA take the lead on that. It would, because I don't know where we fit into that directly, and I do think it's of value, and I think we could be a partner in that. And I don't want to add it to the motion or anything, but I do agree with Supervisor Bohn that there does need to be some messaging about helping in that situation. And I don't know what that is at the moment, so I'm not going to get into the details. I just want to agree with him there.
So real quickly, you're looking at the one person who's been able to write any of the press releases or whatnot, and it's pretty time consumptive. Could I ask if maybe one of your staff members could provide some assistance? We can certainly issue it, Although I do think that some sort of a statement around CRV comprehensively for the county probably would be good coming out of the Board of Supervisors. We could certainly do it, but I could really use some help in developing some messaging, around that. We, got the talking points, but it is pretty time consumptive in light of the other things that I've got on my plate right now.
Okay, well, perhaps we could hear from CEO Nelson if we can ask our PIO to help with that.
Sure, we can help.
Thank you,
Jill, with that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, great. So with that, Ryan, I'm going to ask you to do a roll call vote on this item, and you're clear on the item.
Yes, Chair Fennell, yes, I'm clear on the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vote. Thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Sure.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Thank you, everybody, for a very robust discussion. It's going to be a little hard to translate it to the public, but hopefully we'll be able to get some of the clarity out there. That will bring us to another time certain. I know we have another item on the agenda here, the amendment to the county ordinance regarding dispensaries, but we're going to go directly into our next time certain. And this comes to us from the Department of Public Works, and it is an adoption of the 2020 Humboldt County Facilities Master Plan. And we have Sean Meehan with us. I know that Director Mattson is here too, but I'll toss to you, Sean.
Great, thank you, Chair Fennell, Board of Supervisors. Sean Meehan here for Public Works Facilities this morning to present to you the highly anticipated 2020 Facilities Master Plan, also known as the FMP. I'd like to take a moment just at the top to thank all of my colleagues as well as our consultant KPA who worked on this. This is not just one person's effort or one department's effort. All the county departments participated in this very important initiative with regards to facilities. I'd also like to thank your board for supporting facilities management throughout the process. So with that said, I'm going to start sharing my screen and take you guys through the presentation. Okay, so just a quick note here at the top. This is going to be a very high level look. The FMP and all the supporting documents are well over 250 pages. So this is really going to be designed to just highlight the key points, the key takeaways that I'm sure will lead to a productive discussion on this. So getting a little bit of issue with my PDF. Okay. Apologies for that. So here's the outline of the presentation itself. We're going to start with a little bit of history. Then we're going to define the FMP, which I think is a key step for us. Then we're going to go over the goals of the FMP, the process, consultant recommendations, public input, and then finally staff recommendations. So a little bit of history. We have plans that go on file back to the mid-1960s as far as master planning efforts. The last version of a facilities master plan was completed in 2008. That was not adopted by the board at the time. Your board authorized staff to begin a assessment plan in 2017, and those efforts have continued through to today. So those previous planning efforts tended to be very highly detailed, sequential master planning efforts that had a long-term roster of projects to complete, typically over 20 to 30 years. And little to no success in executing those plans was had. And the reasons for that are hard to determine in retrospect, but I think that it has to do with the level of commitment and the fact that, things change over time. It's hard to to sustain support for major capital project investments. So what we've done with the 2020 FMP is a little bit different approach. This document is much more of a visioning document. This is really about defining some basic priorities and goals, proposing some projects that can, address those issues, but something that we can come back to and use the FMP as a benchmark to assess the viability of a certain project or maybe a small group of projects over time, rather than projecting out where we need to be 20 to 30 years, because really, honestly, these plans, they become outdated very quickly. So I'm not going to read each and every one of these goals, but I think I can summarize it by saying, again, it's about highlighting here basic facilities issues. What are the main challenges that we face? How can we address some of those challenges with projects? And then finally, how do we prioritize rolling out the projects and execution of the plan? I think the rest of the bullet points here, reducing operational costs, increasing energy efficiency, investing in county facilities for the greatest public benefit. These are all, pretty well supported. So an overview of the process real quickly, facility use review. This is largely completed by our consultant through questionnaires, interviews with county staff, discussing existing facilities, how they're used, how staff growth is projected to occur over the course of time. Local government outreach. So this is meetings, discussions with local cities, community service districts, other partner agencies, just to get the word out about the plan and to, try to look at maybe aligning some long-term goals. Our public outreach phase included some media coverage, press releases. We issued a 12-question survey to the public along with a little bit of a clarifying document, and that went out for 30 days. And then throughout this process, we had our consultant KPA survey and assess 45 of our most used facilities. They looked at structural systems, mechanical and electrical, just the basic, conditions of existing facilities as well as how they're being used. I want to stick with that facility assessment for just a moment here. I think this graph from the FMP is very telling. If you look at some of these percentages, almost 90% of our buildings were constructed prior to 1990. And so in that scenario, we simply have buildings that are aging out of their useful lives. Our deferred maintenance needs are in excess of 20 million. It might be as much as double that, to be honest with you. And so this really just underscores the need for new capital investment in newer projects and not, Band-Aid replacements on our facilities that are aging out. So it wouldn't be a facilities presentation without some pictures of very sad buildings. So here's some of the usual suspects in that realm: decaying structural members, rotting wood, hazardous materials of various types. This is just sort of the day-to-day stuff that we deal with in facilities. And I think it just, underscores the need for new investment. So our consultant recommendations, they came up with a list of projects, both renovation of existing projects. These are on the left-hand side of the slide, as well as new construction projects on the right. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but if you just sort of scroll through visually, you'll see this is kind of a who's who of, major county programs and buildings. We really need to pay attention to most of our county buildings and facilities and, move forward some projects to assist with those needs that they have. And so here's a snapshot from the FMP directly on the right-hand side. You can see this is kind of a matrix view of how our consultant has recommended this plan execution. And this really highlights the flexibility of this. There's not one specific project or projects to begin with and projects to end with. We could start with any of the projects that are shown here in the gray per our consultant's recommendations. And that would lead to different planning challenges and opportunities that would inform how we move through execution of the plan. So if we do take that first step, and it's really a first step which is required here, there will be long-term needs that we do need to consider in addition to those new construction and renovation projects. Some of those issues are outlined on the left-hand side. So swing space, that'll definitely be a long-term need. Swing space is temporary, flexible office space for staff that are impacted either by a renovation to their existing facility or a relocation project. We will definitely need additional facilities management staff, building maintenance staff, and capital project staff. We already have a significant backlog of projects, and so if we were to lump, the execution of this plan on top of it, that is really not a viable way to move forward. We need to shore up our staffing. This could also include the hiring of outside project management as well. And then also their continued investment in deferred maintenance and ADA projects. That's going to continue for some time. And we can't really put all of our eggs in the new construction basket. We have to continue to pay attention to those other needs, which will always be there, really. So a first step is needed. And what is that first step going to be? Well, the next few slides are some Photoshop efforts. These were done by the County Administrative Office. These are really not specific recommendations that we're bringing before your board today, but they're just illustrative of the possibilities that we could consider. The Public Defender Building, it's a really ideal site in terms of its relationship to the courthouse. It is a very old building with a lot of needs. It could be demolished. It could be, developed into a new center, new building. Potentially it could be sold. That's a pretty standard approach in master planning to look at properties, potentially sell off some properties to help fund these investments. I think there's a list of potential properties for sale in the staff report on this item, which we can discuss as well. Next up here is the Clark Complex. We get, an almost daily request for service calls, maintenance issues, and small projects at this facility. And it really needs attention in the very short term. Here are just some options, a potential new building where the planning and building wing currently sits, a renovation of sempervirens. These are supported really by staff and the public, and something that we're recommending here. And then finally, Public Works. This is where I work. Like many county programs, we have ADA issues, we have space issues, not enough room for staff, we have meeting space issues. So the current plan, really at the start of the FMP was the top right, which are modular buildings. And the county has a lot of modular buildings, but they're a bad value in construction. And so with the FMP, maybe we should consider other options with Public Works. Maybe this is a viable property that could be sold. Maybe it could be demolished and a new building constructed instead. So public input, as I said earlier, we went out to the public for 30 days. We got 262 responses, 13 hours of public comment. We reviewed all of the responses and analyzed them. And so I think we can summarize those findings in 6 key points here. First being for existing facilities, the public support renovations to mental health, sempervirens, and the Garberville DHHS. For new construction projects, the public recommends DHHS facilities in general be constructed, as well as the John Haynes Memorial Building Discovery Study and the one-stop permitting project, which your board has supported for some time. The public supports grouping facilities in multiple locations. So this is really mini campus approach rather than one major county campus, a long-term transition to greater ownership and less leased area, use of the county leasing corporation to lease space to county departments, which we have not done before. And then finally, their greater initial investment of facilities. So basically a bigger upfront cost to reduce the overall cost of plan implementation. So with all that said, in consideration of the work, the analysis put in to date, here are staff's recommendations. These are in the staff report as well. The first step, we're recommending relocating planning and building and public works land use from the Clark Complex, along with relocating environmental health from 100H Street. We would pursue landing these facilities as the one-stop permitting center in a large leased facility, of which we do have a few options locally to negotiate with. We also feel that there's enough space in those potential facilities that we could probably address the swing space needs as well if we were to move forward with adoption and execution of the plan. Part 2 of this would be to relocate the public defender to a suitable location. Ideally, that would be backfilling 100H Street if environmental health were to move as part of step 1, but there could be other suitable locations close to the courthouse as well. Then if that were to take place, the public defender building could either be sold or developed to support the goals of the FMP. And then finally here, as the Garberville mini campus project is completed next year, we are recommending that you'd fund and authorize staff to begin moving forward with the John Haynes Memorial Building Discovery Study. I'll say that in the public input phase that the citizens of Southern Humboldt were very supportive of that project. And of course, it would be great to be able to help the veterans meet their facility goals as well. So that concludes my presentation. I will stop the screen share and await further direction.
Thank you very much, Sean. That very much appreciate that. I'll just point out here when you showed that list of renovation or deferred maintenance and all of those other aspects, that was one list. And then on the other list were the priorities for new buildings. And I just want to underline that the John Haynes Memorial Building is right at the top of that list. There's been a lot of confusion about whether or not the county was paying attention to the needs of the veterans community in Southern Humboldt, and want to reassure people in that regard. Anyway, any other comments from the board before, or questions for Sean? Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you for this summary, because you know it's a pretty in-depth board report in terms of what's here and facilities review and stuff like that. So I think you did a good job. And for me, I just even though it's tangentially mentioned in here in terms of addressing employees' needs versus based on building safety, I do want to reemphasize, and I always do these things, is that employee retention and recruitment oftentimes has a lot to do with the space in which they work. And we've had some issues with that. And I think that this moves to really begin to address some of those things. And it impacts basically the efficiency and the work and what the county does in terms of its ability to really attract talent and people who want to be in these spaces for the better part of their week all the time. And so I think that's something that I want to emphasize. And then also with the this is a question, I think it's mentioned a bit in the staff report. There's a shift now that's being talked about in terms of workspace and in terms of working from home or not, or what does the future of office space really look like? And how do you feel like that this accommodates that discussion moving forward?
Yeah, so there was a mention of that issue, the potential for a telecommuting policy to come before your board. I do think that could potentially change the staff growth projections and certainly the needs for square footage. So that is really part of the decision-making process for making this a flexible plan that we bite off small chunks at a time and continually reassess those needs.
I think that is a huge issue, Sean, is how do we move forward with that, again, new reality. And this has been in the works, as you said, since 2017, and things have changed as you were putting it together. But you mentioned about there being potential locations if we were to, say, for instance, move the Clark complex or move the planning building, etc., out of that Clark complex. Are they sort of ready to be snapped up, or is this just a projection?
Well, I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but I think the primary spaces that we'd be looking at would be retail in nature. And large retail spaces, for the most part, are not in demand. So I believe we'll negotiate pretty good terms. And we have had some, very initial conversations to that effect. But yeah, I think that there are a couple of potential options out there that would be very good for the county.
That's great. Thank you, Sean. Supervisor Bass, Supervisor Bohn? I'm going to put this, go ahead, sorry.
Well, yeah, Sean, I know, and I think I have some ideas where you're talking about, but you may want to snap quick. There's a large retailer looking at the same site we are, so we may want to look at that if we're seriously thinking about it. And I think that site can actually be purchased, I believe, can't it? If we're talking, anyway. If we're going to move on something, but I think Supervisor Wilson made a great point. What are we going to do? I mean, I'd like to see people back to work, but I know I'm on the minority on that. I like to come to work and see what's going on, but that's just me. As we move forward, we have so many different things, and I guess this is both the Supervisor Fennell and you. A couple of the letters we got today signed by a few of the veterans, they just want to take their building back and control it themselves and not have us involved. I mean, are those outliers, or is that even a possibility? Because this has been going on for 6-7 years, or it seems like. So is that even an opportunity for them?
I can speak to that a little bit. I had a brief conversation with County Council earlier this year to that effect, and I sympathize with the plight of the veterans in that regard. I think there may be some legal hurdles there. As far as I understand it, we would have to sell those properties back at a fair market value. I think it requires a little bit more investigation on the part of council, but that's what I understand the main hurdle to be there.
Asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, thank you, Sean. Nice work, and all the staff that have worked on this. I think this is really quite a monumental day to be, looking at trying to help the county not only move into owning more facilities rather than leasing, which obviously is a better long-term investment for the taxpayer, but also, consolidating services, all the incredible opportunities that come with this potential with this master plan. I will say, I mean, from my perspective, I very much support that. And it always seemed to me that, we've got two really big lots that we have. We've got properties here, there, and all over, but we've got two really big lots that are whole blocks or more, like the block across the street from the courthouse, which has public health in it. And, in an ideal world, you could keep the public health building there while you build it a whole new facility on the parking lot, which would certainly shunt some parking out onto the streets for a period of construction time. But, you wouldn't even have to displace anybody while you did that per se, other than parking, and can create a consolidated DHHS complex there that would have mental health, behavioral health, public health, all of that together. And I say that because for the customers of these facilities, they often don't have transportation. Many customers rely on bus systems and things like that. And so having all of that concentrated downtown creates an easy access for customers that may or may not have personal transportation, which is kind of what you need to go up to the Clark complex or connect to a second bus system, right? If you're in Eureka, of course, you just get on the Eureka bus system. But if you're coming from anywhere else in the county to go get services from DHHS departments, you've got to make a 2-bus connection, which right now is 2 different bus passes, in fact, and all that kind of stuff. So, I liked what Supervisor Wilson was talking about, where we don't know what the future is going to be like exactly. Will we have a lot more working at home? Will there be more mass transit or mobility on demand transit services, more e-bikes, more e-cars? How's that all going to look and change? And so I'm sure we will designed for that. You know, we will think about those kinds of things in our designs and stuff. But when I think about clientele, you know, putting all those DHHS services downtown makes a lot of sense with a really robust Hope Center, not just a funky trailer, but a really robust Hope Center and places like that for the least amongst us in terms of what people have for themselves. And then the Clark complex, you could make that the entire one-stop shop. I mean, I understand the idea of moving all this to a leased facility in the short term, but again, that moves us into more leases, right? Rather than the overall goal here, which is to move away from leases. So I see it as a short-term measure, but in an ideal world, it'd be short-term while we used again the parking lot at the Clark complex to build a whole new facility while the planning department and mental health buildings are still there functioning during construction, right? And then you take them down afterwards to recreate the parking areas appropriately, et cetera. But, you know, the clientele for those services often do have personal transportation. I don't see a lot of people coming into the planning and building department getting off the bus, you know, per se, although they get off a couple blocks away or whatever. So just thinking about who uses what services, what options they have for transportation. And in that way, we're using two complete blocks that we own to create these complexes where we consolidate everything together. And so I like the vision. That's just some of the thoughts that I've put into it, talking with people and looking at things and being a customer, my family and myself over the years of various services of these different complexes. So, and then just a couple other quick points. There was a discrepancy between the staff report and attachment 1 in terms of the amount of properties that we own versus the number that we lease. In the, I believe it was in the staff report, it says 220 facilities, 140 of which are owned and 80 leased, whereas in attachment 1, it says 72 owned. So is it 140 or is it 72? Kind of a doubled number there. Wasn't sure what the correct number was. And then the other one was, you know, I appreciate what Supervisor Fennell said about the vets hall. And I think we all are realizing that there's a very significant population in Southern Humboldt that did rely on that building for all of its various events and services. Are events and services changing in the future? Again, all of these changes are happening. What is the need for the community? But at least what we're hearing from the community is they really want their vets hall back. And I know that's problematic, but I would suggest to you that the public input that we received was not to do a discovery study. That wasn't the public input. That's us, that's the staff recommending to us at the board that we do a discovery study to be responsive to the public input about the vets hall, right? But the public input was restore or rebuild the vets hall. That's the input. It's not do a discovery study, right? So if we're being fair here and presenting everything properly, and I'm not suggesting anybody's trying to be unfair or anything else, really. I just want to be clear that the public has said rebuild it or repair it. And I recognize that the recommendation is to do an in-depth study, but I guess I kind of had hoped that that had already been done, but whatever. If it hasn't, you know, I see here a willingness or a suggestion that we, as a board, consider directing staff to do that over the next couple of months, to get that done right away, not waiting for all these other projects to get done before the discovery study would get done. So just wanted to clarify that. And other than that, I really like the direction we're going with this plan. And again, thank you, Sean, and all the staff for the hard work on this.
Thank you. I would like to add on to that, and thank you, Supervisor Madrone. You captured the input, and I think you'll hear more when we go to public comment as well. People just want us to move forward with that. And so the discovery study, what is that? I mean, could you go directly into a design phase, which would include input from the public, most especially the veterans. Is that possible? I mean, what is the discovery study? And then I also want to add onto that we are right now, I think even today, beginning to tear down the buildings for the mini complex, and that should be ready in spring. So that's a good timeline. It's not that far away. But what exactly is the discovery study as opposed to a design phase, Sean?
Yeah, so actually those two things that you mentioned are somewhat related. So on the one hand, we do believe that the mini complex, it might fill some of the need that the John Haynes Memorial Building fills. So there is a public meeting space that's a part of the mini complex. And the other part of it really said, I mean, this goes way back before I joined the county last March, but when the building was closed in 2016, I tend to think it was somewhat of a hasty sort of a decision and that some of the estimating and the kind of logistics that were looked at the time were done, very quickly. And so good design, it really comes from programming and comes from really understanding the needs that are necessary and not just rushing into action to do something. And I think especially with that building, in its previous use, it was used by the courts. And it's not clear if they still need or want to use that facility. So it may really change the dynamic of what is the most appropriate kind of way to respond. But for the most part, I agree that action really needs to be taken there.
And I'll just add on to that. I mean, it may be that the courts are reluctant to relocate down to Southern Humboldt, but the community is very anxious for that service to be returned as well. That was a double whammy when that building was closed. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sean, thank you for the presentation. I think I actually saw my car in one of those pictures. Interesting. But the question I have, because there's so much, this meeting's agenda was pretty huge and there's a lot of attachments and I might have missed it, but you mentioned working with other governments and I'm just curious because in the past when conversations have happened about consolidation of services in certain areas of the city, folks at Eureka were concerned because they didn't feel like they were adequately, the city of Eureka, that they were adequately involved in this process. So I'm just curious if you can outline, any of those conversations or just how much outreach were we able to do since we do most of the services within the city of Eureka. It's really important to get, I think, their buy-in in a lot of ways to make this successful for both us and for them and for the community members.
Well, I'm glad you asked about Eureka because that is the only outreach meeting that I was able to attend. I think most of it happened before I joined the county, but I think the previous planning director, I believe, at the city had some thoughts about waterfront development, which definitely factored into our plans. We've moved a little bit away from the specifics of that in the facility master plan that I presented today, but I think that those options of potentially redeveloping parts of the waterfront, particularly the public works building, building maintenance, the motor pool, that could really potentially be another landing site for a major county project. And that was really kind of the limits of what we talked about in that particular meeting with city staff. Conversations with other agencies, I just wasn't a part of. I don't think a lot happened from that. And I see CAO Nielsen would like to jump in as well.
Through the chair, we did hold meetings with other outside agencies. It wasn't just exclusive to the city of Eureka, asking for collaborative input or suggestions for co-locating like services. Those meetings didn't yield any responses. I will also say that I did meet with city staff and also attended a city council meeting, keeping the city informed about our 4th Street efforts and would continue to do so as we progressed on any of these particular projects that are contained in your facilities master plan.
Through the chair, thank you, the CAO. I know that there have been a lot of conversations. I just want to make sure that because there have been some changes of who's been involved, that we just kind of just keep them in the loop. That's all. So it sounds like that's working and it's happening. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, that's it's a good question and it's thoughtful to, and I do think that, you know, with the city of Eureka, we've seen conversations about this, and even in the general plan update, you know, that this kind of consolidation of these types of services and, well, really business into and adjacent to the downtown is set in the goals of the city if they set forward. And so continued cooperation, I think, is important in that. But as Supervisor Madrone mentioned, you know, the idea is really to bring customers and workers to downtown Eureka in a way that is thoughtful and will get us the type of, you know, walkable and workable community that we seek to have. So and I'm looking forward to those conversations on the issue of the Vets Hall in Garberville. I will say that I do think it is important to update and need some kind of needs assessment based on, you know, transitions and changes that have occurred, especially if a new construction is being considered. Because, well, for one, you really, you know, any new construction will require some probably external funding source, probably require grants and all the other things that we'd have to get, just like any other capital improvement project. And all those will need, they're going to need some substantiation of what those uses may or may not be. And to be quite honest, those might be actually drivers for funding streams as you cobble those things together. So really having that, you know, some robust analysis in terms of the current trajectory of what those needs are is important. And for most, it's just not going to be, well, this is what it was in 1995, you know, or whatever. And I want to say, like, I've been in that building, used it. Boy, you know, played shows there. I've eaten Thanksgiving dinner there. You know, there's all sorts of things that, as a kid, roaming around in that space that I've you know, participated in, and I see value in having a public space in Garberville. But again, a needs assessment would be really helpful so that we can assess. So that's and I'm supportive of getting that started as soon as possible.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. I will just add, because I've been involved in a lot of the discussion about this. You know, when we had this mini complex, this was actually a temporary situation because we were forced to move forward with ADA compliance with regard to the library and the sheriff's office. So, but at the start, when we talked about this, if people will remember, we actually thought we might wind up in the location where the hospital now is, down on Sproul Creek. We actually made a bid on that, and the hospital outbid us, and that was a very friendly thing. We didn't get into a war. We let them there needed as well. But the whole idea was what we're talking about here in Eureka as well, in terms of co-locating county services. At this point, those two would be met. I'm just wondering if, you know, one of the issues that was brought up was moving things forward. Is it possible to do the discovery study at the same time, contemporaneous with the construction of the mini complex? Is there a reason why it should happen after that's finished?
Yeah, the primary reason to wait until completion would just be to see what impact the mini complex has, and if the veterans groups are able to make use of that public meeting space for part of their needs. I think that would be the primary kind of reason to wait.
Yeah, I think that what I can tell you, you'll probably hear and have seen, is that that was sort of a courtesy to give them space to meet in, but it didn't meet all of the other needs of the Vets Hall. We finally looked for all sorts of places to have them meet and wound up at the Healy Senior Center because some of the other spaces didn't work. So this is just a meeting room, but they have other needs besides their monthly meetings, and I think that's what you're going to hear. So I don't know that that would play very much into anything you could discover beyond the fact that it's a meeting room and they need more than that. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, Chair Fennell, that would be my concern too. I do appreciate all of the balancing act that goes into something as big as this facilities master plan. And I think what we're here today for is for staff to be able to get direction from the board on how we would like to proceed. And so for me, because the community down there has been asking for action for a long time, not just more studies, but I think we all recognize that there is a couple of steps that do need to happen in order to move forward. And one of them was a community needs assessment. I think we could start that right away. And I, as a member of the board, would like to see if my colleagues would support directing staff to initiate that community needs assessment now, because I think you're right, Chair, that while it might provide a meeting space, it's the event space, right? You know, all the different kinds of events that they carried on there for decades that require much more than a meeting room to be able to happen. They need a kitchen, you need a bath, you know, you need all these other things more than a meeting space. So I don't think we need to wait till the complex is done to be able to initiate that assessment. I also would say that we really ought to do a up-to-date structural analysis. You know, I was noticing in the staff report, it says the facilities master planning efforts included physical inspection and analysis of buildings. And I do remember seeing a very brief summary of the inspection of the Garberville Vets Hall, talking about mold and the roof leaking and some other structural elements along with ADA. But it seems to me that we really need an up-to-date current structural analysis of the building. So for me, I'd like to be able to direct that we get a community and needs assessment going right away, engage the vets and the community looking at what does the future look like, what existing facilities are there around the community, like the Material or the school or other things, and what is missing here, you know, and the Vets Hall, what role did that fill in the past? What role would it fill now? And what role might it fill in the future? And engaging the community in that, I think would be a fantastic thing to get going now, along with the structural assessment. And then that would allow us to do an options analysis that would say, option A, tear the roof off, put a brand new roof on so it's not leaking, and then strip the place. Get rid of all the sheetrock, all the mold, all the problems. And that might be it for right now while we raise the money to be able to rebuild it further and do all the work. And we certainly are hearing from the community that they would love to be engaged in volunteering to help a lot of that happen. That's quite a workforce. And these people, you know, they don the double-barreled carpenter's belts, you know, and they get things done. So that's the kind of a can-do community that Southern Humboldt is. I think we all know that. And option 3 might be just rebuild it over time or rebuild it sooner and find the funds to do that. So, you know, so I'd like to see the needs assessment, the structural assessment, and the options analysis as a defining elements of a discovery study, if you want to call it that. But I want to see some concrete things that we put forward today if we can. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I like the idea of what Supervisor Madrone mentioned, but I do think we have to be mindful of if we direct staff to do X, Y, and Z, you know, that's outside of what this plan says, we need to also find out what is being put on a back burner, or is this where we bring somebody else in, you know, because we do have a limited number of people on our team that can actually do this work. So maybe it's contracting. I think before we just totally direct staff, I'd actually like some type of an idea of, well, does that put something else on the back burner or slow it down? And if it does, if I know what it is, well, that's maybe that's good, or where do we get the resources to bring other people in to kind of jumpstart that piece that we'd like to see brought forward. So that was just, and I don't know if there's any good answers for that right now. I'm always getting, I think we have to be mindful that when we do one thing, it'll have a reaction in another area that we have to, or it'll affect another area, and we just need to know what that is. I think, at least for me, I'm more comfortable when I know that.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. And Supervisor Wilson is next, but I did want to say about that. I noted that you said that 90% of the buildings were built prior to 1990. 56% of them were built prior to 1970. So that's, this one was built in 1958, I think. So keep that in mind as well. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I concur with the concern that Supervisor Bass has with relationship to, prioritization related to just resources as we allocate staff and, quite frankly, funding too. To give direction to start some down that track, today, versus, in relation to the mini complex, which, by the way, I'm hoping that by our next meeting, there is a new term instead of mini complex. I find let's move past that. I just no more mini complex or mini campus. Let's give it a name that functions and we know what it is. And we all have enough mini complexes in our lives that we don't need another named one. Anyways, so I just want to make sure that we that we're really identified in terms of the funding and resource allocation impact that will have. I mean, I think it should be done, but it is in context to facilities master plan and a staff that is. I mean, maybe Amy could enumerate how big that staff is that's currently working on that, what our resources are in terms of that trajectory, so we can really get an understanding of sort of the scope and scale of that effort currently.
So
Amy, C.O. Nelson.
Through the chair, I just want to address how. So first of all, contained in the staff report are 3 recommendations. One, to reaffirm that your board still wants to pursue the one-stop permitting center. And then also a recommendation related to vacating the public defender building and then either demolishing it or creating a new facility. So those are the kinds of projects that would be put on the back burner if we were to immediately start to begin work on a John Haynes Memorial discovery study that includes the community needs assessment, structural assessment, and options analysis. One of the other things I want to mention is that in Mr. Meehan's PowerPoint, he talked about resource allocation. When you have a facilities master plan of this magnitude, the current staff we have isn't, whether that's through adding additional FTEs or whether that's through contracting with qualified professionals, we don't currently have the capacity to continue to do what we're doing. Right now in the county administrative office, we don't have the staff to help execute a facilities master plan. And I think probably Director Mattson might like to talk to you about the staffing needs in the Public Works Department. And so we would need to return at some point in time with a resource request in order to execute all of these priority projects that we're bringing before your board.
Thank you, C.O. Nielsen. Director Mattson, did you want to add on to that?
Sure. Yeah, Sean is correct. We are overwhelmed right now. We would have to shuffle a lot of things around to move that study up. The reason we're asking to push it out past the Garberville complex, not the mini complex, is to allow this time. We've got that major SB 863 project coming at us, which is going to be a huge drain on resources. You've had the CAO's office has had to step up and hire project managers to do the ADA stuff that we would have to delay and push around. It's not that we don't want to do this. We would love to do this. It's a matter of having the resources. And even if we bring on a contractor or a consultant, we still have to develop the RFP. We have to put that out, and then we have to manage that consultant. And so that means staff time. That means taking things that are currently on staff's table and rearranging them. We can certainly, as Amy said, come back to you with what it would do and an analysis of what we would have to push out and what kind of staffing, internal or external, we would need. There's a reason we laid out the request we did, because you've made planning one stop a high priority. If you want to move that down and move this up, that's your prerogative. We can do that. But there will be impacts to what we're currently doing right now. And we do have projects that have been out 4 or 5 years easy now, along with this one, the Ag Center storage facility, jail netting project. We've got a ton of projects out there that have been in a long queue and waiting to get completed. And it's all about resources.
Thank you, Director Mattson. Any other input or comments from the board before I go to public comment? Okay, we're going to go to public comment right now. And again, Supervisor Madrone.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief. Thanks, Tom, for that input, and Supervisor Bass. I totally agree. You know, everything depends on everything else, right? What we are clear about is that this particular project, the Vets Hall, has been the thing that's been on the back burner. You know, when we talk about things being pushed to the back burner or changing or whatever, this is the project, one of the projects. I mean, in reality, all of them, everything's been on the back burner, I guess, in all fairness, right? Because there's been talk for a long time about making a lot of these changes. So that being the case, I do understand that reality. I think that if we could put something like ASAP or upon completion of the Garberville complex, that would be one way to just, you know, help people realize it's a priority. But also just want to at some point see if we have agreement amongst the board about that 3-step process, so that we're providing a little definition for the discovery study. That's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Okay, well, we'll go now to public comment. We have quite a number of people waiting to speak on this item. And again, I think some of you have already pressed *9, but if you haven't, that's what you do in order to be able to comment. And then when I call out the number, the last 4 digits of your number, you would be the first in line. And if you have any problem getting through, just press *6. So with that, we'll start off with public commenter with 0148 as your last 4 digits. And Ryan, if you'll bring those in, please. 0148. You might need to press *6 in order to speak. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Rainbow Marjanovic, and I am calling in to support giving the Vets Hall back to them if at all possible. I feel that this is a very essential community building, and it needs to be to them so that way they are able to give to their community in the way that they want to. With this recent fire being right here, it was essential to have that as a place for people to find safety. And I feel that it's very important that this does become a top issue, because it has been going on for a long time. It's been for 4 years, and it was 2002 that they reported leaking of the roof. Please give our veterans what they need. They have served our country. They have served us. Our county needs to serve our veterans. We need to become a strong county. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for all you do. Stay safe, stay well. Bye.
Bye, Rainbow. Thank you very much. Again, the next person up is with the 6158 as your last four digits, and you might need to press *6 to speak. 6158. You're next in line to speak. Please press *6 so that you can speak. There you go.
Yes, my name is Jessica Romer, and I am a veteran in the southern Humboldt, northern Mendocino area. And I urge the county commission to not delay in the plans for the Veterans Memorial Hall. This has been going on for 2 decades now since the roof started leaking and maintenance wasn't done. This is something that should not be put on the back burner. It's a building that was always used in many ways for the community and to support the community. It is not just a place for our meeting rooms, but it is a tool for us to be able to support the community in all of the ways that the veterans community has done it. To put the plan and to put the discovery plan study on hold, I think is totally unacceptable. And if the county does not have the facilities or the income to proceed with this, I think that they should look to giving it back to the veterans group. It was first donated by a relative of a veteran, and it was built by the veterans in the community. So to come up with the notion that it has to be sold back at full market value, I don't think is relative. And so I support moving ahead, keeping this off of the back burner, and proceeding into the future of Southern Humboldt. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. And that will bring us to our next caller, and this is caller with 2902 as your last four digits. If you press *6, there you go. Welcome.
Hi, Estelle. It's Doug Battle.
Hi, Doug.
I'm a Vietnam veteran. I'm past commander of the VFW in Southern Humboldt, and I'm a lifetime member. I got into looking at you guys and our relationship, the veterans relationship, working relationship with the county and what it was. And the only word I could come up with was dysfunctional. We gave you that land in 1958 and you built a hall for us in 1960. And we didn't have an agreement with the county for 25 years. Not until 1985 did we get anything from you guys, and that was only good for 2 years. The only thing that happened during that time was we got our building painted. 2002 was the big turning point. Lindsay McWilliams, who was the architect of the new agreement that the county signed off on, basically had a recommendation that he sent out before it was recorded and accepted. The first thing is that regarding the court's presence in the Memorial Hall, basically, if the court leaves, the county agrees to treat the building like other veterans halls, leave it to the veterans and not move in a county department. The other part of it was that they have put language in that agreement that that commits them to maintain our building in the same level as they maintained other veterans hall. Now, this is what gets me, is that it's been almost 5 years since they shut the veterans hall down, and yet in the agreement that they signed and was in effect for 10 years, it states, in a situation where the building is destroyed, we have included language that will rebuild as soon as possible and commit to beginning reconstruction within a year of destruction. This recognizes that county timelines have constraints. You guys don't seem to know about those constraints. So what I want is I want a new peaked roof on the Veterans Hall. I want the mold eradicated so that the veterans from Southern Humboldt, Northern Mendocino can get in there and fix our hall. We have 5 veterans that run construction crews down here. We have the people. The only thing stopping us is you and your delay of action. I don't want a study done. I want this building started to rebuild the Veterans Building by Veterans Day of next year. And that's about all I got to say, because this really upsets me. You know, I'm so unhappy with the county because you can't trust a thing you guys say. You know, I mean, when it's written into an agreement and then you just kick it down the road,
Doug.
which is what you're doing now.
Am
I done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Doug.
You
we're
betcha.
just giving more time to others to address this item. Thank you for your service. Next number is 7640.
Hello.
Welcome. Hello, you're on. Hello, 7640. Okay. Unfortunately, looks like.
Hey, hello.
Yeah, hi. Welcome.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay, good. This is Bud Rogers from Redway Environs. I want to talk about the John Haynes Memorial Veterans Hall in Garberville. The county closes down because of a mold problem that they caused due to conscious neglect. John Haynes died in combat in World War II. I think his mother was donated the land and all, and the agreement between the veterans and the county that the county would maintain the hall and the veterans would use it, and as well as the county court. The leaky roof became an issue that the county refused to deal with until the judge finally gave up, I guess, because of the mold and left. We know now that the county was faced with the cost of bringing the Vets Hall into compliance with the ADA, and so they let the mold grow. Now, there is a vision the county has of demolishing the hall and building a county campus. They're giving the veterans something like a 440 square feet or something to hold meetings. What? Wait a doggone minute. For those of you who may not remember, the Veterans Hall means a very great deal to us veterans. It is a place where veterans can meet comfortably, knowing the place was built for them. Veterans need each other in a way that no other person could fully understand. As humans, we all need connection. We all need a place to meet that is warm, welcoming, purposed for providing a nurturing environment for community to form and carry out the functions that we as human beings need in a partnership culture, a way of functioning based on caring for others, sharing, cooperating, loving, as opposed to the things that we're trying to leave behind, hierarchy, violence, war, and that sort of violent things. So veterans and everyone need the Veterans Hall back. We organized and put on Thanksgiving dinners for the community. I just turned up some pictures the other day of all of that with Santa Claus, with little kids on his lap. The Feet First dancers practiced there. We had supervisorial debates there. I did that. Movies were seen there. We had our Wage Peace Cafe where we met and had a bar, live music. Daryl and Judy made a presentation when they first hit town. We used to have some fun. Do you know how many veterans die of suicide each day in this country? Do you know that Humboldt County has the highest suicide rate? Do you know where war veterans move to when they get out of the military? Are you aware of how many veterans live in these hills? Do you know this is one of the biggest stressors that veterans suffer from is isolation? And now the younger veterans coming back from all these wars certainly need their own place to meet. Now I know that Fortuna has a
Thank you, Bud. I'm so sorry.
Is that it? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Bud. Okay,
yeah.
bye. So the next number that we'll hear from is the last four of 7038. Welcome. If you press *6, there you go, 7038.
Hi, this is Louis Custer. Can you hear me?
Hi, Louis. Yes, we can, Louis.
Hi, I worked as a contractor for the Redwood Vet Center in Garberville and as a fee-basis counselor between 2008 and 2011 and 1996 and 2001, and worked for the Eureka VA in 2001, 2008. But one of the major symptoms of PTSD is a sense of disconnection. I specialized in PTSD. Many of the veterans I worked with were extremely isolated until a crisis of some sort led some connection to other veterans or the VA or Vet Center. But most first contact was through other veterans at the veterans halls that existed in many small towns in America. Many were isolated and had their first contact with other veterans in their community through the Vets Hall, and numerous vets organizations that through this informal relations formed watched each other and would reach out when one of their fellow veterans were in distress that was at some times life-threatening. And I was amazed by the number of people who went out to the hills to talk to other vets. Veterans halls were common in small towns throughout the country, and Garberville was no exception. This is not a coincidence. They fulfill an important need for connection and fellowship. Many veterans I worked with in Garberville became actively involved with the Vets Hall and its various organizations, and this was an important part of healing and the mitigation of their symptoms. Although I've been mostly retired since the Vets Hall is closed, I know this has had an effect on the veterans, as many of them have returned to isolation. We've lost a number of Vietnam vets since the hall was closed, and we are going to lose more in the next 5 years. It's important. During my work in Garberville, after returning to work locally in 2009, many of the vets that had gotten involved expressed anxiety about the condition of the hall and the roof and powerlessness to do anything about it as the county had control. This brought issues related to their service in Vietnam. Many feel they've lost the hall and the feelings of betrayal have been reinforced. The promise of a hall in 5 years is spoken of with hopelessness and cynicism for many. I think it's important that the hall be repaired or rebuilt as soon as possible, and I believe we owe this to the vets. If the county cannot repair it or undo the damage done by this negligence, perhaps it should be returned to the vets. Also, you know, most of my children learned to dance or did martial arts in the hall, so it also serves as big community function. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you very much, Louis. Thank you. That brings us to our next caller, and that caller has the last four of 2549, 2549. If you could press *6, you can join us with your thoughts. 2549. And if you press *6, you can, there you go. Welcome.
Yes, this is Chip Titman calling. And
Hi,
I'd like to reaffirm what Supervisor Bass and Supervisor Madrone have said, that we do need an inspection report. We need a current structural analysis and a needs assessment and an options analysis. And as a general building contractor specializing in green, non-toxic building environments, I propose that the Board of Supervisors today form a committee of building professionals under the auspices of the Humboldt County Building Chief to assess the Vets Hall for its roof, interior, and ADA situation and report back to the Humboldt County and Planning Department. This will provide an independent analysis of damages, costs to repair and replace the Vets Hall. This is meant to be a step forward, providing data and analysis for both the county and the vets and a baseline to potentially discuss options. And these options would include the county accepting responsibility for its negligence in maintaining the roof and structure and pursuing a path to reopen the Vets Hall or rebuilding it. or coalesce an agreement whereby the Vets Hall would be deemed surplus property and sold back to the vets, the American Legion. This building closure has gone on too long. It's been a waste of the county's money, keeping up what limited maintenance there is and the insurance to keep it up. It's been a loss of building use to the vets in the community, and it reflects an apparent lack of respect and appreciation for the vets and SoHum in general. Act now, act boldly, support the vets, and do what the county has done for other vets halls around the county. Form an ombudsman committee to make proposals. It does not have to be a paid committee. We don't have to use money from the county, but you do need to get an accurate assessment of what is the situation with the building and how it can possibly be repaired so that the vets can then once again, and the community can once again coalesce in that building. Thank you for your time, and I hope that there can be some action and no longer delay. Good day.
Thank you, Chip. Thank you, Chip. The next caller is got the last four digits of 8595. 8595. And if you will press *6, you will be able to speak with the board. And that's 8595. And if you could please press *6, you can join. Welcome.
Hi, this is Brian Ormond, Dr. Ormond from Garberville. And I have a couple things to say about this whole thing as well. Clearly, if you haven't heard, the responsibility here has been misdelayed, misdirected, and it hasn't been done at all by the county. I'm sorry that you folks are sitting up there having to listen to me to tell you the truth, but that's the truth. When the veterans gave the hall to the county, and gave a fair amount of money to the county as well, then the county took the rest of the money that was needed and built a building for themselves and for us. We agreed to it. We are now looking at the library building, the temporary building for the last 20 years is being taken down, and the library is being a smaller place now in this new Southern Humboldt mini complex. And in that small place is a place for veterans to meet. It is not big enough for 6 veterans to meet during COVID, so we can't have meetings there. So we were having meetings at the Healy Center, but it's COVID, so we're not meeting at the Healy Center either. And so how are we meeting? I'm a lifetime member of the VFW, and I'm a lifetime member of the American Legion as well. And as a veteran, I want to tell you that a young kid, I shouldn't call him a kid, he just came back from Afghanistan. Young kid, came here. He seemed to be a nice guy. We had him do some work, and another fellow, one of our veterans, hired him to do some other work. And we liked him a lot. So a place was found for him to live in. And he was, encouraged to just, have a life and enjoy us, and we'll be meeting, and then COVID hit and all that kind of stuff. And now he's drunk himself to death. Okay, so this is something that is what's happening. These are our human beings, our kids, our grandkids, who are killing themselves because they can't get together with us where we would find. We have a member of our American Legion at VFW post, I won't say his name, but he had a little still out in the hill back in the day, in the 70s or something. And so he was getting to be a drunk, and the World War II vets saw what he was doing to himself and caught him. He's no longer a drunk. He's no longer doing making alcohol. We all know who this man is, and he's doing great and helping the community a lot, unbelievably a lot, and we really appreciate him. Okay, so this is what we're talking about. 25 people a day. Are you knowing that 25 people a day is the small number? That doesn't include car accidents and other kinds of accidents of people, veterans, our kids and grandkids who are killing themselves. We need a veterans hall to be active. And because we're service, we've been trained to be service, to serve our country. And now we are serving our community because we're not big enough to serve a country. Serving our community, we've done all kinds of things for this community, having them you know, have a place to do their exercises, do their senior exercises, you know, kid exercises, kid dances, all kinds of.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up. There's lots more who want to speak. Thank you very much.
I understand.
Thank you. So the next caller is last four of 6267, 6267.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you recognizing me.
Good morning.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you. I would like to call your attention to Resolution 02-82. This was drawn the same day as the 2002 agreement with the veterans. Quote, board policy that John Haynes Memorial Veterans Hall in its entirety shall be for use of the veterans when the court leaves the Garberville Veterans Hall. Now, the court, we all need it. We love it. We want it back. In fact, the court wants to come back. I spoke to them. We'd love to have them back. So even if the agreement expired and the conditions in attachment C on that agreement are really very telling to how the county was trying to, you know, do good by the vets, and they didn't live by this agreement. This is a breach of contract. If an agreement has any contractual concrete to it, the county is in, you know, violation here. So they're in violation of their resolution as well. So there's a lot of, you know, things that are wrong about this situation. And I'd like to give other people a chance to speak, so I'll leave my time and let you folks chew on that for a little bit.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that courtesy. Let's go to the caller with the last four digits of 9521. 9521. If you could press *6. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, this is Tom Grover.
Hi, Tom.
Yeah, I've been listening to this, and some of the people have the facts wrong. It was in 1975 that the first complaints about the roof went in, and nothing was done. So do the math. That's 45 years that the county has ignored its responsibility, its contractual responsibility to maintain this building. And what did we get? We got put off again and again. And what are we getting here? Put off again and again. If you don't want that building, give it back to the veterans. It was given to you. You could give it back, they could fix it, and then return it to the county. This could all be done if you don't want to maintain it. This master plan, like all of the master plans, is Eureka-centric, I believe was the word that anyway, one of you guys said. It's Eureka-centric. You didn't talk to anybody in Southern Humboldt. There was no community outreach, or you would have discovered that the courthouse wants to come back, that the people want their building. You just ignored, you, meaning the county, has ignored their responsibility for 45 years. And now that contract has gone extinct. So now you don't have that responsibility to rebuild it within 1 year? Oh boy, I think you should renew that and say that you're going to make up with that. You're going to back what you said, because otherwise people believe that the county doesn't meet its obligations. And that's exactly the way it looks to everyone in Southern Humboldt. This facility is not only for the veterans, it's for the courthouse, it's for groups that want to meet there. Not everybody wants to go to the Material. That represents one part of the community. Yet all these people in Eureka are sitting around talking about SOHUM without filling out their 1,500 obligation to talk to the public in Southern Humboldt. You have not done this. And that's why you're coming up with so many stupid ideas instead of doing what Well, at least what you should do is what Supervisor Madrone says, and get it together and find these needs out. But they are there. And if you don't want to fix up that Veterans Hall, which I believe you don't, you just want to put it on forever, as you've been doing for 45 years, then give it back to the veterans, because you pressured the people back then to give the facility to you because it made it easier to manage it. So you could give it back, or give it back, with a big balloon payment in 2 years when they can fix up the roof and make it functional, and then you could take it back. You could do these things. I don't believe that you want to do them. Not you personally, not the supervisors personally. This has been 45 years of supervisors who have ignored the needs of Southern Humboldt in every possible way. This is just one of many ways. Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you for your time, Tom. Okay, that will bring us up to caller with the 3816. Hi, caller. If you press *6, if your last 4 digits are 3816, press *6 and you will be able to join the board. And thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Jeff
Hi.
Sedin.
Hi, Jeff.
Hello, Estelle.
Hi.
I want to address it from the idea of war, and to remind us all that war is a very old human creation. It's much older than our nation, and it's extremely poorly addressed in our education system. Our paleoarchaeologists are pulling out javelins in the coal deposits of Germany that are 300,000 years old. Whew. And our military history is older than our nation. Babylon was a walled city 4,500 years ago. They had an army, they had a military. And that tradition has gone on and on and on, so that modern warfare has become a huge space. It's being studied all over our planet, and it's a huge part of our national budget. And when I was drafted in 1967 and sent to Vietnam, I was woefully unprepared for what I met. I had 12 years of public education, 4 years of university, focused on anthropology, and for 5 years I had been a summer apprentice in Local 35 Carpenters Union. And I got to Vietnam and I was one of 700,000 personnel that were there. And I left appalled by the cost of modern warfare to a landscape. Whew, excuse me, you all. Let me cough a time or two. And to its inhabitants, both human and all other biological life forms. And I did not want warfare to be visited on any other place on Earth. And I wanted to find service that did not contribute to the onset of another outbreak of warfare. And 52 years later, I remain unsure how the human community got into this mess. Sometimes so untrustful that I fear to go to work. I fear to act. And then I need to confer with other veterans of our military and our combats to talk about this mess, what to do, how to speak, how to act, how to vote. And it has to be in our place, where we arrange and decorate it as we need. where we can close the doors and open them as we need, and where we can serve the human community as a group, and where, as the collective genius of the human community learns more of who we are and how we function and how to be healthier and
Sorry,
sing.
Jeff. Sorry, Jeff. I'd let you go on a little bit longer, but there are a lot more people waiting to speak.
Yes,
But
there are.
appreciate your words. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a caller with 4851. 4851. And if you would press *6, you can speak with the board. Caller with 4851 as your last 4 digits of your phone number. 4851. If you could press *6. Okay, I think what I'll do is I'll go to the next. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Welcome.
This is Marie Mills calling, and I'm calling. I truly want to support the vets and their needs, and I want to comment on the services they have provided this community of Garberville over the years. I feel like they should be in charge of the hall and what they want for the hall. Some of the services that haven't been mentioned was their provision of a safe place for the houseless people. They had a place to sleep when it was cold and raining. I have a business in Garberville, and I see almost daily the needs of these people where the vets in the past provided for them. And they provided for all people in this community. They had no prejudices or biases as to who they could help. Their Thanksgiving dinners, all their events were open to the whole community. It didn't require a person having money to be helped by the vets. So I would like to see them in charge of what they want for the hall. I would like to see action soon, immediately. And I also support a past speaker, Chip Titman, and his idea of forming a committee of contractors and builders to assess the needs of the building and let the vets make a decision about how they want to proceed. Okay, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Marie. Our next caller is last 4 digits of 1692. 1692. And if you press *6, you can begin talking with the board. So again, that's 1692. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we
This
can.
Yes. My name is Lenny Anderson. I'm a Vietnam vet and life member of both the VFW and the American Legion. Past commander of both. I would like to speak to the community loss as a result of the closing of the Vets Hall. You know, as a former hall manager almost 20 years ago, I was charged with running out the hall for community classes and events. We had a chart on the wall showing the hourly blocks of rental time with renters and events written within their allocated time slot. That chart was practically filled up with dance classes, martial arts classes, yoga classes, weddings, wakes, auctions, flea markets, dances, private parties, vet-sponsored seminars and lectures. We held candidate forums and community meetings. We were able to rent out so much time space because the hall was a perfect venue size for small events, and the rental costs were cheaper than any of the other places like the Mateel. The money we took in was used for the insurance, maintenance, and remodeling, such as a beautiful storage area there that Jeff Edina had done years ago. It's just wonderful. And we put on a nice deck on the back. All this stuff relieved the county of some of their expenses. So all this was taken from us with the closing of the hall due to the county's failure to live up to their obligations to take care of the major repairs. In this case, the leaking roof over the vets part of the building. You know, I might mention that there were no leaks over the courtroom, the judge's chambers, or the county offices, just over the vets part. So it makes you wonder, maybe that might have caused the delays, because there was no real urgency there. You know, we begged the county to take care of the problems, but to no avail. This went on and on and on, but they'd send a county crew down there. They'd go up there. I don't know, I guess they'd eat their lunch or something, come down, you know, wow, that's that, you know, nothing ever happened. We watched the other vets halls in the county get beautiful remodels while our building slipped into further and further disrepair. So finally, of course, it was closed. The county owes the vets in our community a replacement place for all this stuff to happen again. You know, the veterans groups need a hall. We need a hall-sized place to hold regular meetings, and we have when it's our turn, we host the district meetings, area meetings, and the state commander visits. We can't do this in some dinky little room, you know, in the future complex thing. You know, we demand that you either repair or rebuild the vets hall. This is your legal obligation to the veterans who gave so much so that you could have your freedoms and a secure life. I guess that's all I've got to say. Anyway, I'm upset. I just wish you would.
Thank you, Lenny.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That will bring us to caller number 0390. The last four numbers on your phone call, 0390. There you go. Welcome.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Marcus Green. I'm a lifelong resident of Leggett-Garberville area, also the American Legion commander in Leggett. I've worked with Garberville a bit over the years and seen what all they've done, community stuff and veteran stuff. And I just want to speak to the half of, there's a study a few years ago that said that there's something, I don't know the exact number, I know it's well over 1,000, I think it's 2,000 veterans that live in the greater Garberville, Redway, Southern Humboldt area. So for all of us the very few of us that attend the meetings and that are part of the American Legion and the VFW and the other veterans organizations, you know, you may look, our roles may be small, but you look at every one of us and there's 10 to, I'd say, over 100, conservatively, looking at the small number of, if there's over 1,000 veterans in the Southern Humboldt area. Each one of us represents over 100 people. And at our post meetings and stuff, we have these events where we bring in the mobile veterans caravan out of Eureka, and the place gets packed of all these vets and community members from out in the hills that aren't card-carrying members of these organizations, but are still vital community members that come down and use this hall for these events. And demographically, the large majority of these veterans are Vietnam-era veterans. Well, they're all hitting about 70 to 80 years old, and they're all very well established and very well part of our communities. And now's the time in their life when they need these services. And they need the space that they have, that they've always had. So, and I understand we're not trying to point fingers at you and play the blame game. I understand that as the county supervisors, you guys are working with what you have, and you have limited manpower and money. And I just honestly believe that if the veterans, they need that space that they have, and if there's some kind of an annex built into it or something, the veterans need to retain the floor space that they have for these events, where it's standing room only and people are piling out onto the streets because there's not enough room there. So, and I think that as the county supervisors, I know that you guys don't want to be in this position. You guys don't want to, you know, delay this. You guys want to have it fixed up just as much as we do, but you can't due to the time, the funding and the manpower. So I think this is your prime opportunity to work out a good memo of understanding with these veterans groups to bring them on board. It'll save face for you. It'll save face for them and bring them up to par. And it'll leave the, you won't have this huge financial and manpower burden of trying to rebuild this. You could leave it back to the veterans and they could rebuild it, and it could be a great relationship for the county and the veterans. And one other thing, I mean, these veterans groups, like I said, like one person at a post meeting is pretty much representing 10 to 100 other veterans. Well, we take care of these other veterans. So we're
Thank you,
saving.
Marcus. I'm so
Okay.
sorry, but there's more people waiting to talk. So thank you, Marcus.
Thank you.
Okay, our next caller is with the last four digits, 3977. And if you press *6, you can join the meeting to talk with the board. That's 3977. Thank you.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Michelle Bushnell, and I'm a business owner in Garberville and a lifelong resident of Southern Humboldt. I would just like to speak in favor of the veterans and how important their building is to them, not only as a meeting place, but as a venue. I would also like to recognize that the Veterans Hall has been multi-used for years: cold weather shelter, Christmas dinner, Thanksgiving dinner, memorials. My grandfather was a World War II vet, and he had his memorial there. Dance classes. Also, with the Veterans Hall being a workable kitchen and the hall, it's a way for the veterans to earn money. I would encourage the supervisors to take action now, not wait to do a study, and that would prolong it. I just really want to speak in favor of how important the Veterans Hall is to our community in Garberville and Southern Humboldt. And Mr. Madrone had said, other venues are available, such as the schools. The schools venues are very restrictive on what can happen there, and I want to recognize that there are very small amounts of venues in the Southern Humboldt area. And I just want to say a word of encouragement to try to find solutions that will get our Veterans Hall back open. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Our next caller is 3053. Welcome.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder. I just wanted to clarify, you can hear me?
Yes, we can, Thomas.
Okay. Actually, I misspoke this afternoon. I just looked at the clock. So I don't know a lot of the history because for the vets, how it was brought about. Obviously, I wasn't born then. But kind of from listening to the comments, it sounds like the vets may have been part of helping construct that. So maybe possibly because I can't remember which county staffer it was, said that if it was given back to the vets, it'd have to be fair market value. But maybe there's an invoice that's unpaid that's owed to the vets from the county to pay them for that, to figure out fair market value in an interesting way. Also, maybe the vets have a lawsuit for pain and suffering, losing more members of their organization and group because of being closed down, because of neglect from the county as far as maintaining this building. Just throwing out different ways to figure out a way to get to that fair market value that staff said that you're held to because of surplus property, governance, type of things like that. Maybe, mitigating the lawsuit would be the property given back to the vets. I think it's only fair to the Southern Humboldt community to either maintain that property properly or figure out a way to legally give it back to the vets and let them maintain it and deal with it. It's a hub. I know many people that have participated in things there. I mean, my daughter learned how to do ballet there. I mean, it's very, very important to people. And also the isolation and all those other type of things. People want something that they can call home or build on. I think especially with this COVID-19, you need to do whatever you can. I know money's tight, but if the county has no intention in fixing that, I like one of the speakers, by Veterans Day next year, 2021, if something's not done where it can be usable, the county needs to start the process to get it back to the vets. They may owe them for pain and suffering, and they may owe them for labor that was done 30, 40, 50 years ago. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. We have another caller with the last four digits of 3034, 3034. And if you press *6, you can join. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, this is Kelly Lincoln. And hello. Hey, I just want to kind of revisit the idea that the land that is there was originally donated to the veterans, and the county and them the veterans at that time came to an understanding, and the building was built by the county in exchange for possession of the land and to be able to house the court in there. And along the way, the county made contract that they would do that maintenance, and they clearly didn't do it sufficiently. And now that building has sat vacant for 4 years. And the community down here does not seem to feel like that's a good faith, like putting them at the back of the list for the county's overall plan for updating their building complex does not feel like it's in good faith to put them last. Because, and I was just thinking when I was listening to Jeff Hadeen talk that, you know, if we're going to honor their service as veterans and not have them think that what the president has said, that veterans are just people who are losers and suckers, that we would, as a county, put them first. And I really also want to talk about the fact that the Southern Humboldt Veterans for Peace has been very active, and they've done good work, and they need that space back to do that because it's a good time for them to be working on that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Kelly. And next caller is caller with the last four digits of 3751, 3751. Welcome.
Hello, is that me?
That is you. Welcome.
Good morning, my supervisor. I'm glad you're there doing our work. My name is Bruce Champy. I'm a United States Army veteran. I was a lieutenant. I served in Vietnam. And I'm currently on the board of the Material Community Center. I have a long history there. I've been on the board a total of about 12 years since I've been here, since the early 70s. And my big comment is we all know the value that is going to be brought forward with places for the community to meet. This pandemic is going to be over. And we need to plan on that. And we need to plan on gathering again and recapturing our culture and a lot of lost time here. The veterans are very capable and have really provided a lot through the years at the community, for the community down at that hall. And it looks to me like there's an easy solution here. Cheap, cheap, cheap is to give this back to the veterans who can assess it, reconstruct it, and make it viable again at no cost to the county for labor or oversight. We need some support. We need the county to help us with permits and help us with materials, and we can do this. I'm a carpenter. I have my apron hanging in my shop, and I will personally participate because I think it's such a valuable asset for our community in the future. And we need to begin on it immediately. There is an inexpensive solution to get it off your back burner and to get it out of all of this mess of reevaluating it. We've done that. We've heard it even today. Let's move forward with a relationship between the veterans and the county that lets the veterans begin to work on this. And we'll help you do your work in the future. The mission of the county is supported down at that center, and let's do it together. That's what I want to say today. And especially that I love all you people for working on our community and our society, and please keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. I think you were the last caller, and that's a nice note to end on. I really appreciate that. I don't believe, oops, no, we got a couple more calls coming in. And so the next one is 1323. 1323. Welcome. You can press *6 and can come in to speak with the board. 1323. If you press *6, you can join the conversation. 1323. If you press *6, please. If your phone number ends in the last 4 digits of 1323, please press *6 and you can join the conversation. Going once, press *6. What we're going to do, if we don't hear from caller with 1323, please press *6. Okay, so Ryan, what I'm going to do is let's put the next in line up to the top there, and we can get back to that number if they wish to contact us. So the next number is 0151. 0151, please press *6 if you wish to speak on this item. Welcome. Hello.
Hi, this is Dottie and Graham Russell from Southern Humboldt, and we just
Hi,
wanted
Dottie.
to. Hi, how are you today? We just wanted to say how important the vets hall is down here, and having the vets have the opportunity to do something about it and to fix it and to make it our community again is hugely important. When we first came here, we were embraced at the vets hall. We volunteered to cook for the Thanksgiving dinner. We participated and helped a little bit with the money, and for years did that because it was so important. There were other things that happened at the building that generated the money. There were classes that other people have talked about. I don't know why anybody thinks that there's all kinds of venues that we can use down here, because there aren't. And we need a welcoming place like that. But, you know, people are talking about the veterans getting so old and, you know, over 70, over 80, whatever it is. There are veterans that are not that old too. So we need to embrace all the veterans. We need to embrace our whole community. We need to embrace what the veterans did, so that the children know, you know, the children that take a ballet class, they can know they're going to the vets hall. This is so important in so many ways. It's good for the community. It's good for the vets. It's good for the appearance of what's going on there, and good energy and all. And it's just overall the support for veterans and for our community. And if we lose that, there's a lot that we're losing, and I won't go into the detail about Garberville, but we've lost a lot in Garberville. The Masonic Hall's not there anymore. Chautauqua's great, but we need the vets hall, and we just don't need to question it. And we support giving it to the vets hall, letting them do it, letting people build it, because in building it, they'll care about it, they'll take care of it, and spread good energy and make every single person in Southern Humboldt a healthier, happier, more mentally well person. Thank you.
Thank you, Dottie. Let's see, we have another caller here, 7429, 7429. And if you press *6, you can speak with the supervisors. So again, if the last 4 digits of your phone number are 7429, there you go. Welcome.
Hi. I want to thank you guys for discussing this today. I'm calling in support of the Vets Hall, of course, but I want to say that the approach of having a facilities master plan and looking at the big picture and making plans that way, I think is really good for the county, and I commend you on doing that. But regarding the Vets Hall, the people of Southern Humboldt, which includes our veterans, have often been at the short end of the stick regarding services. and losing the courthouse was part of that. And letting the building fall apart was, I'm sure, not intentional, but the impact is felt in our community as mistreatment of our community by the county government. So there's a lot of, a lot of pain over that. And it's frustrating when you look at the process, the lack of action for so long. And then with the new approach of the master plan, you did this survey, which was not publicized in Southern Humboldt. It was 30 days long. I didn't see any notices for it. And so that felt a little bit short for us down here. And now we're faced with a proposal to study it, which is really, really frustrating for everybody, and I'm sure mostly for the veterans. The Vets Hall's played a vital role in our community, and we really need it, and our veterans need it and deserve it. So I do support giving it back to the vets as an option, and not consider studying it with a discovery study. Most of all of our institutions down here, we've built for ourselves. So we know how to make things like that happen. Our veterans have served this community with their hall, and the community supports the vets. And I think that the community would really rally behind them. And I support the vets being very much in charge of their building. I also really just want to comment that we really do need the courthouse back in Southern Humboldt. It's really difficult to have to go to Eureka for any court business. And we can't participate in our, with jury duties and things like that, because it would take so many hours to travel. So I thank you for discussing this today. And I really do hope that you consider that this is a much bigger issue than just looking at a study. We really need to focus on moving forward for the veterans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, caller. Let's see, we have another caller, 7108. If you could press *6, we can have you come into the conversation. There you go. Welcome.
Hi. This is Bonnie Blackberry, and
hi, Bonnie.
I want to support everything everybody said before me. Seems like, well, I want to start with public outreach and public input, and I think we definitely got the short end of the deal down here. I don't recall any meetings or anything in this online survey. There was a bunch of people that looked at it and didn't respond. There was 370 attendees. That survey was very, very confusing, and I'm sorry the county spent so much money on that. I really think if you can't figure out how to do something right away, that you should figure out a way to give it back to the veterans. And I liked Steve Madrone's ideas, though I really liked Chip Chipman's thing of getting a committee of contractors. There's a lot of stuff that can be done without paying money that haven't done. And I think the county needs to open up and be a little creative. And if nothing is done except some discovery study, there's going to be a whole bunch of really angry, frustrated people down here. And so I really hope that you recognize that we need to show some respect for our veterans and all they've done, and get them involved in this instead of having these contractors from who knows where doing these studies and stuff. You need to talk with the vets, and I advocate for either repair it or have a plan to build a new one very soon, not years to come, or give it back to the vets. And I just want to say the county with the marijuana eradication code enforcement collected over $3 million in the county, and most of those abatements happened in the 2nd district. So the county's taken a whole bunch of money out of here, and we'd like some of it back for our vets hall. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Bonnie. Now I believe that's the last call. If there's anybody else who wants to speak, you do need to step up right away. Press *9. Okay. We do have a few more. We have caller number 1. Hold on 1 second. I've got to scroll here. Caller number 1556. Welcome.
Very good. Yeah, this is Richard Ginger calling, and it's been so wonderful hearing people's eloquent perspectives and testimony on this. And this facility is of very high importance to Southern Humboldt and Northern Mendocino County, as has been explained by many. And we really need to move forward ASAP with leadership of the vets. Might want to do that building analysis and firm up before winter first, then do your needs assessment and get those options out there and move forward under leadership of the vets and make right something that's been wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. We do have a couple of other callers. And again, if you want to speak, just press *9 when we call on you. Number 2495, if you can press *6. Welcome, caller. Welcome, caller with 2495.
That's you.
Yeah.
*6.
No, you're on already. Oh, uh-oh. I think you just hang up. Try again, and let's go to the next caller. That's 7429. That's 7429. Welcome.
Hi, I already spoke, but I was so nervous I forgot to say my name. My name's Roby Tenorio, and I do support the vets being in charge of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Roby. I actually knew it was you, but since you didn't say your name. Let's see. We do have 2495. Was that Roby? Yeah. No, it's not. It's 2495. Welcome.
Hi, yeah.
Hello.
On. Hello.
Hi, hello. We can hear you.
Okay, good. You know, I hate to, I've been really moved by all the, you know, people's stories about how valuable the vet hall is, and they're very humanitarian, and I find myself moved. But what I do is, excuse me, but I question as to whether you really even care. It's been years now, and you still haven't taken any action. It was you gave your word that you were going to maintain the building, and you broke it. I would think that would be of the utmost importance, you know, in terms of ethics and you know, things that even people who don't care usually value, you know. So I would, if I were you, I would be giving the vets the building back as soon as possible, because it would relieve you from having to face up to your responsibility, the responsibility that you neglected. So I think I like everybody's feedback as to how valuable it is. It's been pretty obvious, really, and you have ignored it. You've ignored it. You broke your word. You should make good on your word. The very first thing, don't be waiting around for any studies or anything like that. And the easy way out would be for you to give the building back. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Press *9. Otherwise, I am going to close public comment. I believe we've heard from everybody. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll bring it back to the board. And Supervisor Bohn, I actually have some questions for Director Matson as well, but go ahead.
Yeah, and I've got some questions too. And I think the big thing, no matter what we do, let's do it. And I agreed with the format a little bit of what Supervisor Madrone said. But I think what we can do is, I think Chip said it most eloquently, but I don't think we need a committee of contractors to go look at it. What I think we need to do, just like as if somebody was going to go buy it commercially, we need an appraisal and an assessment done immediately. And that can be done immediately, fairly quickly, and bring it back. And then what we do is, there aren't going to be too many suitors for that building if we have to sell it for fair market value. So we're going to end up auctioning it again because of lack of parking and everything else. It's going to be really hard to really do much with that building except do what it's been. So I think what we can do, and I think we need to get a better assessment. I hear mixed results. If they want it, they don't want it back. But I think the whole idea, we're not doing a very good job of managing it for them. I mean, I think we perfectly, that's perfectly clear by what we heard today. So I think what we do is we look and say, are you interested in this? We've got a needs and assessment. It needs this much work. Nobody's going to buy it. I'm pretty sure. Especially, I don't know what zone. If it's limited to just a public facility, it's even going to be tougher for anybody to want. And I think we give the veterans the option of doing it. Now, I heard we can't do that. We can damn near do anything. We can, we've got lawyers over here. We can do anything else. But I think what we need to do is do what the vets want, and for the community, and assist them in any way we can. And this is in no way to get it off our plate, because I want to see this through to the finish. But it's been said repeatedly, and I think with a little bit of help from us, they could probably come in and do a much better job than we have on getting it done, because as we well know, it's been down almost 5 years now. So, I mean, and the veterans halls become just as important to the veterans as they do to the community. They're joined at the hip. They become our polling places. They become our Sunday breakfast. I'm looking at all the other ones and things like that. I know there was issues with Eureka, and we did the Eureka one. We've done work in Fortuna. We've done a little bit of work in Ferndale. I think Arcata, if I'm not mistaken, has had some work done. Had to catch on fire first to do it. But I think what we do is meet with them. But I think what we do is we get an appraisal and assessment, and that will come from a commercial appraiser, and get that as immediately possible. And if the veterans actually want it, we do everything in our power to assist them, give them some seed money or money to bring it up to what it would cost to do the roof and everything else, and let them finish it out. And then they've got what they want to move forward. And I know that's a little bit off the skew of what Supervisor Madrone said, and I just think, I'm just hearing what I hear here now, but I don't know if all the veterans actually want to take that on, because it's easier if we maintain it, but not necessarily because we haven't been. So I would be in favor of something along those lines, but I think you could get an assessment and an appraisal done pretty quickly if we have to, quote unquote, sell it. But I don't see it being a hot ticket item.
So what I want to say about that, I mean, there's a lot of things that we need to hear clarification on. You're right. Some people want to take it. Some people want the county to do it. The important thing to remember is there's the issue also of whether or not we're going to have the court down there. The court's not going to locate in a building that has not been brought up to ADA standards and all of the things that the county would do. So I think that that's really an important item to consider. Also, I think people need some clarification. There's nothing I would like better than to give it to those guys. I've seen how the material has been put together with volunteer labor. But once you have a county building, you've got to do prevailing wage. You've got to have all the plans and everything. So I think we need clarification on that. From Tom, maybe from Mr. Masson or from Sean, but this whole concept of volunteer labor or everything, that that doesn't really work, does it, with a county project? Director Metzen? Yeah.
I can research a little bit more with council. I know we did a volunteer project on the Eureka Library a number of years ago, where a general contractor came in and they donated everything to get the facility redone, the outside redone. But there was a lot of issues with that. I could definitely, would like to bring the vets in on a regular inspection. It does need to be reassessed. You can't just say, we're going to go do this. There does have to be plans and specs. And if there's a penny of public money put into it, it's got to be prevailing wage. But we can relook at all those things. I'm more than willing to do that. Like I said, we did a successful volunteer project on the Eureka Library some years ago. If we can find a way where they can donate their labor and the county has to just provide materials, we can bring those costs to you and see if we can move it forward. But the first step is a reassessment of the facility so we know where we're starting from. And even if you want to get an appraisal or anything else, we're still going to need to have a budget adjustment. We'll have to come back to you for a budget adjustment to pay for those things because those are not in our building maintenance budget.
Through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair, Mr. Massey, are we saying we do not have after it being closed almost 5 years, we do not have an assessment at all on this building?
We have the initial one we did right when we closed it. We have not gone back to see if it's gotten any worse, what needs to be done to put it together, to relook at that.
It's pretty safe to say it hasn't got better.
No, it's gotten worse. I can guarantee it. Everything gets worse.
Okay, well, and the adjustment you're talking, a commercial appraisal would be anywhere between $3,500 and $5,500?
Probably in that range. But that just gives you the property value. I'm very concerned that if we have to go through the surplus, there is no guarantee it could get to the veterans. There is a possibility somebody could swoop it out from underneath and we would be stuck with that. And I really, if there was a way to give it to them directly, I would fully support that. But going to the surplus puts that property at risk of getting lost to the veterans and to the county.
Fully agree.
I agree with that too, Director Metzen. I thought of that when Supervisor Bohn was saying it. That location is actually a prime location in downtown Garberville, and there's a lot of people interested in that area.
And that was just a suggestion. We've got to do something. So can we direct staff to at least look at the options? Because it's a little bit different because this land was donated. And I don't know if we have the original contract. I'm hearing there are provisions in that contract that might make this a little more feasible. So that's, can we weigh those options? Because, wow, it's been a long time.
I agree.
Yeah. Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. Really appreciated all that public input, and thanks for answering some of those questions, Tom. And you know, the concern about shifting staff and resources is always a real one. You know, putting this in front of something else doesn't delay that something else by years. It delays it by a few months, because these tasks to do the assessment of the Garberville Hall, et cetera, are not year-long projects. I do recognize, though, as you mentioned, Tom, earlier, there are deadlines, and you have limited staff to meet the deadlines of utilizing existing funding resources. I think you mentioned several of them. I can't remember the numbers on them, et cetera, but there are always these deadlines looming that one does need to step up and get those things done. And if other things have to slip to the side, that's kind of the way that works. I think what the community is looking for is an assurance by the county, by us as a board, to direct staff as soon as possible. And, you know, I'm comfortable leaving that in your hands, but, you know, as soon as possible, redo the physical assessment and cost estimate for repairing the Vets Hall. That would be a good thing to have done as soon as possible. Second is to do a needs assessment. And I know you've done some great partnerships with some nonprofits in the community that have worked with your department to do various types of needs assessments, like the one we're doing on Ocean Drive currently for the rebuild of that neighborhood pathway and road. Maybe we could have a partner like that to help work with the veterans, the Southern Humboldt community, the Material, the schools, the chamber, et cetera, and get that need assessment done in the next 2 or 3 months as well. So that if we could get those things done, and the third thing would be for county council and or CAO's office to investigate, are there other options for transferring this property to the vets versus the surplus property approach? Because if there are or there are not, what are the constraints? What are the steps? Having definitive answers about that would be good, because we do have kind of a split thing here today of some wanting just give it back, either take care of it or give it back. Well, okay, I agree. If we're not going to take care of it and fix it, we need to give it to them, and we need to figure out how we can do that. But I think probably an ideal thing for the community would be for us to step up, take the responsibility that we have, and repair this facility or rebuild it. And those things can take a long period of time. But I think those 3 steps I just mentioned would get us there. The council or CAO telling us what the legal abilities are to transfer the property or not, a physical assessment and cost estimate for repairs, and third, a community assessment on the needs for event space, community space, that kind of thing. And in particular, the comments about the veterans helping veterans in a way to help reduce suicide rates, reduce all kinds of problems out there. I mean, we owe it to this community to figure out how to get this done ASAP. So that would be my preference on how to move forward. We got 15 minutes. We got another time set.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Wilson. Director Matson.
Well, I can certainly commit to updating a needs assessment in the shorter term. I will work with staff on that so we can at least get an updated review of the building and the actual cost current today. And we will meet with council to see if there's a way, if we could get volunteer labor and not violate state public contract codes. Those 2 steps we can take in the short term.
Yeah, I think the needs assessment thing, at the time when the mold was discovered by the court and then subsequent study was done by the county and found it had gone throughout the building. At that time, your finding was that it would be either the same price or maybe even less, I'm not sure, to rebuild it. So is that something you would be looking at now as a comparison between repair and rebuild in this needs assessment?
Yes, it would be a very similar comparison. And if the results are similar, which they're probably going to be, I would again recommend that we build a new building rather than Band-Aid an old building. But we can certainly update that and bring it back to the board and get your direction on that.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. First, I want a clarification. I mean, we're using needs assessment in 2 different ways in this conversation. So I want to be really clear. Like, one is actually like a structural assessment or a facility structural, and the other is needs assessment in terms of like community use. So I want to make sure that we're really parsing those 2 things, and they're separate efforts. So it's like value of property, structural assessment, and then needs assessment. And I want to also say that I do think that there is a valuable exploration to be done related to transferring the property or somehow getting it, under the primary control of the vets in this situation. I think it's a valuable thing to do. And I think I would advise that just throwing out there an ad hoc committee with Supervisor Fennell and Bohn to basically work on specifically just that, if that's possible. And as an example, the Harbor District is working on an agreement with Timber Heritage Association on something not dissimilar, which is a transfer of these properties, and we've seen it happen, direct transfers after these things have been made, because I think, especially if it's within if it's actually the entity that's taking it has the same goal and or mission of what it was before. I think there's some nexus there. I don't really know, but in any case, what I'm saying is that I think that the two supervisors who I think have the most in that space could really help address that and meet to deal with that. So I would advise, and I want to try and get this done, because we do have to move on, and we only have 10 minutes to the next thing. And some of us would like to, go to the bathroom today and maybe eat some food and stuff like that would be really great. So I would advise that we give direction to staff as enumerated in the staff report on page 4 or 5, numbers 1, 2, and 3, but with a modification that in terms of the discovery study, the discovery study is later in the process, but in the current context that we prioritize what Supervisor Bohn has put forward, which is an assessment of the value of the property, its market value, and what Supervisor Madrone has put forward, which is an assessment of the structural, status, I guess you'd say, in an update, and prioritize those two things in this as part of an ad hoc committee. And so I guess that's my motion to sort of like get us
Second.
Yeah, we got plenty
Second
of
with a
seconds
comment.
here. Okay, go. Yeah, okay, Supervisor Bohn, you seconded it.
My comment is just along the same lines. My assessment was both structural and financial, because one's going to highly influence the other.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
and then
so you're fine, and we can. And it was a tag on Supervisor Madrone's eloquent speech.
And I would also say, in that assessment of the structural, there's also an assessment of what's happened with that mold. I mean, I guess that would be
That's all
included
part of the
in
structure.
that.
That's all part of
the
it.
structure. Okay, great. And then, did you include the ad hoc committee in there? Yeah, you did.
I did.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the one. That's the one.
I didn't.
Ryan, Mike's got to pee.
Yeah, the only thing, the only part of the motion that I heard was you're including page 4 and 5, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see those?
Yeah, I do see them, but
you want me to read them? Or?
Includes that number 3 includes the assessment, both structural and financial, and the formation of an ad hoc committee to carry this project forward.
Yeah, so on 3, it's basically upon completion of the Garberville mini complex or campus, or whatever we like to call it, the Garberville campus, we'll just call it for now, the Garberville temporary campus. Fund and authorize staff to begin moving forward with the John Hayes Memorial Discovery Study, which is subsequent to, I mean, we could move this forward, but really there's two items that really have to happen before that anyway, which we can start right now, which is, again, the assessment of its value and the structural assessment, which includes what we talked about in terms of the molds and all the other stuff. So those two things as part of the effort of the ad hoc committee to work with the community to get those two items done, so we can really have a next phase discussion about what is the next step to get to. Oh, and as I apologize, the third thing on there was an exploration of how to potentially transfer the property to under the control of the Vets Hall. So I want to make sure, or the Veterans Organization. So those 3 items are kind of in the, those are the forefronted items related to that particular project. Ryan, is that?
Are we not approving any of the staff recommendations on page 1, 2, 3, or 4?
We are doing it on, shoot. I believe that covers those things. I'm not in support of that.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
Basically, that stuff on 4 and 5 synopsize the action that the staff have recommended to us to take as first step direction on moving forward on the facilities master plan. Is that correct, Amy?
That is correct. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's what I thought I was doing, and I think that's right. So we're just moving forward with staff recommendations with this modification with relationship to those 3 items related to the Vets Hall. Does that make sense?
Sure. So my understanding then is we're approving staff recommendations, and then with to add on to number 3 on page 5 with the exploration of the transfer of property to the veterans, prioritizing the assessment of the property, prioritizing the structural assessment, and then we're creating an ad hoc, and that comprises of Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Fennell.
Right. Maybe not necessarily in that order, but the list is complete, so good enough.
Yeah. The structure. It was assessment of structure, assessment of value, transfer, and the ad hoc.
Mm-hmm.
I'll iron it out with Ryan. Yeah. Okay. With that, I want to thank Director Mattson.
Just note that if you want me to begin on the appraisal immediately, I'm going to need a budget adjustment, and I would recommend an adjustment of not more than $5,500 to hire an appraiser to do the appraisal. And then I would let Sean weigh in to see if he's going to need any outside help on the assessment, or if that's something that we can just do in-house with our staff over the next couple of months.
Sean?
Yes, I believe we would seek some outside help to get that assessment completed. It's hard to put a ballpark on that right here now. I'd assume it'd be in the same general sort of realm as Director Mattson on the appraisal, so perhaps another $5,000 to $6,000.
I'd like to amend my motion to my motion. I always want to amend my emotions, but my emotion I'm going to amend that that we not to exceed $10,000 towards these efforts in the current context, and maybe Amy is jumping in, and maybe if that's not kosher, we can always bring it back.
Through the chair, staff is going to need to return with a budget adjustment. So Public Works staff can either do that on the October 27th or November 3rd, but they can work with the County Administrative Office to determine where the funds are coming from.
Are we?
Go ahead.
Can we?
Thank you.
To the chair.
So let's so hold on a second.
As the seconder.
I know. As the chair, what I want to just say is that we can just put that in the motion that staff comes back with budget adjustment.
Hopefully,
okay, go ahead.
Low enough that it's on consent.
My problem is do we want to spend $5,000 to $6,000 on appraisal if legal comes back and says we can transfer the property, and I mean there's no tax write-offs or anything else? We have a general idea what it's going to be worth. So what I'm saying is, do we want to spend that money before at least County Council gives us an idea that we can even give it? Because then we're going to have something we're not going to use, and I know we're big on that, but just a thought.
I'm going to, through the chair, I'm going to leave that up to the ad hoc committee to make that decision, and okay. I'm okay with putting some monies aside and have that up to the discretion of the ad hoc committee to figure that out.
We'll do this 1, 2, 3 of it. Okay, the sequence of implementation of this direction. Okay, good. All right. First of all, before we go to the roll call, I just want to thank the board for being so willing to work on this and to hear the voice of Southern Humboldt. I know that it's something that I've been hearing a lot about. I've asked people to show up, give their point of view, and I really appreciate the fact that they did. It makes it really clear what's needed. So thank you very much for listening to the community of Southern Humboldt and doing what we can to move this forward. So with that, I'm just guessing that we're going to vote this, but who knows? We'll have a roll call vote right now. Let's see if that goes.
So just to clarify, because there wasn't clear consensus on doing the budget adjustment, what I have for the motion is to approve staff recommendations with the direction to staff to prioritize the assessment of the property, prioritize the structural assessment of the property, explore transferring the property, create an ad hoc of Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Fennell. And then are we directing staff to come back with a budget adjustment or not?
Yes.
We are, okay. And then directing staff to come back with a budget adjustment.
The motion maker says yes, and I hope the seconder is okay with that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand. Thank you. Take the roll call vote. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Okay. So that went on for a very long time. We have a few different items on the agenda, but we have another time set, which is a hearing. I've heard Supervisor Wilson, I think legally that we can take a 10-minute break and then go to the hearing. And so I think I'm going to set that aside and say we'll be back at 1:40 for the hearing that's scheduled for 1:30. Is that work, Council Billingsley?
That works, Chair. It's 1:30 and you're announcing that it will begin in 10 minutes.
If through the chair, I'm just saying 10 minutes. I really got to get some food. I really need to like stretch my legs a little bit. I am respectfully requesting a minimum of 15, if not 20 minutes, in at least once in the day for us to be able to do this. I'm having a hard time with going this long without breaks of substance.
Okay, so Supervisor Wilson, considering the fact that Council Billingsley has clarified that now that we're announcing this at 1:30, let's give it 20 minutes. And we will begin the hearing at 10 to 2, 1:50.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe we have everyone in place to continue this meeting. And the next item on the agenda is comes to us from the Planning and Building Department. It is a public hearing on the Maple Creek investments. I would like to hear from County Council or the director, the description of the hearing, and then I'll open the hearing.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Joining me is Cliff Johnson and Rodney Yandell. We're going to be introducing an appeal of the Planning Commission decision to allow 27,000 square foot of new cannabis under the CCLU, or the Commercial Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. That is 2.0 is the common reference. If you'd like to open the public hearing now, and then Mr. Yandell will give an overview of the project.
Thank you, Director Ford. I think, you did say it was a denial, right? That was being appealed.
The Planning Commission action was a denial, yes.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Okay. Welcome, Rodney.
Hello, good afternoon. Let me get let me get my screen share up and I will join back in here.
Okay.
Okay, let me open this up. Can everyone see that?
Yes, we do.
All right, let me get myself situated and I will begin. Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chair Fennell, My name is Rodney Yandell, Senior Planner. I'll be presenting the staff report for the appeal of the Maple Creek Investments LLC special permit denial. The following presentation will provide an overview of the project denied by the Planning Commission and the basis of the appeal filed by the applicant. The project denied the following project at the August 6, 2020 hearing. The project is for a special permit for 22,025 square feet of new full sun outdoor cultivation. Irrigation water is to be provided by 4 rainwater catchment tanks totaling 200,000 gallons. Domestic water is proposed to be supplied by a well on the applicant's property to the north. The projected yearly water use is not to exceed 200,000 gallons, and it may be much less than that due to cannabis being grown in the native soil. Drying and processing will occur off-site or on-site within a proposed 2,000 square foot ancillary commercial structure. The property is accessed off a paved county road, and power will be provided by PG&E with an emergency backup generator. Let me get my laser pointer going here to make this easier. Located here on this map, this aerial view is the proposed project location about 600 feet northwest of the intersection of Butler Valley and Maple Creek roads. Here to the north is where the domestic water well is on the applicant's other property. It's about a mile away. Domestic water for drinking and sanitation is proposed to be trucked to the site as needed by the applicant. In this aerial, you'll see the current configuration of the site. This is from this summer. On this area here is where the proposed cannabis is to be located. The water tanks are proposed to be in this location here. And the proposed processing facility is to be located here. What you see here is an intermittent wetland that is to be circumvented by all project activities. Listed on this slide are documents that establish compliance with the CCLUO standards for cultivation activities, as well as consistency with the environmental impact report adopted for the ordinance. Technical reports include biological assessment report, cultural resources investigation, a water resource protection plan, noise source assessment and mitigation plan, jurisdictional wetland delineation report, and a road system assessment. Many people from the public commented at the PC hearing and submitted comments written to us for the PC and for the Board of Supervisors. These comments include concerns about increased traffic and road conditions, well drawdown on adjacent parcels, pesticide and fertilizer use and impacts to water quality, the risk of fire from the use of PG&E, impacts to biological resources, noise and odor impacts, wetland encroachment, and non-compliance with the required findings of approval. Staff would like to note that we feel that we have made findings to address all of these concerns. This is a little breakdown of the PC hearing from August 6th. At the Planning Commission hearing, after receiving comment from both the public and the applicant, the Planning Commission made both positive and negative comments regarding the project and expressed concerns about protecting the Maple Creek area. Comments that were made in favor of the project by the Commission include its compliance with the CCLUO, that power is provided from PG&E, and that water is from rainwater catchment. They like that the project is full sun outdoor cultivation and no mixed light proposed. Also noted, they stated that they feel the roads are in decent condition and there are no traffic impacts anticipated. Comments that were made against the project by the Commission include that there was no referral response from CDFW. There was a prior violation on the parcel. They noted cumulative impacts from cannabis cultivation projects in the Maple Creek area and stated that Maple Creek is a special place, and also stated that the intent of the CCLUO was to get cannabis out of the hills. I apologize. Oh no, I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself. Please excuse me. There's a discussion about what happened at the PC hearing and the PC deliberation and PC decision. A motion was made to approve the project as recommended by staff and seconded. This motion failed with a 2-4 vote. The commission at that time was then advised to direct staff to continue the hearing and have staff draft a resolution finalizing the commission's reasons for taking that action. This advice was rejected by the commission. At that point, a motion was made to deny, which was seconded, and the motion passed with a 4-2 vote. The appellant's basis for appeal. The appellant, which is the applicant, submitted an appeal on August 20th, 2020. There are 3 main issues staff has identified as the basis of the appeal. They are described and addressed in the next 3 slides. Issue 1, the Planning Commission is required by law to state the reasons for denial and provide an itemized resolution for the reason of denial of a project and failed to do so. Humboldt County Code Section 312651 does state, following public review, the hearing officer shall approve, conditionally approve, or deny the project in accordance with the particular requirements of the code as they apply to the project, and in accordance with the required findings of this code. The hearing officer's decision shall be expressed in writing. The appellant is correct. The Planning Commission did not adopt written findings supporting the decision to deny the application in accordance with county code. Issue 2, the Planning Department's reversal of position now supporting the denial in front of the board is required by regulation and should be disregarded. This in fact is not true. Humboldt County Code does not require the Planning and Building Department to support a Planning Commission decision in an appeal. In fact, an appeal is a de novo hearing, meaning the application is completely reconsidered. It's not a recommendation from the Planning Commission. Lastly, the Board of Supervisors has the authority to approve, conditionally approve, or deny a project. Issue 3, the Commission failed to discharge its duty to conduct a hearing free of bias and fair under constitutional due process principles. Well, bias apart from a resolution is difficult to determine. Since the Planning Commission did not adopt written findings, they did fail to discharge their duties, and it is not possible to reject the possibility of bias. Based on findings made by staff still recommends, or staff does recommend that the board grant the appeal. Also recommending to adopt the resolution approving the Maple Creek Investments LLC special permit subject to the conditions of approval. Alternatively, the board report does have alternatives to this recommendation. You could grant the appeal and deny the special permit, and this option should only be pursued if there's evidence submitted demonstrating that the special permit cannot be approved in compliance with the county policies and regulations. You could also grant and approve the project in a modified form. And I need to move the hearing out of this way here so I can read this. I'll repeat. You could grant the appeal and approve the project in a modified form. The Board of Supervisors might find that there are components of the project which are acceptable, but others that are not. In that case, conditions should be written to modify the project description and site plan to omit the offensive components of the project. This concludes my presentation, and staff will be ready to answer any questions if need be. Thank you. And I will unshare my screen once I get this thing opened up again. Gosh dang it. I apologize for this. What the heck's going on?
Unmute Estelle.
Supervisor Bohn?
Rodney, what would a modified form look like? I'll just ask right off the get-go. Has this been discussed with anybody, or is there a modified form on the table, or?
There is not a modified form on the table. We could assume that might possibly come with some deliberation and testimony from the applicant and public comment, possibly.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Rodney.
Yes, thank you. And I will stop share.
Thank you, Rodney.
I have a question.
Who said that? I didn't see. Oh, Supervisor Wilson.
Actually, I kind of wanted you to not drop what you had on the screen there because I wanted to ask you a question about the legal nature of the denial or, basically approving the appeal or denying this permit without findings. I was just kind of wondering where you're going with that.
I think John Ford would like to answer that question.
Director Ford.
Thanks, Chair. Supervisor Wilson, as was pointed out, the code does require their written findings be provided in acting on a project. There were no findings provided here. So whatever the Board of Supervisors chooses to do in this particular case, the first thing we would recommend that you do is to approve the appeal. And that would address the Planning Commission's lack of adopting findings. And this action should really be thought of in two distinct components. One component is the appeal. We would recommend whatever else you do on the project that you approve the appeal and then consider the project a special permit for 27,025 square feet of new outdoor cannabis cultivation on its own merits.
And a follow-up, if I may, Chair, with
yes, of course.
The director, in terms of, but what you are saying is that if this board either chooses to deny or modify this, we would need to clarify our findings or our intent in that regard as it references the code. That
we believe that we have given you sufficient findings to cover the actions as recommended in the staff report and in the findings. If the commission wishes to do something else, modify the project or deny the project, we at that point would request that you continue it and allow us to modify the findings appropriately.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I mean, there is some legal precedent to that, right? I mean, we don't want to leave ourselves hanging out there to basically be considered either biased and or without substantial findings.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further questions, Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I really appreciated not just the staff report, but actually having the transcript of the entire meeting. It was really eye-opening regarding some of the concerns, but and this isn't, I guess, necessarily about this project. I guess I would ask I'd like to ask the planning director through the chair, you know, in reading this, it looks like you did counsel the Planning Commission on what it could have done to have made a proper denial. And they still just decided not to do it. So, I mean, that's a different issue that I think not necessarily talk about this meeting, but to me, that seems like could be a problem. So I just wanted to bring that up. I read that and it's like, just curious more about that. And the part about the bias, I do understand. It also sounded like certain people were allowed to speak longer than others. So I just wanted to say, I don't think Rodney mentioned that in his report, and I just wanted that out there because that certainly does to me seem that there were some things definitely wrong with how this one went down. I mean, as far as process. So that's just my personal thoughts on it.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Director Ford?
Oh, I don't have anything to add.
Oh, okay.
If I didn't interpret that as being a question, I interpreted all those as factual.
Yeah, I think that was basically, I was just absolutely surprised. So if I hadn't seen the transcript, it wouldn't have hit me as much. And this future reference, maybe something we should talk about on other projects.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion at the board level at this point, I'd like to invite the appellant applicant to speak. And I'm not sure who is who on this line. I don't know if you've been able to work with Ryan, clerk of the board.
Chair Fennell, I'm here. My name's Brian Shields, and I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the applicant today.
Okay,
I just wanted to start off and first preface and say thank you all for being here and hearing us out and participating in this appeal process. As I mentioned, my name is Brian Shields and I'm the project manager for the Maple Creek Investments Group. And I've been working diligently with county staff and the applicants who are longtime ranch owners in the Maple Creek area for the past 4 years while completing this project and bringing it into the approval stage. During this time, the applicant has adhered and performed every request from the planning department and the various regulatory agencies necessary to complete the project in accordance with the requirements of the CCLUO. The project normally would have been approved through a zoning administration process as it is an environmentally low impact project consisting of full sun, outdoor grown and native soil using organic fertilizers and solely consistent off of rainwater collection. Additionally, PG&E clean energy would be provided at the site to power the required power needs. There's additionally several other approved large cultivation projects in the area, some of which were approved on consent with no adverse or objection from the public as to their approval. And they currently have a much larger environmental impact or footprint than what we are proposing to do with the Maple Creek Investments project. Nonetheless, as previously stipulated in the staff report, and Rodney spoke to it, the main basis for the applicant seeking the Board of Supervisors appellate decision is that the prior decision to deny the project on the August 6, 2020 meeting by the Planning Commission is in direct violation of Humboldt County Code due to the Commission's failure to provide an itemized resolution for the reasoning behind the project's denial. In the absence of a resolution as to the reasons for denial, the applicant is left to speculate that the Planning Commission acted with personal bias and unfamiliarity with the project and was additionally influenced by unsubstantiated public comment. If in fact the Board of Supervisors today does make findings that the previous decision of the Planning Commission on August 6, 2020.
Brian, okay, go ahead. You were dropping out there for a minute, but I think you're back.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for alerting me, or else I would have just kept going. And I do want to let you know I'm reading, but this has been shortened down from 6 pages to 1. So I hope that you can all appreciate that. I know you work very hard, so we're trying to get to the point here. But in fact, if the Board of Supervisors does make findings of the previous decision of the Planning Commission on August 6, 2020, denying the applicant's project is found to violate the requirements stipulated in Humboldt County Code, the applicant requests the Board of Supervisors reconsider the decision previously handed down from the Planning Commission and approve the project as submitted. The Planning Department still strongly continues to support the project for approval, despite the denial from the Planning Commission, and has addressed every concern brought up by the public comments in their staff report. There have also been outlandish and egregious personal accusations by one family in their written comments to the board. Their animosity stems from a losing of a property line dispute, which judgment in the favor of the applicant has been affirmed by the California State Court of Appeals. Rob Dunaway, a family member and an applicant, is also here to answer any questions regarding that dispute or any ranch history related questions. Additionally, the applicant would like to point out that they are a local family with long-standing history in the Maple Creek area, and the project's approval will create jobs for third-generation family members who want to have an active role in the farm. I'm more than willing to answer any additional questions after the public comment period regarding cannabis cultivation and operations, land use, environmental concerns, health and safety, and if deemed necessary, questions regarding public comment. And I thank you each and every one of you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Brian. Mr. Dunaway? I'm not sure, or is that, there is one window here that says Catherine Dunaway. Would that be the same number that's being used by Mr. Dunaway? If so, would you mind to join?
Hi,
Yeah, there you go.
Hi, this is Catherine. I'm not sure why my brother is not on screen.
Oh, I actually see him under the attendees. I'm sorry, Catherine.
Okay.
Rob Dunaway, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could bring Rob in to the meeting, please, Ryan. There we go. Welcome, Mr. Dunaway.
Yes, can you hear me, Chair Fennell?
Yes, I can.
Oh, thank you. Let me reiterate the thanks that Brian Shields expressed to the board. We do appreciate the opportunity to get a full hearing on this appeal. I'm not sure if you have a specific question for me, Chair Fennell, but I'm available in the event that there is questions on history of the Maple Creek area, history of this parcel or our adjacent timber and rangeland ranch, and the like. Mr. Shields is fully prepared to address anything relating to the hearing and the permit process itself and our interaction with the department.
Thank you, Rob. Okay, anybody else to speak? And let's just keep Mr. Dunaway on the panel, please. Anyone else wish to speak from the applicants group? Seeing none? Oh, did I hear a voice somewhere? No. Okay. With that, I'm going to go to public comment on this item. And the first number excuse me, Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if it's okay, I thought it'd be a good time to ask the applicant a question or two.
Yeah, we can do that. Council Billingsley, that's fine in terms of process, right?
Yes, Chair, that's fine.
Okay, great. All right, go ahead, Supervisor Madrone.
Great, thank you. Rodney, could you pull up and share your screen again and pull up that aerial photo of the site and the well site? I think there was one aerial photo that kind of showed that whole area. That would be helpful. Thank you.
I will attempt to do that now.
Okay. The fun of technology.
Yes.
I think it was, might have been like the second, I couldn't remember what slide it was, but I know which one he's talking about.
I'll get us there.
I can remember a day we'd ask you to put it up on the smart board.
Yeah.
I got lost in my own presentation. My PC slide's usually the last one. So sorry about that.
No problem.
And
there, no, not that one.
I'm just getting through this. Here we are.
There you go.
Can you, and
What?
not to jump on you, Steve, could you show us where the said,
There we go.
where who owns the houses?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Supervisor Bohn. Let's go with Supervisor Madrone, then we'll cut to you. Supervisor Madrone, you wanted to see this slide.
Well, sure. Yeah, it sounds like Supervisor Bohn has a good question too. So I see the location down there in between the Maple Creek Road and the Butler Valley Road. I guess that's what that's called right there.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then the project, first of all, let me say, I want to applaud the applicants for their approach. The way that you're trying to do this, growing it in the sun, in the ground, which gives great potential for late season dry farming, as well as rainwater collection. It's on a paved county road, mostly paved, becoming more gravel every year. No mixed light, PG&E right there with only generator backup. And that would be a generator when the rest of us are using generators to keep power going for some reason or another. So first, I just want to applaud you on those best management practices that you're using there. I wish all operations were that way. In that, as far as the tanks, filling them and is rainwater collection, but also using the domestic water well. It talked about that up there at the north end of the picture. And so, and it said, I believe in the staff report that that well was also under the control of the applicant. Is that correct, Mr. Dunaway?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. That well is located approximate to our ranch house and outbuildings, and supplies all of the domestic water supply for those structures.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah, so you've got like 1,000 acres there or something, a significant property. I suspect that's multiple parcels, or is that just one big parcel that includes, is the project site on a separate parcel from the well site?
The subject parcel is on the southern end of the ranch property, the aggregate ranch property, which consists of several parcels ranging in size up to 550 acres.
Okay, so patent parcels, yeah. Great. And I noticed below the domestic water well there's that very large meadow area. And that area is off the county road. It's still easily accessed by the county road. Has all the kinds of qualities the other place does. But I guess my biggest problem, from what I've read about public input and concerns in the community, and of course we're going to hear from the public next, is it's more about the site than it is the way that you're doing it. And as I said earlier, I think you're doing it in a very, very good way. And I'm just curious, because it would seem to me that if you were siting this over in that very large meadow, that just south of the meadow is that wide strip that is the massive power line coming in from the east. It comes into Humboldt County there. You can see that linear strip. But, you know, that meadow would be out of sight, out of the center kind of area of the community, not right on the road. You know, it has so many other good things going for it as a site. And I'm just wondering, have you considered doing this there rather than at that intersection of both the roads, right kind of in the center of everything?
That's a very perceptive question. That, in fact, was our preferred location. And this undoubtedly predates your interaction with the project. But the large meadow was our preferred location. It does make sense as a location. However, there is a road culvert that diverts rainwater down the hillside into that meadow. And over the years, it's diverted enough water to stimulate plant growth that now qualifies or is classified as wetlands. And so, yeah, we've been kind of bit in the rear end by the road situation. But you're absolutely right. We did everything we could to do this the right way. We wanted to locate it in an area that made a lot of sense for not only us, but the neighbors. And that was our preferred location. After the department finished its review, they recommended a change in location. So I think that one thing I should point out is that even on the present location, there were two. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Even on the present subject parcel, there were two approved locations, one close to the river, right on the river, and one at the location that is tagged on the aerial photo. And we agreed to move it off the river, away from the river, for environmental concerns.
Oh, that's wonderful. That meadow looks quite large. The one up at the north, it looks like it must be, I don't know, 40 acres or something on its own.
It's about 10 acres, I believe.
Oh, it's about 10 acres. And this 27,000 acre feet's a little more than a half acre. There isn't a half acre in that 10 acre area that doesn't qualify as wetland?
If I might jump in, if that would be okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Shields. Yeah.
Thank you. So I've done all the reconnaissance on every bit of available land that could be utilized for cannabis cultivation under the ownership of the Maple Creek Investments and Maple Creek Ranch Corporation. There is accessibility issues outside of the wetland issues that would cause for this project to not be feasible in that location. There's also, it's not depicted in the mapping, but the areas that would be feasible for use would be bordering close to setbacks from sensitive areas. And when I mean sensitive areas, a school bus stop for the Maple Creek School. Also, the direct proximity directly across the street from a neighbor that's not cultivating, smells, things like that. We were trying to take into consideration. And when you take into consideration the proposed project location, yes, it's kind of in the fishbowl and it's in the middle of two roads, but you look right across the street and you have a large 17,000 square foot development that's utilizing generators, diesel, propane, gas, diverting water directly from Boulder Creek, which feeds the Mad River, and is currently projecting water use of 2.5 times the amount of our proposed operation. So it just seemed more feasible, like it was more suiting with the neighborhood and the surrounding environment, because that's currently what's going on in that area. Not to say we did not try, and that's part of the reason that we've had to take 4 years on this project, is because we've constantly, just quite honestly, struck out, and we've come and we've tried to do this, in a environmentally, sustainable way. And I believe, and the applicant believes, and I think a lot of the members of the community that aren't in opposition to this project due to personal reasons believe that this project embodies everything that the Humboldt County Cannabis Ordinance was drafted to support. So that's just my little background on what's going on in those areas. And trust me, we did do thorough investigations into all of those potential areas.
Thank you.
All, okay, Supervisor Bohn, you had a question for Mr. Dunaway?
I've driven up there quite a few times and been up there, and know the location. Well, not this exact location, but I've got a pretty good idea where it is. I haven't driven by it. Says that's a great place for 27,000 feet of pot. But could you show me, and the 17,000 square feet below you, I hope that's permitted, or
It is.
okay, just otherwise you're going to sleep very lightly. No, I'm just, could you tell me where the, show where the neighboring houses are, the property in the Forsterlings, and just where everybody is, and give everybody an idea of the school. I know where the school is, but give everybody an idea where that is. I'm not sure everybody here is familiar with the area.
I will attempt to do so, and if I make any mistakes, please forgive me. But
We'll let you know.
Here we have the proposed project. This is the permitted cannabis cultivation to the south, with, I believe, a residence here 800 feet to the south of the proposed project.
Is that the residence, excuse me, Rodney, the residence that you just showed, is that the
Fosterlings?
Is that the cultivator for the 17,000 feet?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Here is the approximate location of the Forsterlings house, approximately 900 feet, give or take, from the proposed project. I think the next closest residence is most likely across the river here, which is another cultivator that's pending in the process right now. Up here, this is, I think, the next closest residence, and that is another approved cannabis project located here in this area. I believe this is a residence. I'm kind of shooting from the hip on this one, but I do know, in fact, that this is where the school is here. If that helps.
It did. Thank you, Rodney.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that one you thought was a residence there just before the Maple Creek School is the old Maple Creek Estate, the Gwinnett Estate there, the little mansion on the hill right there with the rock walls. Beautiful place.
I'd like to see that someday.
Beautiful planters on the front porch.
Nice.
So if I may, since we are asking questions, I'm not sure if this would be for Brian or Rob, but was in some of the public comment that we got, there was an allegation that there had been some illegal cultivation at that site by the applicant in 2017 and 2018. Was that in that same site or up in the meadow?
It was in the same site.
Okay.
And if I could speak a little bit on that matter, if necessary, if it's deemed necessary.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. Mr.
Okay,
Shields.
thank you, Chair. So currently, what's going on with this project, another reason it's taken so long, is that there was historical documentation of existing cultivation on this property in excess of roughly about 1 acre. Originally, we had submitted an application for this project to reduce the size of the existing 1 acre cultivation under the 1.0 ordinance and reconfigure that consolidated amount within the confines of this similar setting. This was back in 2016. We were under the assumption that we were in the process and we had the required submitted documentation to keep us in the running to mitigate any issues that would arise with code enforcement. During that time frame, we were working with another consultant agency that went belly up. The county had contacted the agent in charge at that time and alerted them of the requirements and the lapse and the insufficient information collected to keep the project alive. And that was not relayed to the Maple Creek Investments Group. Therefore, operations continued as usual, with the understanding that the project was still in the process of being classified as an existing cultivation site under Ordinance 1.0, and until such time that we were notified that we were actually booted from the 1.0 and had to reapply under the 2.0. So this project has imposed fines on it that have been negotiated. Both the planning department and the applicant have come to an agreement that they both share responsibility. From that standpoint, the issue is resolved. And I want to make clear that it wasn't an abatement issue. We were never cited by any agency for cultivation, environmental degradation, public health and safety. It was simply a clerical error that during the time frame of the adoption of 1.0 and the huge rush from thousands of applicants to get their projects into the running is just something that went unfortunately by the wayside. So that's the history about the cultivation on that particular site.
So as a follow-up then, Supervisor Madrone and I don't know if it was Mr. Dunaway or yourself had discussed that that meadow up there near the domestic water well might have been a better site. Do you have any idea why before this whole thing came into play with the ordinance, they didn't put it there?
You know, I can't speak to that. This parcel is, you know, on the southern end of property that they own, and it is isolated. It is not contingent of the other parcels, so it is separated. And I couldn't speak to the reasoning. It would just be speculation as to why, outside of the fact that there was existing cultivation that happened on this site prior to 2016 that would qualify it for the requirements under 1.0. So that was the general basis. There was significant evidence of trespass grows in an area slightly to the north of the green pin location for the project location, where members of the family through the years ranging back from as early as the 1980s would repeatedly go and remove growing marijuana cannabis plants. So that was the whole basis for establishing this as the permitted location.
Thank you, Mr. Shields. Okay, Rodney, I think just for my benefit, if you could stop sharing again, I'd like to see everybody, and we'll bring the map up if we need it again. Thank you. All right, so with that, if we don't have any further questions or comments from the board, I'll go out to public comment. And the first number on here is 0240. Those are the last four numbers on your phone. If you can press *6, we can welcome you in to speak with the board. Welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Alex Ziegler, and thank you for the chance to speak to the board today on this matter. In sum, largely just I want to urge the board to find that this particular project is indeed inappropriate and unfit for the location that it's proposed at within the Maple Creek community, and as already determined by the Planning Commission appointed by the board. Public opposition to this project has been overwhelmingly negative. Attempting to frame the public input on the project as coming only from a select few is disingenuous and ignores the sheer number of Maple Creek residents and citizens of Humboldt County at large who have spoken out against it. This is not an issue between a couple of property owners, but an outpouring of resistance to a change from a rural community that's fighting to protect their right to shape the character of the place that they live in. There are other cultivation operations in the area, but I think it is telling that the public opposition to those projects was relatively non-existent. We're talking about a different degree of acceptance to the way that this operation will run compared to the others. There are wrong ways and right ways to go about an operation like this, and particularly with respect to the impact and relations with the surrounding area and community. It's clear that both the potentially impacted community and the Planning Commission recognize the same thing about this particular project and came to the same conclusions. Suggestions that the Commission acted with targeted bias in a review of the merits of this project undermine public trust in a process that has been applied equally to all potential cultivators. The approval or denial of the special permit sought by the applicant was a discretionary decision, and nothing mandates or guarantees the applicant the ability to operate such a large grow on this site. The Planning Commission appointed by this board used its discretion and better judgment to determine this particular project is inappropriate, and it is critical that our county leadership support the people trusted and appointed to make such decisions, or else a cloud is cast on all of the Commission's decisions. A reversal of the Commission's determination on this project would show preferential treatment to an applicant who has already been given their fair shake and would come at the cost of the wishes and rights of the community members who called Maple Creek their home. Reversing that decision made by the Commission would erode the confidence of the public and industry stakeholders in the county's ability to fairly and equally regulate this industry while also weighing concerns of the rest of the county's residents. It sounds like from discussion from county staff that the appropriate thing for the board to do would be to approve the appeal, and then I would urge you all to vote to deny the special permit for this particular location in this project. Thank you, and I much appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Al. Our next caller has the last four of 4369. If you press *6, you can join us here at the board. 4369. Could you please press *6 and we will be able to hear you. Four 4369, last four numbers of your phone number. And if you press *6, there you go.
Can you hear me? Oh, good. Okay, that's tough to do. Anyway, we were hoping for a virtual Zoom, but anyway, and your Zoom meeting is actually a couple minutes delayed, so it's kind of confusing me. But anyway, good afternoon to all of you. For the record, my name is Elizabeth Forsterling, and together with my husband, Thomas, submit all of our documents of opposition. We are directly adjacent landowners to the proposed project, and we oppose the plan in its entirety. For the past 30, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Did I start? Did I already start? Or are you just hearing me for the first time?
No, we have been hearing you all along.
Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, my husband's watching the other one. He's all, no, you have to do *69. So it's delayed. You heard me say that. Okay. Anyway, for the past 32 years, this is where we have our home and where we dwell. Well, let me start with this. Humboldt County Planning Commission did the right thing and denied the entire project. We ask you, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, to do the same thing. Do what is right for the immediate region and deny MCI its proposal. On August 12th, a notice of Planning Commission decision was issued in writing, stating the project described above was denied by the Planning Commission on August 6, 2020. Planning Commission properly exercised their judicial power according to code. Applicant has no grounds for an appeal. Applicant's false allegations and damaging statements show the volatility of the project. Staff's findings ignore the facts, neglect the layout of the land, the water, and all the concerns of the neighboring community. The project is a high impact project affecting wetland, watershed, habitat, forested areas, native soils, adjacent wells, adjacent lands, neighboring property owners, the safety and welfare of the residents, etc.
Cultural resource investigations have found artifacts from the Cholula tribe in the project area, less than 250 feet away, and even less from where applicant proposes to build a roadway to the cultivation site. Necessary 600-foot setbacks are not honored by applicant. Applicant claims to be good land stewards, yet never restored or remediated the devastation it created on historical native ceremonial grounds. Commercial cultivation of cannabis is a highly regulated specialty crop and shall not be allowed as a principal permitted use under the General Ag Use Type classification. CDFA states cannabis is not a primary agricultural permitted crop. Applicant claims another permitted cannabis cultivation directly adjacent to the proposed project as reason for approval. Applicant's project can never compare to the Giordano farm. Planning Department references 4 nearby properties engaged in cannabis cultivation, other properties in the immediate vicinity with pending applications, and a recently approved 2 acres of cultivation further up the road. To cluster in the same rural region, in the hills and off the tributary roads and sensitive habitats, is against the Planning Commission's goals. Using case-by-case criteria, Planning Commission could not approve such a visible and overly encompassing project to this specific area of Maple Creek, citing cumulative impacts. What these all add up to would adversely define the character of the region, intrude upon the residential neighborhood, and add to water issues. According to state CEQA guidelines, the resultant cumulative impacts from collectively significant projects in the area would be catastrophic. Individually, the proposed project is disturbing. If it were the only permitted grow in the region, it would still be the wrong place for cannabis cultivation. The site is not the least environmentally damaging feasible alternative location for the project. Planning Department refers to the site as a large parcel, but in that description totally neglects 2 county roads which bisect the property, leaving just a small, tiny area for such a large, overly encompassing project. Planning Commission found there's a lot of antipathy towards this project, and projects that have a huge amount of neighbor antipathy is having something wrong with them. The proposal does not include any mitigation measure sufficient to offset increased risks to adjacent human populations. And despite what applicant and Planning Department want to make of it, it is not compatible with the character of the neighborhood. Drawdown from any adjacent well, wait, I need to finish because my husband's not going to talk, so I get his minutes. Drawdown from any adjacent well, use of the well for cannabis-related irrigation is prohibited. Trucked in water to supplement proposed activities is not allowed, and 50,000-gallon rain catchment tanks to be filled by a wishful amount of yearly rainfall is not environmentally sustainable. Pre-existing or new creates debate as to the efficacy of the application itself. They just lied to you. Wait a minute. Emails provided by applicant prove it tried to deceive Planning Department twice. We're told, I've lived here for 32 years. No one has ever grown there. They lied to them twice. They tried to deceive them twice. They were told cultivation areas must be remediated. This is what the emails say. They were told cultivation areas must be remediated and cannabis infrastructure removed. Cultivation and additional development is not authorized. It's not authorized.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth. We have gotten all of your feedback. We've gotten your packets directed to us. I hope that the rest of the board has read those and familiarized with your concerns. And but in the interest of allowing everybody who wants to speak, and there are quite a number, I'm going to restrict public comment to 3 minutes each. I gave you a little bit of slack because you said Richard wasn't going to speak. So Richard's time has already been taken. And so we'll go now to the next caller, who is, I believe, 0240. Is that correct, Ryan? Okay, we'll go to 2089. Welcome.
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name is Beverly Phillip, and I own a property that is adjacent to this project. And I strongly object to MCI's project. And I also object to this attempt by MCI to lump all of the public opposition together as being part of one family or somehow, I'm not related to anyone else who is speaking. I was told that in 2018, an EIR was carried out for the Mad River watershed. At that time, Scott Bauer with Fish and Wildlife completed a study of the effects of cannabis cultivation on this watershed and concluded that the regulations are not adequately protective. The Mad River supplies drinking water to about 65% of Humboldt County's population. The Mad is listed by the EPA on California's Clean Water Action Impaired Water List. Bauer found that there was a 170% increase of grows in the Mad River watershed from 2009 to 2014, and that there has not ever been a comprehensive water quality monitoring of the Mad River. And that was several years ago. Current conditions on the ground today have significantly changed since the 2018 EIR. CEQA guidelines define cumulative impact as two or more individual effects which when considered together are considerable or which compound or increase other environmental impacts. The fertilizers used during cannabis growing seasons create byproducts, including cyanotoxins, which are neither regulated nor tested. Just last month, public health and environmental officials cautioned residents to stay out of the Mad River after cyanobacteria was confirmed at 3 locations. Lab samples confirmed the presence of anatoxin A. This bacteria had never been confirmed in the Mad before. Anatoxin A is also known as very fast death factor and has acute neurotoxicity effects. The information that MCI has presented omits any consideration of the cumulative environmental impacts of commercial cannabis farms on this ecosystem. And I have been told by MCI that they're planning another cannabis farm on the Maple Creek Ranch in the future. So at some point we have to look at the cumulative impacts here. This project is on a Category 4 road, except this road was designed for small homesteads, not commercial marijuana farms and processing facilities. Butler Valley Road continues to deteriorate every winter, as I heard someone mention earlier, and it's not being repaired. It's completely collapsed in places so that only one car can pass and has numerous blind corners and a high rate of accidents relative to the amount of usage. This project would create an even more dangerous situation. And I did read in this project that they plan to use rainwater and that additional water will be trucked from Maple Creek Ranch if needed. The CCLUO states that trucked water shall not be allowed except for emergencies, which is defined as a sudden, unexpected occurrence demanding immediate action. Planning to use trucked water is not an emergency. I'm also concerned about my personal safety and the safety of my neighbors and those who come to the river to recreate. As we all know, unfortunately, with large-scale commercial cannabis come attack dogs, weapons, robberies, and an increase in crime. If someone is in danger out in the Maple Creek area and calls the sheriff, there's no way for the sheriff to be able to respond to them in time to prevent harm. Is that my time?
Beverly, yes, yeah. Your time is on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So the next person in line here is, I believe, 1417. If you can press *6, please, you can join. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Victoria, and I work with Coldwell Baker Ketton Realty. I'm a realtor and have been for 15 plus years. The Planning Commission deliberated and fairly denied Maple Creek Investments' large commercial cannabis project on August 6th, based on a cumulative of reasons, including but not limited to dramatic effects on wildlife, salmon runs, elk migration zones, local residential groundwater and depletion in wells, and the Mad River watershed, safety of the neighborhood, noxious smells, nuisance, unsustainable plan of rain catchment as a water source. We all know the rain levels this year would not sustain this size operation. Inhospitable location in the middle of an intersection, illegal grow operations in the past of the applicant, unsavory characters that come with grows of this size, unfit roadways, the non-approval of organizations including Humboldt Community Water District and the Department of Fish and Wildlife, just not the highest and best use of landscape, neighborhood approval, etc. I ask the Board of Supervisors to side with their planning commissioners and vote to deny this unfit project. In response to the appeal of the applicants, yes, other grows have been approved in the immediate vicinity. Also not a reason to approve, as well as some projects have been denied. This is not a reason for approval, and this project is different in many ways, including water issues, previous lawsuits. It's a purely commercial deal with no plans of a homestead. Other cannabis operations that have been approved are also residences and where the owners reside, which this particular property has had so much neighborhood resistance that has made the neighbors and the neighborhood closer than ever before. So every builder, every project manager, every realtor, and every applicant of any project is told when first applying with the Humboldt County Planning and Zoning Departments that the checklist they are given to fulfill is strictly to gain a higher probability and recommendation for approval of the project. It is not a checklist that once fulfilled automatically gives approval, nor is it a guarantee of approval in any way, specifically when the project is not principally permitted and is asking for a special use designation. If it was a guarantee, there would not be quite so many illegal operations and unpermitted things in Humboldt County. A direct example is the applicant's illegal grow on the same property. The largest box on the checklist of any project is neighborhood approval, which is why public comment is part of this process. This project does not have neighborhood approval. The approval or denial process must be followed to protect the highest and best use of properties, especially ones as controversial and within rural residential neighborhoods. The Planning Commission could clearly discern that this proposed commercial cultivation was and is not the highest and best use for this land. Would you tear down Scotia Inn and put a parking lot? The way in which these meetings on Zoom are conducted are not conclusive to the clear picture of just how many members of the neighborhood are against this project. It is not one family, but 20 plus other deep-rooted members of the community that are in strong opposition of this project, including Francis Carrington and everyone that runs his adjacent ranch, Karen Schatz, Bill Carlson, old teachers at the Maple Creek School, Rick Borges, Joel Gwinnett, Marilyn, who runs the ranch below this property.
Victoria, I'm sorry, your 2 minutes are up.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem.
Thank you. Okay, the next caller, last four of 6670. Welcome.
Hey there. Hey there. Good afternoon. This is Madeline DeLapp from Humboldt County Growers Alliance. I just feel compelled to speak on behalf of this project. The project applicants are not one of our members, but I was part of the audience listening to the Planning Commission hearing several weeks ago when this project was being heard. And I can say that it seems from my perspective that Planning Commission hearing specifically went pretty sideways. That hearing date, there were 2 Maple Creek projects that were being considered. I was actually a bit shocked when I heard that this project was being denied because it is a relatively smaller project at 27,000 square feet. It is in ground and full sun. This is the type of project that could participate in Humboldt's future Appalachian program. The project also is using rainwater catchment. It seemed to me, just from my perspective, that this project got wrapped up in with some of the ire that is expressed and was expressed by other members of the community on another project that was like big generators, light. And so I don't live out in Maple Creek. I cannot speak to what the quality of the neighborhood is and what's going on out there, but I would just like to say that this is the type of project that I believe is important to approve in our community. I hope that as supervisors, you're able to thread the needle and make something work for everyone. And rainwater catchment, in-ground, full sun, relatively small, long-time family owner property. This is that. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
You're not, sorry, I drank some water, went down the wrong way. Next caller is 5064. Press *6. 5064, you can place, there you go, welcome.
Well, hi, this is Judy Rice. I wanted to oppose this project. I think the property owners, Dunaway, should put it in their own backyard and not right there where everybody can see it along the county road. I object to cannabis totally, so that's part of my reasoning. And the county roads you consider are good. Butler Valley Road, Maple Creek Road are considered one-lane roads. They're not in good condition, like the report shows. So I'm urging the Board of Supervisors to deny this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Judy. The next caller is 6709. If you would press *6, we'll get you into welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Me?
Welcome.
All right, hello. My name is Skylar Giordano. I am the resident with my wife and young child of the adjacent parcel directly to the south. And I want to first thank you guys for the time. And pardon me if I don't breathe right. I'm not very good at this. So basically, first and foremost, I am not fundamentally against cannabis, obviously, but it's the location of this project that is so unfortunate. It's been said that they own multiple acres, hundreds of acres. I do not see why it couldn't be put anywhere else. If it was put anywhere else, I would have zero problem with it, and I would support its establishment and going through. It's that it's right there on the road. The first thing everyone who drives through our neighborhood sees, and I'm guessing they would fix it up, but it was very unsightly with their fencing and this and that, and it just creates a very a bad precedent for the neighborhood. It's like if you've ever been in other areas of our county or Southern Oregon, it creates an unfriendly aura having basically just industrial grows. That kind of leads me to the next part. Again, if this, even in this bad location for other reasons like the wetland, and you can't cross a wetland every day without degrading it. So even if it was there, but it was a small family or individuals, and there was a home site on this map, I would not have a problem with it, or at least less of a problem. But the fact that these people are out of area, I know they've owned here for historical long years, but it's being run by a consultant. It's not run by those who live there. All these other grows are run by residents. Again, family farming. If I could, and on that note, if we do look at the parcel, and I don't believe it's getting credit, maybe because I did not put it in writing, I'm not a lawyer. But when I look at their map that they presented, their driveway originates squarely on my property. I have my title report in front of me. It shows no easement. Rob Dunaway contacted me about this issue and was basically, friendly, but never once offered to buy the easement or put the money up to prove it or any of that stuff. So I've got no encouragement there. I've never met any of them. The only person I ever met was Brian Shields, and that was in 2016 when he was building that grow, the grow that got shut down. Basically, if I could address a couple other issues about, alleged against me, if you look across the road from their proposed grow, you do not see 17,000 square foot grow. You see a farmstead, you see small animals, you see a house being built, a small barn, and I'd like to note a rainwater catchment pond being built right now. And in that same vein, we're going to be putting in solar to get off of the generator. So a lot of these facts, they're not current because we have a 2-year period to correct these things, get more holistic, to incorporate long-term cultivation practices, keeping it low impact. We have no wetlands.
Thank you.
We're not.
I'm sorry, Skylar.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next caller would be 6388. Let's give it a try. *6 is how you get in. Good, great. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Alvarez. I am a resident of Eureka, and I work for a local licensing and compliance company. I just wanted to call in support of this project. To my knowledge, the applicant is a longstanding resident and local business owner whose family has owned the property for generations. It sounds like the project will have minimal impact. There is existing commercial cannabis in the area, and the applicant has complied with all regulatory agencies. So I hope that you can make your decision based on land use and approve the appeal. Thanks.
Thank you, Alyssa. The next caller is last four digits of 6709. If you would press *6, we'll be looking forward to hearing from you. Okay, that one went down. We have 7444. Welcome.
Hello, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. My name is Ken Miller, and I represent Friends of the Mad River. We support the Planning Commission denial. We're very concerned about the piecemealing of cumulative impacts throughout the Maple Creek area habitat, especially with respect to the Mad River and the Salmonids. And we would like to see an update of the EAR. The Planning Department has recommended doing an EIR for certain potential projects in the area, and we feel like it's high time. We're getting piecemealing projects one after the other into the area, and the cumulative impacts of all of these projects are under evaluated. So we support the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. The next caller is 0588. 0588, if you press *6, thank you. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Omar DeFrepeles. I actually live, I believe, right across the river from where this project is supposed to take place, and I'm also very much in opposition to this. I'm very concerned, of course, as many people have articulated prior to me, of its impact upon the environment, the kind of contaminants or whatever types of fertilizers, pesticides, or whatever that they're using, running off into the local tributaries. We rely on that water, and I am worried about that. I'm worried about the impact on the local wildlife. Also, and I do want to say that in no way, I don't think it's fair to characterize this as just a beef between two particular families. This is something I learned about through my wife. She went to the first meeting in opposition to this, and she just briefed me on it again. And I went and read all the information on it. And I'm not against cannabis growth either, but I think the scale of this enterprise is as large as it's going to be, is totally inappropriate for our community. And people mention like the manner of traffic. I go back and forth from up there down into town here in Arcata, sometimes 3-4 times a week, and it's most there's a lot of places where it's single lane only, right? And as it is with, again, the proliferation of grows up there, you're already getting a lot of traffic, especially around, I guess, trimming season or what have you, of people who aren't from this region, and nothing against that, except for that, they don't always, they don't know to be careful on the roads. People, you don't really know their backgrounds. And I think this will just increase that. And again, not knowing the nature of the folks, who is he going to be employing? When is he going to be employing them? Is he doing, sufficient background checks or whatever of the people who are coming up here? I think there's just a lot of issues here that make this very, very inappropriate for such a rural area. So I just want to go on the record and say I'm very much against this, and I hope the Planning Commission does reject this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Omar. Let's see, the next number will be 3053.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can, Thomas.
Okay, originally I got in line because a commenter just talking about negativity of cannabis and dogs and angry people. I'm not pro cannabis on everything. I believe there are some projects, and I think we need to acknowledge that there are some really good projects out there. So I originally wanted to comment about the dog potential unless there's immediate proof of that. But then I was listening to some of the commenters, and I Googled in Land Glide, and I saw no wonder the community is not happy where this project is projected. As we have to remember, this is new cultivation you are looking at. So new cultivation means you're going to potentially change the way in which a neighborhood or a community is going to operate, or things visually that are going to be within there. So you need to look at community input a lot more when you look at these RR projects, not this one specifically, but also new cultivation, because it may change the mindset. Yes, I did look at Schuyler has a nice cultivation site from Land Glide, but it's off the road. You can't see it. Obviously, it's hidden, put away, kind of out of sight, out of mind, kind of the way the community used to be. So when approving projects, you need to also take into effect community input. I think this project, I don't have an opinion as far as approve or deny, but I do, after just looking at those quick facts, I do understand why there's probably some community opposition to the project. You guys have some tough deliberation to do. Obviously, it sounds like you're going to have to grant the appeal and then either deny the project or modify the project. But please think about that when considering cannabis projects with RR&R projects or new cultivation. Community input is considered. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. We have at least one more caller, and I would remind people if they want to speak to this issue, you need to press *9 to get in the queue. So this latest number is 6686. If that's your last four, please press *6 and you'll be in the queue to speak with the board. So again, that's 6686. Please press *6 on your phone. There you go. Welcome.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Leslie Doyle calling from Elevated Solutions. I would like to call in my support for this project this afternoon. I think this is a great project in a great area. It's ag soil. The applicant has done and met all expectations in the permitting process. And I feel that yes, neighbor input is a factor, but we're talking about 1,000 acres here. And I feel like this applicant deserves an opportunity to be able to develop their business and move forward in the permitting process and develop their brand. So I would like to ask the Board of Supervisors today to please support the appeal and move forward so that this applicant can get busy and get to business. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leslie. I don't see any other hands up. I'll give you one last shout out. If you wish to speak to this item, please press *9 and we will put you in the queue. I believe the next number up would be 7721. 7721. Welcome. Please press *6.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, perfect. My name is Judy Wartella, and the Planning Commission discussion when this project was denied really opened my eyes to the huge amount of permitting activity taking place all along the main stem of the Mad River and in the Mad River watershed. Just look at maps of the Humboldt County data and you can see that there's huge potential impact to the water supplying thousands of downstream residents in the Class 1 fish-bearing stream system that is the Mad River. I also became acutely aware of the serious flaws in the current permitting system. Every downstream community member potentially impacted via the water supply should be notified at the time an interim permit is considered. Each permit cannot only be evaluated separately, but needs to be considered from a watershed level perspective to understand the cumulative impact. This means that effective monitoring needs to be in place. This is relatively new territory for the county and the process needs to be reevaluated and refined. Pre-existing grows that were granted interim permits were formerly small and discreet as growers were afraid of detection for growing an illegal crop. As soon as these interim permits are issued, they turn into huge 1,000-plant monoculture cannabis crops with all of the associated visual, odor, pollutant, traffic, and character implications to a small pastoral community. One thing that was not adequately captured in the subsequent staff report is the fact that this is a non-owner occupied grow happening away from the landowner's house, so they won't personally feel the impacts. Non-owner occupied grows bring many people coming and going to an isolated area, impacting road and traffic safety, involving those who do not have the vested interest in the community besides the year's crop. The staff report incorrectly underestimated the percentage of the community opposed to this project. I alone spoke at that meeting and represented 10 people, 3 families from our properties, all across the river, all opposed, and there are at least 5 other large landowners, and I've heard more others that I weren't even aware of on today's call. Given the small number of adjacent neighbors, any opposition should be taken very seriously. I was surprised that after hearing all the concerns raised at the last meeting, the landowner didn't choose to reach out to any of the neighbors to address their concerns. I was surprised that the landowner cared that little for how his neighbors, his community felt about the future of our community. This is an issue that must be discussed at a local level within the neighborhood. Discussion should have started and been solicited or required by county planners on this at the time an interim permit was issued or at the beginning of the permit process. Why wait until the end of the process to open it up to public input? The neighbors should have been consulted up front, and that clearly should be a requirement of the permit process. There is no obligation on the part of the commissioners or supervisors to approve a permit just because the applicant went through the process. There is an obligation to consider the concerns and opposition of local neighbors and recognize and preserve that which the long-term Humboldt County community holds dear. The board needs to ask themselves, what kind of a community are we creating? Please, let's step back, carefully review where we are from the broad perspective, and have a community-wide discussion of our collective vision for a safe and harmonious future. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Judy. Okay, we have a few more calls, and again, I will say press *9 if you wish to speak to this item. And the number now at the top of the line is 0217. 0217, welcome.
Yeah, my name is Eric Weibel, and I've been a resident there for 30 plus years. You know, and I guess most of the things I plan to say has already been said very well by other people there, but just to reiterate, you know, this landowner has 1,000 acres in there. You know, why to place this project in a highly visible area adjacent to the river along a main road right through the community? It's a snub in the nose there. It's a popular tourist spot. There are usually up to 30 vehicles parked on either side of a road next to the bridge. You have trouble even getting through there. And putting on top of that a high security grow and processing plant, importing people from other people to people from elsewhere to work here. You know, another comment that also has been mentioned, you know, the road conditions of the segment from Corbell have been minimally maintained in the last 20 years. Most of it went back from asphalt to gravel, full of potholes. With the global warming, decreasing rainfall, is very unlikely that we'll be able to collect enough water for their project via rainfall. Their option is going to be trucking water, very heavy. It will damage the road and impact the frailty of the road. Also, this project will, the proposed activities will have significant cumulative effects, you know, including watershed, fish, wildlife, citizen space, safety, traffic, and road maintenance. The approval of large-scale cannabis cultivations in this area will potentially turn an environmental sensitive area into a polluted and dangerous location. So the cumulative impact of this and future projects on the Mad River will impact the drinking water quality of a large segment of the Humboldt County population. It's about 85,000. I feel that the community at large needs to have input as to the future of their water source. The revenue gains of a few should not overshadow the health of the many. It's up to you as water board members to consider carefully the values and concerns of the long-term residents of Humboldt County. You know, the proposed responders here are the ones that have supported the project. They're all from out of the area. They have no idea what it is to live there and the impact this thing is causing. So I think you should all take that into consideration. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And we have, let's see, 3304 is the next number. If you would press *6, welcome.
Hi, my name is Jill Giordano, and as a mother and resident of Maple Creek, I just wanted to voice my opposition to this proposed grow. Maple Creek, it's a small community of friendly, like-minded neighbors. I mean, a lot of us have spoken, but we all live here and we all care about our community. All of the permitted grows, or the ones that are in the permitting process, they're all owned by families, all of us with young kids who all live on site. We grow so that we can be a part of the community and have the opportunity to live off the land. We all have gardens and homesteads, and we all care about each other and help each other out. And I just feel like having a large industrial grow run by out-of-state investors is not in the spirit of Maple Creek. The proposed site, I mean, it's, yeah, like as everyone said, it's right in the heart of our community, visible from the main roads, and it's going to be seen by everyone every day who comes through here. And having that sort of visibility, it changes the tone of our community in a negative way. You know, this corporation boasts having thousands of acres in the area. So, I mean, we wouldn't be opposed to a grow set up in a more private area, but I mean, personally speaking, I would like to see more, I'd like Humboldt County to support more mom and pop grows who support the economy. I think it's important to keep it local and support local residents. Also, I mean, there's a wetland right there. I don't understand why we're just ignoring that wetland. Wetlands they're highly sensitive habitat, and degradation would be inevitable by having regular traffic over it, which is how it's proposed in the site plan. I just want to keep the integrity of our community and keep it friendly and neighborly, and in the spirit of Maple Creek, and just having those that live here stay here. Like, we love this community and how it is. So I don't support this industrial grow. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jill. Okay, I don't see any in the queue, but if you do have some input on this item, please press *9 now, and we'll get you in the queue. Again, if you wish to speak, please press *9. We'll get you in the queue. I believe that 4369 is in the queue now. Ryan, is that one that we heard from already? Is that what the issue is? No, okay, good. Welcome, please press *6 and we're going to begin.
Yeah, you did already hear from me, and is that not okay?
Well, everybody gets a shot. There's a lot of people. We have a decision to make, and I believe this must be Elizabeth, actually. Elizabeth, you already had over your 3 minutes. So
okay,
thank you. We heard a lot. No,
I know. I was just going to speak Ryan? a little bit longer. No, that
sorry, can't do it. It sounds terrible, but that's just process, and it's important. So we have no more in public input. Ryan?
Chair Fennell, that concludes all the public comment. Everyone else has spoke priorly. That's currently in the queue. The only phone number yes, no, they all have spoke, correct.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm now bringing it back to the board, and the public comment is now closed, and open up for discussion. We heard a lot of input there. I know I have my own questions for sure, but maybe we ask planning staff to respond to some of the issues that were brought up, and also ask the board for any items that come to mind for you. So, Director Ford.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you very much. We would like to address a couple of things. I think one of the things we'd like to start with was that particularly related to comments that were made by Scott Bauer, those predate legalization, those predate the permitting process, 2009 to 2014. is all a period of time in which that was all illegal. You know, people have made the comment that cannabis is a highly regulated agricultural commodity, and that is absolutely true. That includes water use, that includes pesticide use, that includes rodenticide use. And so to compare a permitted cultivation site with an unpermitted cultivation site creates a completely wrong image of what we're talking about. And I would just want to say that the Department of Fish and Wildlife was involved in the preparation of not only the CCLU, but of the preparation of the EIR, the mitigation that's included in the EIR, and the work that was done there. They continue to comment on projects. We do have a standing agreement with CDFW currently that if they don't respond to a project, it means they don't have a problem with it. They did not respond to this one. So I don't have anything in writing that conclusively says that, but that is the standing agreement. There's been a lot of comments made about cumulative impacts in the Mad River watershed. And one of the things I'd like to do, Mr. Johnson, if you could show, are you prepared to show the map? Show a map of the watershed, and it identifies that there are approximately 66 acres of cultivation either proposed or approved within the entire Mad River watershed. The entire Mad River watershed is comprised of approximately 380,000 acres. So what we're talking about here is a situation where the Board of Supervisors, in adopting the CCLUO, did intentionally consider what the cumulative impacts could be, set a cap, as you will recall. The cap for the Mad River watershed is 115 acres allowed. Currently, there are only 66 that are either proposed or approved. There are a lot of things that are brought up relative to the road. Number one, the road impacts, since it is a Category 4 road, the kind of the operating understanding right now is a Category 4 road is deemed adequate to support a cannabis cultivation site. And so no further analysis is necessary. We hear a lot about the wetland that's on the site. The proposal does comply with the county's streamside management area and other wetland ordinance. It does establish a 50-foot setback around the wetland. There will be nothing going through the wetland. In fact, we would like to add a few conditions that Mr. Yandel didn't bring up in the presentation, but one of those conditions is that the irrigation line will go around the wetland and that there will be no traffic going through the wetland. That is a protected area on the site plan. There are no cultural resources on this particular site. The cultural resource analysis has been done. This site is not within 600 feet of a school bus stop. It's not within 600 feet of a school. In terms of the water use and the cumulative water use on the Mad River, it's important to understand that this is rainwater catchment. So we're not taking water out of the river. We're not taking water out of the underflow of the river. We're talking about excess runoff that's being collected and stored for use during the dry periods of the year. A comment was made about the explosion of pre-existing grows and saying that this pre-existing grow was kind of an explosion in size. And one of the things that, as the applicant's agent noted, is that there was a bit of a carryover and there was a bit of confusion between the original application filed under 1.0 and the ability to get an interim permit and the 2.0 application. We did meet with the applicant. They did remove everything. We did assess a penalty. The penalty was not the normal twice it was a reduced penalty because frankly, one of the things I felt we didn't do well is make them aware of what we expected them to do and removing everything from the site when the first application was removed. So they were penalized, but they were not penalized for the full amount because there was not complete communication there. And I also want to say is that, you know, when somebody is put in a place where there was a violation, an infraction, and they've made that right, typically things are viewed and evaluated based upon the facts of the matter at the time. There is no water being used that will be trucked associated with the cannabis cultivation. There is trucked water associated with domestic use. That's not cannabis irrigation use. And one of the conditions that we sent out in the supplemental today was to ensure that that is extremely clear. It's not as clear in the operations plan, and so we wanted to make that abundantly clear, is that the irrigation water can only be from the rainwater catchment, and that's limited to the 200,000 gallons. Yes, Chair.
Director Ford, I really want to follow up on that because nobody's going to be living there. So when you say it's for domestic water, what is it for?
So there is the 2,000 square foot processing facility on the site, and that will have an ADA accessible restroom required. And so the water would simply be to serve that. Whether or not that can probably come out of the rainwater catchment system, and we probably should have explored that a little bit more, but I see no reason why that can't be an option.
No, I mean, seriously, the ordinance states that if it's connected to the cannabis operation, which in this case it is, then it can't be trucked. And so I think that's something that needs to be taken into consideration, and especially trucking it from where it is to where it's suggested. I'm just that did raise it. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you.
One question related, since through the chair.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Supervisor Bohn.
Maybe I misunderstood. There is a 2,000 foot ranch house. Is nobody living in that? Is what you're telling me? Because I thought that's where the well basically was, and I thought that was the domestic besides the processing. But is there anybody living in that house?
If I can respond to that, not to jump in or take away from anything, I currently and for the past 4 years have resided in Maple Creek at the main ranch homestead, and I will continue to reside at the main ranch homestead. I am a member of that community, and I look forward to, you know, being a long-term member of that community.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know.
So that ranch homestead, to be clear, is not on the project site. So there is no house on the subject site. The 2,000 square feet processing facility will be constructed. And I do want to be clear that do take Chair Fennell, your point very seriously about trucked water and the implications behind that. I think that one of the things that we were trying to do is live by the letter of the law, and that what the CCLUO says is no trucked water for cultivation, for irrigation, for cultivation. It doesn't address domestic use, but we get your point. And if the board wants to clarify that and we can have then an understanding that that really applies to not only water that's used for irrigation, but water that's also used for domestic purposes associated with the cannabis cultivation site. Totally understand the point.
Well, we put that in place, you know, for a lot of the existing areas where people had homes. We made it that that water, that there shouldn't be a nexus between the home and the cannabis. And if there were, then it all came under the cannabis permit regulations. So that was my point was that this, to my way of thinking, should come under the cannabis regulations. And if that's the fact, then it shouldn't be trucked. And I don't know. I did interrupt you, so I want to be sure that you had addressed all the other issues that came up for you, Director Ford, before we went much further with this.
Yeah, I just have a couple other things to say, and do understand the community concern, and in no way does staff want to undermine or be irreverent to the concerns of the community. In terms of visibility of this, there does seem to be a tree line along the street, and so whether or not it's visible or not, I have not seen that it would be, especially since there will not be like greenhouses or other things that would really attract attention to it. It is between two roads, and that is considerable. We do not, just as the board knows, we don't regulate or have criteria about not allowing people to live off-site and cultivate on a piece of property. Although obviously we encourage people who have homesteads to apply and live and work on the same property. That's an important component, and that was an important component of what we did with 2.0.
Yeah.
I think that really addresses the notes, the primary notes that I have.
Thank you, Director Ford. Any questions or comments from the board on this? Supervisor Wilson.
You had mentioned something about a cumulative map or something like that for the watershed. Did that pop up and I didn't see it, or was that a thing?
Can absolutely put that up.
Yeah, Tiff's gonna do that. I can tell he's working on this. Okay.
Through the chair, Fennell, I was actually working on trying to pull up a street view that might show the property from the street. I think John Ford might have the cumulative map.
Yeah, I can pull that up.
Okay, great. Sorry, Cliff.
I do want to, if that's all right, while you're doing that, I guess I can pick up a little bit of this time. Oh, you got to go. Never mind. Well, let's take a look at the map.
So it's hard at this scale to see the entire watershed, but the watershed is, you can't even see my, am I muted?
No, you're still on, John.
Okay, thanks. You can see the blue lines. You can't see my mouse well, but the blue lines show the watershed. The applications that are in yellow are still in the application process. The ones that are in kind of a purple color are those that have been approved. You can see in the box down at the bottom that there have been approximately 13.43 acres that have been approved, and there are currently 52.62 acres that are still in the application process. And so that's a total.
John, I just want to, these are the whole parcels you're showing here, not the actual square footage of cultivation, correct?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Wilson, for clarifying that. These are outlines of the whole parcel. The acreage, though, is the acreage of the actual cultivation.
I mean, I'm assuming that at this level, you couldn't see, if you were to actually do the borders of the cultivation, they would just be small dots on here, right?
No, that's absolutely true. So like if you're to look right in the center of this, and you see I'm sorry that you can't see my cursor, but there's two parcels that are right in the center. Those are applications that are just north of this particular application. Each one of those is over 400 acres. So just in that, we're talking about 800 acres just on those two boxes alone.
And those
800
are
acres of cultivation, 800 acres of total property, of which some amount will be, I mean, you have to be explicit because not everyone can grasp that.
Yeah, no, off the top of my head, that could not support more than 8 acres of actual cultivation on 2 parcels that are over 800 acres in area.
and for the sensitive watershed mapping that we did as part of the ordinance, it's actually only allowed 115 acres in the full Mad River watershed.
That is correct.
Correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great. All right. Any other comments on this particular part, Supervisor Wilson? Okay, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, on that map, you don't need to pull it up again, but I note that there's a significant cluster at the southeast corner of the map. That's Mad River, Humboldt County, or is that actually, no, that'd be Dinsmore. No, wait, that'd be Mad River.
That's Mad River.
Excuse me. So in the town of, the little cluster of the town of Mad River, there looks to be quite a cluster of pending applications right in that specific area. And then of course, and that's in Trinity County, and then the map doesn't show the entire Mad River watershed. There's more of Trinity down below Ruth Lake there. It's not actually showing in your cannabis cumulative stuff. And I suspect that there are significant grows all around Ruth Lake in Trinity County in the Mad River watershed as well. So when you say the total number of cannabis applications, permits in the Mad River, you're talking Humboldt County in terms of our cumulative impact and our EIR. And that EIR was designed to say this watershed could stand up to this many permits in Humboldt, but we don't know how many will be in Trinity. I mean, how did we handle that as far as an EIR, right? With
we did not
over the county boundary.
Thanks. We did not speculate on what could happen in Trinity County. And
because that certainly adds to the cumulative impact, right? I mean, it's all in the same watershed.
Correct. And the thing that the cap does is it establishes a situation whereby there's a limitation on the number of permits and the acreages of the permits within the watershed until a comprehensive analysis can be done with those that are approved to see what the impact is within that watershed. And so while we projected a scenario that we don't believe that there's going to be an adverse impact because we're using non-diversionary sources of water, we are following the Regional Water Quality Control Board's provisions for protecting water quality, that we believe that both water quantity and quality will be improved over the baseline with having existing cultivators convert to a permitted situation and new cultivators being approved under the requirements of the ordinances.
So I have a question regarding, I asked this already of the applicants, but I'm going to bring it back to you, Director Ford and Fennell, Cliff and Rodney. So we talk about the fact that this appears to have appeared on the property in 2016, but the regulations require it to be existing prior to 2016. So we've run into this situation in other locations where people tried to make the case that there was existing. What level of work did you do to prove that? And I'm assuming that you think that it did exist and that it was just trespass. Was that ever, is there any documentation of that?
Well, this is an interesting situation. We're not trying to re-permit a pre-existing cultivation site. So the 1.0 application was for pre-existing, was for existing. But what happened there is that there was not enough activity on that application that we deemed it withdrawn. because if things aren't made complete within a certain amount of time, the application just dies. And that's what happens with this. So there's no going back. So what happened under 2.0 is 2.0 actually allows a larger cultivation area and it allows cultivation as a permittable activity within the forest recreation zone. So subject to a special permit, they can get up to an acre of cultivation with approval of a special permit. In this case, they're asking for 27,025 square feet. So we're not relying on what was pre-existing for this approval. That's why they had to stop. The tether to 1.0 was cut. It's a 2.0 application. There is no pre-existing under 2.0. And so they have to demonstrate that they're complying with the requirements of the CCLUO or 2.0. That's why also when Mr. Yandel showed all of the studies that were done, those are requirements of the EIR for 2.0.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back to Cliff. I think he was trying to pull up a map of something, a street view, whether it's just where schools are. I wasn't sure, but can we see what he...
Sure, yes. Thank you, Chair Fennell and Supervisor Bass. I've managed to get a street view from Butler Valley Road, which I'm going to go ahead and share it here. And it should be being shared. This, I believe, is what you would typically see of the cultivation area as you're driving towards Maple Creek, coming across the Mad River Bridge on Butler Valley. So I believe that the cultivation area is going to be back behind these trees in that area, as best as I can tell from looking at the site plan and the Google image. And I can, go back and forth if anybody's interested.
So that, looking at that, I wish I could put my cursor on it, but there's, let's say to the left, next, yeah, right, exactly. That looks to be the ground we're seeing there through the bushes.
I believe this, yes, thanks, Chair Fennell. I believe this is the ground here. And you can see some trees in the background, smaller trees before you see the larger conifers.
Yeah. So it's not exactly a complete barrier. In other words, there's certain visibility of the location from the road. Okay. All righty. Any other questions about that from anybody? Supervisor Wilson?
Cliff? Or...
Yeah. Well, I was out there yesterday. I just want to say, I went and took a look. I think you can see the road up above. There's like a line up there that you can kind of see. So you can, I stopped up on top. I drove around. I went actually to the school, talked to some people around there as well. And then I will say that, in stopping in the neighborhood, you can hear some of the other cultivation going on in terms of the fans were going and those sorts of things. So there was, from this property, it's not that you can't see the other cultivation happening, but you certainly can sense it if you've ever been around. You can definitely, like I said, you can hear the fans. Certainly there's a large ground disturbance that was just mentioned earlier related to, it sounds like a pond being put in there by the side of the road. So there was grading occurring at that location. I did talk to someone in the community that mentioned that the school was close to closing a few years ago, and thank goodness there was permitted cultivation occurring in the community that actually kept families there in order to kept the school from closing, actually brought students into the school, and so that there was an expression of that. And from my perspective, this really is just all about the visuals. All of the other stuff that was mentioned here, basically what I keep hearing is, well, if we doesn't have to see it, if it's not in our face, if it's not the only one that we have to see, then we wouldn't have such a big problem. Why can't it be somewhere else? Good project, bad location is we heard many times. And so, you know, from that perspective, I can see why there's some agitation. I mean, you really don't see a lot of evidence of growing in and around, other than, you know, there's a fence that'll say something farms or whatever. There'll be signs. You can, I mean, where do we not go drive in Humboldt County in the hills that we don't see that evidence? It's certainly not like driving down, say, like Riceland Road, where you see the big fence, you know, the 12-foot tall fences along the road and that kind of stuff. There isn't that kind of visual impacts. I heard a couple of times people talking about Oregon, where you can see stuff, and Trinity County. I mean, I don't. It is true that in this general vicinity, so far, that the seal on the visual has not necessarily been totally broken, I would say. That being said, I mean, I'm just kind of wondering if this project was smaller, if it was had visual barriers that were significant, if it didn't have the structure, the 2,000 square foot structure, would we cross that threshold into, not having that sort of community and visual impact? If it was, say, 5,000 square feet on that one side, no buildings, no other associated buildings, which would then also not require water being trucked in or anything like that, and with significant planted barriers so you couldn't see it, would we cross into that threshold? I would also say that I am empathetic to this discussion, or this thing that we really didn't really have in our deliberations related to our ordinance, which was people living on site and what value that brings in terms of like responsibility. And we have this discussion statewide and locally about short-term rentals, right? And how when short-term rentals are given, up and no one actually lives there, then no one's actually accountable to the neighbors, and people can party and do all kinds of stuff, and just there's no accountability. And I'm just kind of wondering, is there a way, John, that a project like this can be tethered to, residency or the future of residency on a site? And has that ever come up? I mean, I just don't remember that being part of our analysis, and I don't know if you have thoughts on that.
It has not come up as an analysis. I think obviously it is meaningful to the community. I would say that we have many cultivation sites that have been approved that don't have residency.
Sorry, and to be fair, do you feel like we've had more or less issues with sites that have or don't have residency? I mean, what's happening is people are, in this case, are projecting, right, that there'll be a problem because there isn't residency. And do we have data or even anecdotal data that there's an issue with that?
No.
Go ahead, sir.
I was just going to say the one site that I'm aware of where there has been some, I'll say, criminal activity has a residence on it. So.
And then going back to the beginning of this conversation, and I think that Supervisor Madrone was really, perceptive in asking the question about, this is associated with larger land holding. Did the applicant review all the potential locations? I did hear one spot where they said they could have gone, but there was a neighbor across the street, and maybe I was like looking down and writing something down, but I didn't see where that was on the map, and I was kind of wondering which one was that. And it seems like, man, it's like you have the choice between trying to negotiate something with one neighbor versus like an explosion of controversy over a whole neighborhood. I'm not, I'm kind of wondering about that situation. So maybe.
So one of the things I would just say in response to that, I think that perhaps we did not explore those alternative sites more because they have applications of their own on them. And so I think that perhaps I can't say this for sure, I'm speculating, that the applicant has submitted applications for each of their legal parcels. And so this is a separate legal parcel. The other two to the north are separate legal parcels. And so those do have applications in their own right.
And that goes to something I was curious about because I heard about the 1,000 acres of ownership, and it seemed just that there could definitely be another site in that much land. Now, obviously, we're learning that there is, but there's already applications, and those are from the same LLC, the same landowner. Yep. Okay. Alrighty then, Supervisor Bohn, and then Supervisor.
I was looking at that Mad River watershed, and I think, and I just familiar with the area. I think some of the groves that we're seeing up that far, I think that's Hastings Tie Road that leads up, because you got to remember most of that land, except for the cabins on the bottom, most of that land up there, especially east of 36, east of the Mad River, is in federal. You know, you got to remember Trinity County is about 92% federal land, and that's a big chunk of it. You'll see that during the fire that just happened. So I think that's the other thing is, and I know when we did the acreage, I mean, I just did the 115 acres into 380,000 acres. Like even if they doubled that, it's not a lot. So and we're everything that's approved, we are trying to make as water conscious as Director Ford said, to make it better than it was before. So hopefully we're accomplishing that. So thank you.
Yeah, I think that's 4/100%. Sorry.
Exact 4/1000. I think. Do the math.
Well, I would say that.
I think maybe I'm wrong.
Anecdotally.
I'm doing it in my head.
Anecdotally, I do think that we are actually having that impact. I do believe that the legalization and regulation is having a positive impact. There's still a ways to go in terms of ironing all of that out, but I think we can see it already in some of the watersheds. But okay, any other comments or questions? I'm sorry, Supervisor Buss, I had you down here.
That's fine. Thank you. Yeah, somebody had mentioned in the public comment that there had been no attempts to reach out to the neighborhood. You know, given some of what we've seen in what we received in email and stuff, it does seem like there's probably some strained relationships. Do we know for certain, John, was any attempt, because to me this is one of the things that would be really important no matter, you know, what neighborhood you may be going into, but especially an established type of community that meeting with the neighbors could have been useful. I'm just curious if that was even, do we even suggest that? Because I think we should start. This is our third or fourth one of these fairly in quick succession of running into neighborhood issues.
Well, at the staff level, we clearly talked about whether or not we should attempt to have a neighborhood meeting. But a lot of we received more comment, I think, here at the board than at the Planning Commission. And one of the concerns was the primary focus was from the adjoining neighbor, that there seems to be a strained relationship there. And so we did not see much value in trying to bring those two parties together to try to have a discussion to resolve that. And if we erred in that decision, then I erred in that decision. My perception was it was primarily related to the adjoining family and their extended family. But today we have received far more public comment than we had previously.
And the other question I'd have is, you know, John, you had mentioned that we were talking about other suitable locations they could go, and then you mentioned that there are apparently some other applications on some of that person, the MCI, the LLC. It's getting late. That holding, and you mentioned 3. Do we know, is that just it? Do you have some kind of map you could put up and, you know, like draw around which areas are already taken? Because I think, you know, Supervisor Madrone was trying to find another spot, and we heard why that one wasn't suitable. But I'm wondering, every other spot, if we picked out, if we were going to find out that it was already like set up for one. I'm just curious because it just struck my curiosity.
Share my screen.
Yes, please, Cliff.
So.
Oh, sorry, it's directed forward.
So this is the subject site that we're talking about, located right here. And I believe these are the 2 other parcels that are up in this location. And one of the things I want to remember is what the zoning is there. I'm sorry to do this, but you can see that there's some pieces in here that are zoned AE, but most of the rest of this area is zoned TPZ. So cultivation wouldn't be allowed in those areas. So with the exception of this area down here that is zone forest recreation that does allow cannabis, that other areas that the property owner has is largely TPC, except those meadow areas. And I have not really looked at those applications yet to fully understand what the opportunities are there. But I would anticipate that if they recognize that the one meadow has large amounts of wetlands, that they have done their feasibility analysis and know where cultivation can be placed.
Thank you.
Estelle, you're not muted, or you're muted, sorry.
Thank you very much,
Were you
Supervisor Madrone. No, that's great. Thank you. I'm like, yep. It's early on, I know, and we may not have the information that we're looking for here, Director Ford, but do you have any idea of how much square footage is being asked for on all the additional parcels in the 1,000 acres?
I can get that momentarily.
I just looked.
Okay.
I just looked, if it's helpful.
Please.
Yes, please.
On the southern parcel identified as being orange. Let me go back here really quick. I gotta dig them back up. There's an application that's, the application is associated with a retirement site for receiving a RRR. I believe there's 2 of those on that southern parcel that is colored in or you don't have it mapped up as orange, do you, John?
Yeah, no, I see that those are.
Anyways, on the southern.
Those are 2 ZCCs.
Those are zoning clearance certificates that are applications from other parcels in the county that were planning on coming here. But from the testimony from the landowner or the landowner's agent, it might be not possible for them to come there because of the wetland that's been determined to be in place. So let me move to the northern parcel.
Are we supposed to be seeing this, Rodney? Because we're not.
No.
I'm sorry. Let me share my screen. I thought John still had that up. I had my Estelle program up.
Yeah.
So,
Rodney, I believe
is that working for you?
I believe it's just under so on that green parcel, isn't it just under 60,000 square feet of mostly outdoor? That should be what you're getting.
The orange parcel was to receive 2 RRRs, which I don't know if that's still going to happen. Okay. The northern parcel is taking advantage of the 400-acre entitlement and proposing 4 acres of new outdoor cannabis cultivation.
So
one more time,
Rodney, I just want to correct you because
I'm sorry, excuse me.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry to kind of interject here, but the what you're looking at with the orange parcel here, that application, and Rodney, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's withdrawn. And so
Well, there's 3
really
numbers.
what we're talking about.
There's 3 numbers on there.
That is correct.
I believe they're all
One of them has been withdrawn. There are 2 applications remaining.
That's what I was
and
going
as
to
for
say.
one we're
The
discussing,
only thing that I'm aware of.
One at a time, please.
Yeah.
Okay, whoever wants to go first. Chris, Rodney, whoever.
Yeah, so I'm sorry about that, but the in the green parcel, that's been revised down to roughly 1.5 acres of outdoor.
Okay.
Is what they've been pursuing most recently on that parcel.
Okay.
So you have 1.5 acres and a 60,000 square foot, which adds another 1.5 acres.
Well, what we have is 1.5 acres proposed here, and it looks like there was 2 triple Rs proposed to come here, which would be 40,000 square feet. But based on the testimony from the applicant's agent, and due to the wetland and the access issues, that may or may not still be something that can take place.
Okay, thank you. So, all right. So there's nowhere else in that 1,000 acres where this particular project could fit. Supervisor Wilson.
So, I mean, you know, assuming that that is really the case, and you know, it's that has been the trick of this whole thing, is like, you know, is our parcels developable for these things? This is a spot where this, you know, assuming all of these other environmental issues where the applicant has been able to find their space to do this. I still think that we're in a spot where there's just a huge amount of anxiety related to its visual impacts. So I was just wondering, like, you know, if reducing the size of this development to say 10,000 square feet, which is 100 by 100 feet, I'm just saying that's like what it is, double the size of my lot in town that I live on with a small house, basically. And with a significant amount of visual barrier. I mean, because what's keeping, you would be able to see the other grow that was referenced earlier from the road if there wasn't visual barrier, right? I mean, if there weren't trees and things, you could see it. I mean, I could certainly hear it. And so I was wondering, you know, I'm just wondering, like, what have we done with relationship to visual? And I don't mean at all like these fences that are so obvious as to what is behind them necessarily, but like, you know, in terms of vegetative barriers, are there concepts out there that that been used, and do we have thresholds for that type of barrier, not just from the road below, which is what we saw the picture of, but also from the road above? What could we offer in terms of that in order to get something that's just not visible from the community's perspective?
I think, if I could through the chair, that it would be possible to fabricate or write a condition that identified that a tree planting plan or a screening plan, landscape plan, would be developed to completely screen the cultivation site from Butler Valley Road, Maple Creek Road within a certain amount of time, that the landscaping would be evergreen, so that you wouldn't have periods as well. During the winter, probably doesn't matter anyway, but that's certainly something that's doable. That's a common practice. Maybe not so much in cannabis, but in other types of development it is.
And I'm wondering, I mean, how would the water plan adapt to the irrigation of that? I would also, you know, that would be something you would have to do.
Yeah, no, one of the things that I think we would want to do is see native plant varieties used, tree varieties that would be used that wouldn't require continued irrigation, that would be, you know, able to adapt to the existing natural environment, and while providing a screen would be just like the rest of the forest that's out there.
And do we have sites that don't have processing facilities? I mean, I know we do, right? I mean, that's,
yep.
And what typically, how does that change sort of the traffic issue? And I will say, like, I don't know, traffic is kind of a relative thing. I mean, having driven out there twice or 3 times this summer, I mean, I did pass a car or two. And, you know, in terms of the roads being designed, I mean, these roads were built for significant agricultural and logging. And that's what, I mean, that, you know, up until 2017, when we approved a general plan that principally permitted residential development on these lands, really, they were principally permitted for agricultural and logging, you know, I mean, and those sorts of things. And so that's really what that infrastructure was developed for, is to service those land use practices. I mean, that's why they put them in. So I'm just kind of wondering, like, in terms of removal of that processing facility, is that the main issue or the main driver for traffic counts that you guys do for these things?
It's a driver. It requires employees, but it would reduce the number of employees that are needed to operate the site for sure.
May I speak, if that would please the chair, regarding the processing facility?
Mr. Billingsley?
Applicant.
Chair, I think the board can still ask questions, although the public comment period is over, if you need a clarification on a point.
Okay, so does anyone want to ask Mr. Shields a question?
Mr. Shields, do you have a comment related to the processing facility that you think is relevant to this discussion?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Wilson. So I just want to make it clear that processing facility is a term, and it generates a lot of what we call buzz, or it's a buzzword. I'm a licensed farm labor contractor. Now, I'm registered with the federal government, the state of California, and the County Agricultural Commissioner's Office to provide labor services to the agricultural industry abroad, not just cannabis, although I do specialize in cannabis. I'm also a licensed Class B driver with a passenger endorsement. So we've already discussed the facts about, you know, impacts on the road, but you know, the operations plan calls for 4 full-time employees for an operation this size and 6 seasonal workers that will be utilizing the processing facility, because that's what it's called, as specifically a place to hang and dry harvested product. There will not be any on-site processing other than removing the product that is dried from the stem and packaging it in bulk to a licensed manufacturer. So I just want to clarify that. And we are in no way, shape, or form proposing to receive any product or harvested material from any other licensed operation in the region or the county abroad. So I just wanted to add that little clarification there. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Shields. Thanks for the clarification. Any other discussion from the board? Any other questions? Supervisor Wilson.
I just wanted to actually reach out to Supervisor Madrone and ask and I'm just kind of wondering, like, I mean, you have similar thoughts or similar concerns related to sort of like the visual and sort of the community anxiety of this. Is the discussion that we're having right now get anywhere in your mind with that? I was just kind of wondering, like, is there a threshold that you feel like where we would find a common space?
Well, I certainly always hope for that, and that was where I started out with my original questioning, was trying to perceive where there might be opportunity for a shift here. Because as I said, I think they're doing the right kind of farming. I don't know if the size is right, or I definitely don't think the site is right for this size with the concerns that have been expressed. So as it sits right now, I would be inclined to approve the appeal and deny the special permit. But I don't want to do that. I would like to see, like we've done with all of these projects over the last number of weeks, you know, I would like to see an effort at trying to find a way where the parties that are in disagreement can come to agreement. I mean, I think that's what we try to do a lot here at the board, is try and get people to come together and figure out if there is a way to do that. You know, is that reducing the size down to 10,000 square feet or 14,000, cut it in half, along with landscape planting with conifers and removing the production facility or the processing facility? Those things certainly go a long way towards reducing impact and may or may not get a significant number of people in the community to feel better about it. My feelings about this whole thing changed quite a bit just a few minutes ago when we heard that there are, in fact, numerous other applications in the area. You know, when we were talking earlier, a couple hours ago, or even looking at the Mad River map, it's like, okay, there's all these other operations, but they're kind of nebulous. They're out there, they're spread around, whatever. But suddenly it would appear as if actually there's numerous applications right in and around this neighborhood, and several of them on this property, some of which may or may not be active. So we're kind of in an unclear zone right there about, you know, I mean, for me, an ideal, I thought maybe we were going to see a map where you got that Mad River map that shows pending and permitted projects. But if we could have zoomed into this site so we can actually see little pins of where the sites are that are being proposed for growing, that would certainly help me understand the cumulative impact in this particular neighborhood better. Before that got divulged, I liked where you were going, Supervisor Wilson, in terms of better to try and work it out with one neighbor rather than 7 or 10, you know, in terms of opposition or concerns. But we never got to that place, really. So that's kind of where I'm sitting right now, if that helps.
Director Ford and then Supervisor Bohn.
If I could share my screen, I can show an exhibit showing just what Supervisor Madrone just asked for.
Please.
So again, I apologize, my cursor disappears, but the site that we're talking about is the site that has the double cross-hatching on it right now, because it's still in process, but actually an action has been taken on it. The site immediately to the south is the Giordano site. I'm sorry, Skylar, for mispronouncing your name. The site that is in this location here is a ZCC that has been approved, and the 2 other MCI properties are these that are in the application process. And then one of the people that you heard from today has an application across the river. There is also an approved site at this location. This is the immediate vicinity. I can step back out a little bit more if that would help.
I think that one of the questions that was in behind that inquiry was, are these those 2 other, are they also from MCI?
And Chair Fennell, if I could just, I know it's been a little confusing, but Director Ford, if you could bring that map up real quick, I just want to kind of clarify. I think I understand what the confusion is here.
Oops. Sorry. I'm gonna pull up one that's slightly further out.
Okay.
Oh, that's the whole thing. I'm sorry.
So I'll just kind of mention, we're looking at the two properties that are called the MCI properties that were shown there, the big, I think they're roughly 400 acres each. And that shows them right there in yellow. It's only the one to the north that actually has any current applications for cultivation to be located on the property. And that's just under 60,000 square feet of mostly outdoor. I'd have to double check that to see if there's any mixed light in that, but I know it's at least primarily outdoor and no more than 60,000 square feet. So the southern property, what's actually being reflected in there is that there is an application in process right now to retire an existing cultivation from that property and relocate it entirely to a different portion of the county. And that's what's actually creating some confusion on this map. I know we threw this map together pretty quickly this morning.
Where is the triple R?
The southern one of those two big parcels. Yeah. And then to confuse things just slightly even more, if you look at the southwestern corner of that larger yellow parcel, the southern parcel, there's a little square in there you can see right there. Yes. That's actually another application for new cultivation, but it's a different property owner entirely.
Okay. Okay. Supervisor Bohn?
Okay, so that's a different property owner. And then the one directly below that, just skirting the one we're talking about today, which would be south, right across from the one that's okay because we can't see it. Yeah, you're almost there. Drop down a hair. That one. That is another property owner also?
Yes.
Correct.
How many square feet is that one going to be?
Through the chair, it looks like it's roughly 22,000 square feet.
Okay.
So I think
So
we've
while we're
kind
on
of
it,
done.
excuse me, while we're through the chair, okay. The AE parcel that we're talking about, the 27,000 feet, how big is that parcel? I have two questions. The applicant, today's applicant.
It's 42 acres. It's zoned FR and it's 42 acres.
Okay. And I'm just wondering what the AE part is because I think I'm going back to the 2,000 square. We're putting a lot into that processing. If you want to cut down trips, I think you want them to buck down the stuff, dry it and buck it on property, unless you're going to, that's kind of why they don't take the whole Christmas tree. They just take the tree they're going to sell. You don't have to take as many trips. So I think what you're going to find out, they can buck it down and take a finished product to where they're going to package it rather than the whole tree. So I think you want to have some drying and quote unquote processing, but I think they're just, if I've seen anything, I think they're just going to buck it down. I don't think they're going to package, process and everything. It's just, I mean, I could be 180 wrong on that.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, so I just wanted to go back to the question that Supervisor Wilson asked me earlier. Now that we've had a chance to kind of buzz around those maps and get a little more clarity around all the various layers of applications, triple Rs, zoning clearances, et cetera. And I guess it would still seem to me, that lower large parcel in yellow that earlier John was putting up little polygons around the AEs, which were basically the meadows. Wherever you've got a big grassy meadow, those typically are zoned AE, and where there's timber, it's zoned TPs. That's not always true, but in that case, it was actually pretty well overlaid. And so when we started this 2.5 hours ago, I was talking about that AE zoned meadow just south of the ranch proper. And we were told that there's a culvert that drains the county road that over the years has created some wetland qualities, allowing various types of wetland plants or soil mottling or presence of water at some time of the year that creates a wetlands issue. But he mentioned that it was a 10-acre meadow. And I guess to me, again, there's just maybe one neighbor there. We haven't even heard from that neighbor. There are all kinds of other operations coming into that area. We're not hearing anything about those yet. Maybe we will when they finally come before us. It seems to be the way that works. But it would seem to me that one could thread the needle here. One could take this proposal and see where they can find 10,000 square feet, 20,000 square feet, something comparable to what they're proposing to put it on that 10-acre AE meadow near their home site, near their proper. That's off the road. It's not in view. It's not downtown, if there is a downtown to Maple Creek. So I guess if that answers your question, to me, that's what I'd be doing, is trying to find a way to thread that needle and pull it off this site. But again, that's up to the applicant. But we've done this over the last several weeks, offered the applicant or directed the applicant to go back, meet with the community, find other options, other alternatives, and see if they can work that out. So I hope that fully answers your question.
Yeah, I have to reiterate what you said, Supervisor Madrone, because it seems to me, I don't know if there was an extensive study done on that, but that just seems to be so much more of a kind of a common sense response to the issue. It's on their property, it's off the road, but it's accessible. So is that whole wetland created by the culvert enough to stop them from using that location? I mean, it seems, especially if they've got other permits in the hopper, it's not like it's an area that they've been living in and that's where they want to grow. They're just choosing an area that can be suitable. So if that were suitable, I hear what you're saying. I agree.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm more than willing to go out and meet on site with the applicant, with the landowner, and see what we can figure out there. I did projects on that ranch about 35 years ago, and I used to live in Butler Valley. So I know the area quite well, and I know that property quite well. And so I'm more than willing to spend the time to try and help in that regard, to try and figure out, like, Rex did in Honeydew, met with the Honeydew Ranch LLC and tried to figure out something that might work for both parties. Nobody's going to get everything they want, but I think there is some opportunity here. I'll leave it at that.
Supervisor Wilson.
I think it's a reasonable effort or request of the supervisor from that district to do. But I just want to point out that putting that 20,000 square feet out in the middle of that field then has associated road and access and all this other stuff. And this spot they're talking about is between two roads. So from like an environmental perspective, in terms of impact to wildlife, impact to, open lands and other things, pretty minimal. No real road access. You could put 100-foot buffer on both sides of the road where you wouldn't see it. I'm just saying its ancillary impacts are actually quite small, except for the humans, right? Besides the humans, it's relative to other grows, it's pretty darn small from an environmental perspective. So just on balance, what we try and remove from the human element, we're going to be putting into, potentially a more pristine environmental environment. And so I appreciate your effort in wanting to help them move in that space. I just want to acknowledge that that's the balance we're trying to get to.
Supervisor Bohn.
Well, and I think, again, the applicant's spokesman is here. If I heard right, he spent the first part of this journey trying to get it permitted up there. and was kicked down the road. And now he's being told, hey, this is terrible here. Don't look at the man behind the counter. Go, let's take you back up there and we'll make it okay. And then I kind of fall through. We set all these rules to do all this. I mean, I like the idea of if I mean, there's going to be no ugly greenhouses. There's going to be a lot. I mean, and then looking what's coming, I'm trying to figure out if we can make this work somehow. If I need to get an idea from the applicant, because I'm sure he did a study on this. I'm sure he didn't just do a walkover and go, well, this looks like a wetland, so let's go. Because I also heard there's also access problems because of the wetlands, and now we're going to be a degradation there. So what we try to save all the time might be the knife that cuts our fingernail. So what I'm trying to do is we may just have to come back and put some visuals up, because it sure looks like if they're upset about this one, there's one right across the road doesn't even look like it has as much coverage as this one does. So I'm just curious of what we go, of what we think. And I think the applicant maybe could tell you the trials and turmoil that he had on the other side, because I'm sure he didn't come down here hoping for this. And I think I've been hearing about this, so the neighbors have known about it. He knows the neighbors aren't happy. And I know that they say it doesn't have anything to do with it, but they haven't been spending Christmas together for the last few years anyway. So I think it's going to be a tough sale whatsoever. And you're right, I did go out to Honeydew and we got nothing accomplished. So
Supervisor Bohn, can I determine that might be a question for Mr. Shields?
That would be a question for Mr. Shields, because I'd love to know. I'd put it on John, but he'd have to pull a file. I think since he lives at the property, I bet he's got he's on the property right now, and I think he could probably tell us a little bit more about this than anybody. And I'm just looking for an answer to the question that Supervisor Madrone brought up.
Mr. Shields.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Well, I'll put it this way. We did a very extensive review of that site for obvious reasons. Close proximity to the main ranch lands, power, those kind of things. But unfortunately, due to the runoff from Maple Creek Road, that whole pasture has essentially been turned into a wetland. It's a man-made wetland, so to speak. So the issues with establishing little pockets is much more environmentally impactful to have, say, let's do 5,000 square feet here and then cut a road and go around the wetland and do 5,000 square feet over here. All of those things that are attributed to trying to make something work in a site that's just, really, it's a beautiful, pristine, great spot to do it. And I wish that we could do it there, but it just isn't feasible from an environmental standpoint. We had multiple wetland delineation consultants, and quite frankly, one of them had to defer the decision to another wetland consultant because they just didn't feel comfortable with even pushing forward with the small fragmented approach of cultivation in those areas. So I kind of echo the sentiment about what Supervisor Wilson had previously said. Here we have a project that we can do landscaping, no problem. I mean, it's not out of line to have a project that has to do a design review to where we can limit the visual or aesthetic issues that are the predominant concerns of the community, that has accessibility from two major roads. Those are just my thoughts. I mean, additionally, we're talking 27,000 square feet of in the ground, native soil, outdoor cultivation, no greenhouses. When the parcel across the river that is proposing 22,000 square feet has, greenhouses and is adjacent to, quite honestly, a large number of the public commenters properties that we heard from today that we have never heard from in the past. So there's obviously a bigger issue with just our project opposed to the other projects. And we've tried multiple times, and I think we've done a great job in meeting the requirements of the CCLU with the utmost regard for environmental integrity.
Thank you, Mr. Shields. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I have another question for Mr. Shields through the chair regarding the processing facility. You know, it sounds like what it really is not exactly what I was thinking. I thought processing would be a lot more like intensive. So it sounds like more of a drying storage type facility. Supervisor Wilson, I mean, I'm actually kind of going along the path that Supervisor Wilson had laid out. I think it's actually making some sense. What could you do without the processing shed or building, or what could you do? Could you make it smaller? You said you'd be able to do landscaping. Is there any way you could also potentially lessen the impact by not having that processing facility, or changing the size? Or I'll ask you if you have any thoughts on that obviously I wouldn't have a clue about.
Mr. Shields?
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. So there's a duality with the processing facility. In order for the project to collect the amount of rainfall needed, there has to be a structure in place to capture that amount of rainfall. Now, the proposed water storage that we're proposing to install is very, very costly. They do come affixed with a conical shape top that does capture, you know, a certain percentage of rainfall. But, you know, the processing facility, I would like to stop calling it a processing facility. The drying and storage location for this project is of absolute necessity, and it's integral to any agricultural production, whether, you know, you want to classify cannabis cultivation as true agricultural or not. We need a facility for storage of materials during the off season, and also a safe location that we can secure to limit some of the concerns from the public regarding public safety and you know, crime. So without that, we're looking at kind of, you know, a difficult nut to crack. So mainly, like I said, its main purpose is to house and dry the product and minimally process down to a bucked form, and then be transported in bulk to a manufacturing facility licensed by the state of California. The other main purpose would be to collect the rainfall that we need for this project to be totally sustainable, and quite frankly, to make it happen. So without the processing facility, we don't have that ability to capture the full amount of water that we're projecting.
Thank you, Mr. Shields. I just appreciated you calling it, you know, for storage, drying, and the water, you know, capturing the water. I can understand that, so that gave me a little more an understanding of the necessity for it. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodney, Mr. Yandel.
Through the chair, if I may. I've worked on several projects where visual buffers and aesthetics were an issue. And would this project be much more digestible if the tree buffer, the visual aesthetic tree buffer was in place, and the processing facility was designed in a fashion that met the rustic characteristics of the neighborhood, possibly brown stained, a facade, you know, something like that, and possibly maybe masking the tanks We've done it before with camouflage netting. Just a couple ideas. Just one.
Thank you, Rodney. Supervisor Wilson.
I have a question with regards to location of the structure, and it might not, if the size of the development or the cultivation is reduced to 10,000 square feet, which is quite a bit smaller, then the size of the structure could also be consummately reduced, as well as the storage. And I'm just wondering if that could all be on the same side of the wetland. That was so that there was no need to cross a wetland. You would reduce by one entryway, so you'd reduce the entryway element of that. Again, minimal. I'm just wondering, and if you look at the mapping, would 100-foot buffers be too much, or is that digestible for that site in terms of buffering? You know, from the roadway, just to make sure that that's there's just plenty of space for that. And then I'm just kind of wondering if that fits in that space. Would that, and then that way you wouldn't see either the buildings or you'd see nothing. Because one of the things, I mean, I went out there is like you go around that corner and you see like the trailers, and you know, there's a lot of funk in that corner. And I would also ask that all get cleaned up and really made into something, you know, maybe nicer. You know, that space that all structures be removed from that space. That's on the south side, I guess, of the wetland. Do I have that right? Is it the south or on the south side of the wetland that all of that is just cleaned out? And you know, if in the future someone wants to develop that for something, they would have to, you know, get another permit or something like that. But that just get cleaned out of all the garbage and structures and just consolidated into a space with, you know, 100-foot setbacks, visual setbacks. I think we might get somewhere pretty close to where we're going, and I'm just kind of that's kind of where I'm getting, and I'm just wondering if that's where.
So I want to say that we've been at this for a long time. I want to get a feel for how the board is going in terms of the process that we need to address today. First of all, the staff recommends that we deny the appeal when it comes to the issue of, I mean, I can't remember if it's deny, yes, to grant the appeal because of the missteps, alleged missteps of the Planning Commission. So that's one thing. But the second part is, what do we want to do about this application in particular? And is it something that we can figure out today? We've been asking a lot of questions. Do we have the answers? Do we need to ask staff to identify some other issues? Thank you for putting your hand up, Director Ford. Maybe you can help me understand where we can go from here.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. I think one of the things that I hear from Supervisor Wilson are asking some questions to see if some design parameters can't be established that would reduce the size, place all of the activity area on basically the north side of the wetland, provide 100-foot buffers. And I'm not prepared to say what that looks like at this particular time because I don't have a good site plan to scale off of. And so I would really ask, I hate to do it, but I'd ask for a continuance if it's the desire of the board to look at design parameters that can be incorporated to address those elements. I mean, certainly we can probably make something like that work, but I just want to see what it looks like.
I would be willing, through the chair. I mean, I like the direction of continuance with the staff to be able to go back with the applicant to look at those things, but also allow Supervisor Madrone, if he can make something work with the neighbors and the applicant, then gives him time to be able to do that as he has offered to do. As you know, we've been only marginally successful in our collective efforts to do those within our communities, but we try. And I think it has been helpful, at least to get things that it's taken the heat down in those communities, whether or not the projects have been improved in some form or another, which some of them have and some of them haven't. They certainly, I think, have helped lessen that anxiety. And so I would make a motion that we continue this item until a date uncertain, whereby which the staff can review the suggested, or I don't know if they're suggested, but discussed modifications to deal with the issues that have been outlined in here, and allow for Supervisor Madrone to seek to meet with community members and the applicant to see if there's a path forward. That's my motion.
I'll second if Ryan got it all.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I think I have a process question with regard to this motion. So we have two things before us. We have the appeal, which it's been recommended that we grant that appeal. And then we have the permit process. Do we separate those? Go ahead and grant. Can we separate them, or should we keep them together? Supervisor Ford, Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. I would simply suggest, for simplicity, that we just keep them together. We certainly can't, but it would be just as easy to bring everything back as a whole package.
Okay. And all righty. So that's the clear direction then, is that the motion is to bring it all back at a time uncertain. Okay. Yeah. All righty. Any further discussion? Supervisor Bohn. You need to turn your mic on, Rex.
I don't know if I can say this right, and I never do. I'm getting really frustrated that we spend 3.5 hours and stuff like this, and then we kick the can down the road and say, hey, let's do this on a 27,000 foot grow, who I don't know which way I was going to vote, still don't. But we have stuff out there, and it's really easy for people who weren't on the board to say, man, this is screwed up, this is screwed up. But there was 125 public meetings. There was a lot of input over a 2-year period to get where we are, and I didn't realize we were in the vineyard are as inadequate as we were. I worry about when we say, please, support what your planning commission brings forward, support what your planning commission brings forward. But are we just telling staff, I don't care what you bring us, we're gonna do the popular consensus and kind of throw you guys to the curb? Because I know there's a lot, our staff is overwhelmed, as we saw last week. We're bringing in $2 million worth of help to help these guys. I mean, Rodney had hair when he started working for us. I mean, this has got to be so, and then it comes down to God, which district and what we're going to do. And it gets pretty political. And I mean, I know people on both sides of this aisle very well. And I mean, I don't know Brian Shields, but I've known the Dunaway since we were all pups and ran around together at Sequoia Park, and Victoria and her family. I mean, it's just, this is a tough call. But when Supervisor Madrone asked for the picture and realized a couple hundred yards away, there's going to be one across the street with greenhouses and everything else, there's another that spoke against this. I mean, it gets pretty frustrating, and staff comes through and gives us a hell of a report. And then we planning commission did their job. I've watched the meeting twice, but we need to either do more outreach at the beginning and try to tell people or talk to these people. I don't think these people are going to talk. I just got that gut feeling, and I haven't talked to either side on that. I've read reams and literally reams of paper, and on this, and it doesn't sound like it's a friendly situation. So and we want to combine this, and then to come down and talk about a 2,000 square foot building. I mean, that's, my house isn't even 2,000 square foot. I mean, that's you know, our chambers are bigger than 2,000 square feet, I believe. So that, just to give you an idea. So I really think we need to get these, so because we're going to do these every week. We're going to play soccer with these. Planning Commission gives them to us. We do this, we do that, we do this. We've got to be better prepared and have this. And I think they brought a good project. I think the staff did a yeoman's job, and the applicant, and I know people have lived out there for 30 years. I heard that, and I appreciate that with Mrs. Fostling, and so I appreciate that. But these guys have, I mean, you go back and look at the first things we had. This is 4 years in the making. And we've got, and I don't know how much money's involved. I mean, since he's living there, maybe none, or whatever the case may be. But, and now we can decide that all that money you spent. So I think we need to, I think we probably need to get the cake better cooked before we, you know, before we actually put the frosting on it or something. Because we're sitting here deciding right now on the whole thing, but we're not. We're going to kick it down the road. But I just don't think we should come to these constraints. So I know, Estelle, well, I know, but this meeting's gone pretty long.
Well, Rox, I hear you 100%. I got to tell you, the reason I kind of tried to draw us to a point of decision, I'm not saying, I don't know that I like the idea of continuing either. It's the other issue of, you know, is there, and we haven't looked at the potential for maybe allowing them more on one of the other locations that they're asking for. How about that as a solution? We haven't even touched on that. I mean, the whole idea is, as we started off with this, they have 1,000 acres. They have interest in growing in other parts of their acreage. Could we give them more in one of those areas to make up for leaving the neighborhood alone? I don't know. So those are one of the things I was thinking about. Supervisor Bath.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Madrone.
I think what you just mentioned is something that staff could certainly look at. I mean, I know the motion seemed, well, it could be specific in some ways, but I think what you just suggested, it goes along with having a conversation and seeing if something else can be worked out. So, you know, that I'm not real thrilled about kicking these down the road. I agree with Supervisor Bohn. I mean, it's if we do this every time, it's gonna just, well, we already know what it's like. It's like, what time is it? And we still have how much of a meeting still to do? But
yeah,
until we get that figured out, I think this is what we do. I think our brains are all a little bit tired today, and I think it's better to let staff take something and work with what they've heard and see what they can bring back. But I do think as the future goes, I know a lot of people that called were against, you know, and I guess what I want to say is, I know people really want to say that, you know, well, more people spoke against it, so you should say, you know, it's not good, get rid of it, vote against it. It's like, that's not how it works, you know. If it makes sense, it's just people get it wrong and what public comment doesn't.
Well, Supervisor Bohn was mentioning, you know, it's coming from the Planning Commission to us and then back and forth and back and forth. The Planning Commission denied it. I don't know how much time they spent on that. So, you know, obviously we're spending a lot of time because it's not a slam dunk. It's not a black and white yes or no. And so that's you know, if you were to look at the kind of conversation we've had today, seems like you would just say, look, this is too much of a problem. Let them do it somewhere else. But we're trying to find a solution. And so, yeah, I guess I tend to agree that maybe give them a chance to talk with each other and see if they can come up with another solution. Supervisor Bohn, your mic's off again.
The whole thing is what I'm saying.
And then we have
Planning Commission gives it to us. But what I'm saying is, this is what takes projects so long, because staff spends so much extra time. Because right now we came through with a project that I think Rodney thought was a perfect project, and and we're just beating the hell out of his baby here. So I mean, and it looked like a perfect project because. So I'm just saying, this is what staff is going through. This is the frustration staff. I heard today about, one of the things we got to do is provide a great place to work. And when you do it, put in the amount of work they put on a project, then we kick it down the road. Not a great place. So we've got to help them with their guidelines.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Wilson, then Supervisor Madrone.
I just want to say that I think all of the words of Supervisor Bohn just now were pretty wise. I mean, in terms of the observations of where we're at, and I'm just saying I empathize with that 100%. I mean, I sometimes we're just in that unenviable position, but I hear what he's saying. I don't want that dismissed. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I agree with the comments too. I just perhaps disagree with the cause of these long, arduous sessions at the board lately. I mean, let's be clear, all three of them that have come to us lately, one was in Mike's district at the Costa Farm. It was only 10,000 square feet, right? But big community neighbor issues. Honeydew Farms, there's all kinds of greenhouses all over the place already there. And what was happening wasn't that big compared to what's already there, but in all three cases, the Honeydew one, the Warren Creek one, and this one today, what we're seeing is an intersection of community concerns, because what's happening is after 2 or 3 years of the applicants going through all these arduous processes, these projects are now coming to the Planning Commission and to the board. That's why we're seeing this. It doesn't have that much to do at all with there being one new member on the board. It has everything to do with the community and the neighbors in these neighborhoods suddenly realizing what these ordinances have encouraged or allowed or, allowed to happen. And so now that's coming forth, and that's what's creating the controversy in those neighborhoods. All three of the projects, in every case, we spent 3 to 4 hours on them. This one today is no different than the Costa one or the Honeydew Ranch one. And in all three cases, it's an intersection of neighbor concerns as all of these things are now starting to come to bear and come into fruition. So yeah, do we have to figure out a better way of doing this? Absolutely. Are we sending a very strong message to people about, the applicants and others? Yes, get together with your neighborhoods first. That was talked about earlier today on the checklist. Make sure there's neighborhood compatibility with what you're doing. It's called the golden rule, and from my observations, the problems happen when applicants don't do a very good job of doing that. And so then here we are trying to split the baby in two or do whatever it is we're supposed to somehow do as elected officials. But it really is this big intersection happening, and it's not going to end anytime soon because there are a massive amount of projects that are about ready to come down the pipe, 2 or 3 a week. So that's the message that I'm trying to send, is work it out with your neighbors. If you do that and you're meeting all the regs, boy, that's about as good of a guarantee as you get, really, right there.
Yeah, I echo that. I think that we talked about this a lot. All of the lessons we're learning is people need to get it. Those kind of situations ironed out at the front end, because it's just going to cost money and time, as we both mentioned. Director Ford?
Thank you. At risk of sounding argumentative, which I don't want to do, I do just want to put some things in perspective, that the Acosta appeal was within the Blue Lake Community Plan area. That was a 10,000 square foot grow, which otherwise could have been a zoning clearance certificate, administrative approval. But because they chose not to either enclose or address the community plan, the direction of the ordinance, they ended up with the CUP. So that was very different. I'd also like to point out that the Honeydew Ranch situation was a scenario where they were stacking RRRs, which we did not think was contemplated in the environmental document or within the ordinance. So that was a very unusual circumstance. I just do want to keep in perspective that under the CCLU, the policy guidance that the county has adopted says that this particular parcel can be approved for up to an acre with the special permit. That's 43,560 square feet. They're asking for 27,025 square feet. So this particular site is completely within the bullseye of what the ordinance is directing. So it does have neighborhood opposition. That is true. And one of the things I would ask is that if what I'm hearing is that we have to, or what you're asking us to do is resolve neighborhood controversy before it gets to a public hearing. And if we can, we will. But that will be a tremendous amount of work for 1,400 applications. I just want to point that out. We'll never please everybody.
I hear that, Director Ford, and absolutely agree. What I'm saying is the individuals going for the permit need to do a little bit of homework before they go, not up to the county, not up to the planning department or the planning commission. It's up to the neighbors. And, that's would be my advice. If you're going to sink some money into a project, think like that. Anyway, we have a motion on the floor unless there's further discussion. Okay, let's go. Ryan, we're going to have a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Bohn?
Supervisor Bohn, yes.
I'm sorry, I could. And this is
to continue the hearing to a date uncertain.
Can I get the date certain within 30 days or something, John? I mean, I just hate that uncertain part. It's just like it's an abyss. 45.
I would throw out November 10th or November 17th if the motion maker and seconder were willing to give those dates.
Yeah, I'm okay with November 17th. And then if you need an extension, please just put it on consent, so we can keep track.
Okay.
I'm fine. I just hate that. Okay, good, fine, thanks.
Okay, so Ryan, let's start with the.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So the motion's been amended to continue it to a date certain of November 17th.
Thank you.
So I just want to make sure Supervisor Bass is okay with that.
Yeah.
And Supervisor Bohn's okay with that. So Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Thank you, everybody. It's a lot of work. And actually, we're going now to an item that was in the normal scheme of things would have been early on in the day. It comes to us from Supervisor Bass, and it actually regards the marijuana ordinance. So yeah, I hand it over to you, Supervisor Bass.
Did we ever actually have public comment on non-agenda items? By the way, this has been one of those mornings or days.
Oh my!
Just curious. We've had time sets all days.
Viva La Mexico.
Here to keep
Are
us
there
in line.
any comments on items not on the agenda? Thank you, Supervisor Bass. No, I appreciate it. I really do. Any comments on items not on the agenda? Oh my gosh.
Viva La Mexico.
We do. Oops.
You know,
Ryan.
these days you can make comments from Mexico, no problem.
Thomas.
Welcome.
Hey, I am here. It's Thomas Mulder. After listening to all your guys' debates, I thought this agenda item had been skipped past too. I think the other message as far as getting neighborhood input for cannabis projects, I think part of the problem is some applicants are just bulldozing forward with their projects and spending money as if they're going to get approved for an acre to plus project. when in reality, if they don't do their homework and work within their neighborhoods, they're only going to get approved for a lot less than that. I mean, it was shown in the Honeydew project. So I think that's where part of the problem is. I wouldn't blame it on the county staff or the board or the ordinance or any of that kind of stuff. A lot of people are just saying, screw it, I'm gonna get approved for this, so I'm just gonna spin like that. And when you spin like that and you don't get approved for the project, that's when the frustration comes up, and you can't say, well, you know, they spent X amount of dollars to get there. It's something that needs to be considered, and I think due diligence on the applicant's part, especially new cultivation or RR&Rs, needs to be taken into effect. And you guys got a tough project there. I think realistically, if I was doing that project you guys just kicked the can on, I'd say approve it at 10,000 square feet, put a bunch of stipulations in there, and give them a potential. If they're good neighbors, they can apply for another 10,000 in 1 to 2 years. Simple, concerns, neighborhood, just ideas. I wish you all luck. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. I don't see any other attendees who want to speak on items not on the agenda, so we will go back to the agenda and go back to Supervisor Bass. And this has to do, as I said, with
you
the
had
county
one
ordinance.
come in as you were closing.
You're kidding me. Okie doke. Back to public comment on non-agenda items. Welcome. Let's see. This would be with the last score of 4369, and this is for items not on the agenda.
Okay, I know that it's not on the agenda. This is Elizabeth Forsterling, but Thomas Madrone, he just spoke on an item that just spent 3.5 hours. And you all have missed the point. There are people that live here. None of you live here. So you're making your decisions are our concern. And I have to say that it has been a circus, and I am so upset with the way that this went that I'm going to write to the papers. I'm going to write and write and write. Okay, so the fact that I have already written to you all, and it was clear that there were emails, from the staff that Rodney Yandel staff did not address. And to put, there isn't room for 100-foot setback, and you all know it. So to sit there and kick the can down the road, that's what happened at the zoning. And then Planning Commission, they had some guts, and they said, you know what, this is a wrong project. There is so much public controversy that we can do that. And actually, it's not okay for you guys to pass, to continue it, because where's my note? No, I refuse. They just let Thomas Madrone talk. And on our case, I mean, this is ridiculous. No way. So listen, let me tell you one thing I didn't get to say, and I didn't finish. And you let the applicant talk. You let them talk forever. And last time I had 5 minutes, and my husband didn't even talk. And then they claim that as a reason for appeal. It's absolutely bizarre. So now this is your ordinance that you came up with. The drawdown from any adjacent well, use of the well for cannabis-related irrigation is prohibited. Trucked in water to supplement proposed activities is not allowed. And 50,000 gallons of rain catchment tanks to be filled by a wishful amount of yearly rainfall, it hasn't rained yet out here, is not environmentally sustainable. And even Mr. Shields told you that without his huge 2,000 square foot processing facility, which will package, without that, there would be no way for them to get the water. They've already done for 2 unpermitted years. There was enough complaints to stop to stop it. Pre-existing or new creates debate as to the efficacy of. I refuse. I refuse.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Sorry about that. This is. I agree that Mr. Mulder stepped over in terms of referencing the process that we went through, but we're not discussing the specifics of this agenda item right now. We're on items not on the agenda. If there are any other comments on that, I'll be happy to take them. I don't believe there are any other comments on items not on the agenda. Thank you. And I will just say one quick little thing there to Mrs. Fusterling, and that is that this will be coming back. You will have other opportunity to address the issues. So with that, let's go to Supervisor Bass's item, which has to do with the ordinance. And this has to do with dispensaries. Supervisor Bass.
So hopefully this won't, thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully this won't be as much time, won't consume quite as much time. I think all of you read pretty simply, looking to bring the medical marijuana land use ordinance dispensary in line with a lot of the state. You know, there are certain areas of the county that feel like, you know, they can't necessarily compete with the dispensaries within the cities. And so I think this is a good idea, but I'm not the cannabis expert on this group. I'm like the least likely one you'd see bring anything forward with cannabis, but it is important to the dispensaries in my area, and I suspect in some of the others. So, and I also did send this to Director Ford. I don't know if he has something he'd like to say or not. We did, you are.
Director Ford.
We'd be happy to work on this, and we will bring a draft back, get it by the end of the year. We're already working on it.
Thank you so much, Director Ford. Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Supervisor Wilson, Supervisor Madrone.
Just a quick question. I mean, just to summarize, this is just the expansion of hours of operation to match what the, but if in the future it's an issue or a problem or something, we can actually still go less than the state, correct? I mean, we're not required to expand to what the state is at. I mean, I don't see a lot of, I mean, I'm willing to hear what public comment and what the other supervisors say, but for me, I don't see an issue right now, especially since we can change it later.
Supervisor, Director Ford.
Just in reference to Supervisor Wilson's question, what this does is expands the hours that we can approve it to. Right now, there's a limitation of what can be approved. A conditional use permit is still required. Those can always be restricted.
Great, even better, thanks.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, so Director Ford, this gives us the ability to expand hours that are ultimately controlled by the permits. So with those applicants that already have their dispensaries approved, need to come back in to modify their hours, is that a simple action, or what would happen there? How would that be?
That's a great question, Supervisor Madrone. I think what you just caused me to think a little bit about is perhaps putting a provision into the ordinance that retroactively expands the hours of existing approved dispensaries.
Right. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, I will make a motion to direct staff to bring back a new ordinance that aligns the local hours of dispensary operation with the state laws and allows existing permitted dispensaries to be grandfathered into those hours.
Supervisor Bass seconding, yes. Supervisor Madrone, Supervisor Bohn.
It's hard to tell the difference. I'm gonna have a ponytail here pretty soon too.
Nice.
How many dispensaries do we have in the unincorporated area of the county? I'm just trying to do the math, and I just
1, 2, 3,
One.
I want to say there's
Is it 8?
8 to 10.
Okay, and I'm thinking, I know 2, some of them are pretty close to watering establishments already, bars. So 4 or 5. I'm just trying to figure out, would this be a 7-day-a-week thing? Can we do Friday and Saturday? I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. It's going to be driven by competition, hours, and everything else. Knowing full well that they have to have 2 people on staff and a security guard, you better be selling more than 1/8 an hour. So,
Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I heard Supervisor Bohn is saying, and I was thinking about, because the 2 that I have in mind are actually there's some senior housing, and right now everybody's been coexisting pretty well. There've been some issues with traffic, but also there was a watering hole there that there was a lot of stuff going on in that area for a while. But if it were a case where, I mean, would it make sense that we have to bring that back and not just automatically extend their hours if it happens to be so close to, you know, where people live, or, you know, and I don't need an answer today. That was something to potentially think of. There could be some areas where maybe it isn't appropriate, I suppose.
I think it would be a good idea to have that as part of the direction to staff to provide those alternatives, because I hear you, there may be areas where it's not a good fit for the neighborhood to go as late as 10 p.m. Or as early as 6 for that matter. So, Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, Director Ford, isn't there already language in the use permits for the dispensaries in regards to if there starts to be problems around those dispensaries? I think there's already some stuff in there, but I haven't looked at one for a long time.
Yes, there are setback requirements, and there are some other requirements. We'll take a look at that. I think I'm aware of the 2 that Supervisor Bass was talking about. One of the things we'll look at and see if any of the ones that we've got have the potential to conflict with residential areas or locations that sell liquor. And if they do, we'll step back a little bit from the automatic extension or provide certain provisions to do that. But we'll look at it, give it a judicious look.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
I didn't. So we look at it if it was close to a bar. I missed that.
Yeah.
Really?
Isn't that the question?
Okay. I figured if it was near a bar, it would almost be a slam dunk. Yes.
Through the chair, I'm saying, yeah, some of those are really close to the neighbors, though. Also, that would be my one concern there. So much the bar and the combo. It's just like looking at the overall picture. And if people are being good neighbors right now, I haven't received any complaints for a very long time in that area regarding any.
You brought it.
I'm just saying, if someone does prove to be not the best neighbors, we have an ability to restrict it, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Well, I think that basically the concept is that those items will be looked at by the staff and they bring it back for discussion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before I go to the public? Okay, public comment on this item. And we have at least one hand up, and the last 4 is 6670.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Madeline DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. What a day. Not sure if we were going to get to this item. Thank you, Supervisor Bass, for bringing this forward. as a trade association, we've spoken to the dispensaries. There's a couple down in Garberville. There are 2 in McKinleyville. There are 2 in Myrtletown, and there might be a couple, 1 or 2 others. But, you know, in our conversations with these dispensary owners, they were who came to us about this issue. And, you know, as business owners, what they're looking for is flexibility, and they're looking to optimize, you know, when hours of operation based on their customer base, based on the seasonality. So, you know, we originally started talking about this in June when it gets dark at 10 p.m. So these businesses more often than not would really likely adjust those hours. Maybe some of them maintain their hours of operation later in the summertime. Maybe it's earlier in the wintertime. Some of the stuff that I've heard from folks over in Myrtle is it is a security issue. You know, it's been good and fine and functional, but they've said, oh, you know, it's dark back here. If we're not getting the kind of visible foot traffic, it just simply wouldn't make sense to pay to keep open those later hours. That being said, I do think it is reasonable to not just automatically grant this retroactive 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., but to have that kind of quick community check-in, like, is this what's appropriate for these areas, as well as having a, you know, if an issue does start to come up, like if an area over, say, in Myrtle does start to, like, have problems, that there is that kind of complaint generation. It's like, okay, we need to ratchet this back. But you know, we've seen for a couple years these dispensaries operating without problems. We're seeing that in Arcata and Eureka, the dispensaries are able to remain open with these extended hours without seeing the community problems. And so I think it's just, it's time for the county to, you know, adjust and become consistent with what state law is, but that making sure that we have that kind of adaptive management mechanism in place to where if something's not working, you can fix it. I just want to thank you for bringing this forward today, and thank you to Director Ford and the Planning Department for working on all of this, and thank you all for your time and patience on an incredibly long day.
Thank you, Nathalie. Any other public comments? Yes, I see 3053. Welcome, Thomas.
Good evening, Thomas Mulder here again. I support this. I support it if it's done in a discretionary manner, so that way the county could have the ability to take the 10 p.m. open way if maybe they aren't good neighbors or something like that. I think neighborhood feedback should have some play into it as far as, you know, crime, different things like that. But I support you guys working towards this. I thank you for bringing it forward. But maybe I do have a biased opinion technically because I do have product in shops that are in that area. So take that for what you will. But I think it's important to try to align with other areas of the state in that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I think that's all we have for public comment on this item. And I'll take it back to the board and to Ryan. We have a motion on the floor. Ryan, if you could take the roll call, please.
Yes, Chair Fennell. And my understanding of it is to direct staff to bring back a new ordinance that aligns the local hours of dispensary option with the laws and allow existing cannabis dispensaries to be grandfathered in.
There's a slight difference there. Director Ford? Director Ford, your mic, you need to get in.
Thank you, my apologies.
Okay.
So the technical language is to modify the existing dispensary ordinance, to change the permitted hours of operations consistent with state law, with direction given to staff to explore ways of addressing the existing permit holders and their hours of operation.
Thank you. Okay, that's good with you?
Thank you.
All right. All right, Ryan?
Thank you. Supervisor
For the-
Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
All night long, yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes.
So what the, thank you, Ryan. With the end of a long day, we still have a closed session item. I have been in contact with the CIO and we're going to put off the employee evaluation part of that, bring that back at a later time. But we do have some other items to discuss. So I ask Council Billingsley to let us know what we'll be talking about.
Thank you, Chair. And the CEO can correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe the board will be going into closed session on items C5, 6, and 7.
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
So the first item is a conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54957.6 to meet in closed session and review the county's position and instruct its negotiators, Kelly Barnes, Alicia Hayes, and Jack Hughes. Those organizations are AFSCME, Local 1684, the Humboldt County Attorneys Association, Humboldt Deputy Sheriff's Association, Humboldt Deputy Sheriff's Organization, Law Enforcement Management Unit, elected and appointed department heads, and management and confidential employees. The second item is a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2 and E2, PERB charge filed by AFSCME. And last is pursuant to Government Code 54957 to consider a public employee appointment for the position of health officer.
Thank you, Council Billingsley. So let's have is there any public comment on these remaining 3 items? Seeing none, we'll go into closed session and let's see. See you there. Does anybody need a bit of a break or want to go directly into close? Go directly in? Okay. We'll see you there really soon.
I'll get a glass of water between here and there, but it'll be fine.
That's okay, great.
Yeah.
There we go. We have 3.
No, you've got 4.
Oh,
there's another coming.
There's no coming. I couldn't get back on, I tell you.
They can't get on.
Hey, okay. I need a picture of that one.
Say it.
Okay. All right. We're out of closed session. Are we ready, Ryan? Are we good?
We are ready. Yes, Chair Fennell.
Thank you. Council Billingsley, anything to report out of closed session?
Thank you, Chair. On item L5, there's no reportable action. On item L6, the board voted unanimously to respond to the charge. And on item L7, the board voted unanimously to accept the resignation of the health officer.
Thank you very much. We are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.